2003, Introduction to Islam, Session 1, course given by Sheikh Mansour Leghaei and Sheikh Jihad. Aquinas Academy 2003, Introduction to Islam, Session 1, course given by Sheikh Mansour Leghaei and Sheikh Jihad.
Okay. You got to excuse me if my voice is not very loud, and before I have to switch off. That was just a reminder that in case anyone has got a mobile, to turn off your mobile. Usually before I start, the first I ask to make sure that you turn off your mobiles. Thank you very much, Michael, for the opportunity given to us, and we hope that we are going to have a wonderful series of talks about Islam. Sheikh Jihad, my colleague, and myself, we are going to be hopefully with you for the next 5 weeks. I hope you can tolerate us. And every Thursday, I may not be coming in the next coming weeks for some commitments that I have, but you are going to enjoy the rest of the talk from Sheikh Jihad. As for this session, I decided to just share with you the Islamic perspective, Islam in brief, in a nutshell. And last night when I was preparing the abstract that hopefully you will get a copy of it soon, I was trying to just look at Islam from a non-Islamic perspective or from out of the realm of Islam. And that's why I came with the idea of look at Islam from a bird's eye view, stay up and look at all this Islam in the whole in general. First and foremost, in the Islamic beginning, if you are familiar, I'm sure that I give you the benefit of the doubt, by the way, that you are familiar with the Bible. The first book is the book of Genesis, and in the beginning, the story begins. In Islam, how we started is in this format. In the name of God, the compassionate, or to be most accurate, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Muslims, they believe that everything that they start, even this lecture, this session that we started with the name of God, who is most compassionate and most merciful. So usually we start our day before we step out of our house in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. When we want to write a book in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. We begin every action or any talk always with the name of God, reminding us of our Creator. Islamic greetings. What comes next for Muslims, if you've noticed, is the way that they are greeting each other. And I'm going to greet you in the Islamic way. And that will be an opportunity for you to improve your Arabic hearing, by the way, as well. Salamun alaykum. That literally means peace be upon you. We usually refer this in a sense that we say that all prophets, in fact, they have been greeting their people and one another in this format of whether they speak Arabic or any other language. Let's say, for the sake of this gathering, in English, Salamun alaykum, which means peace be on you. We sometimes refer to a quotation in the Gospel of John that Jesus also is addressing his disciples and greeting them by saying that my peace I bequeath to you. You can check the reference later on with Michael. I know that it's in the Gospel of John. So the reason we say that is because, number one, we believe peace is one of the names of God. God is peace and the creator of the peace. We also believe that paradise, one of the names in paradise is Darus Salam, which means the house of peace. When we say peace to each other as a gesture of greeting, we are also trying to implicate to the person that you will be in peace from me, you will be in safe from me. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here rather to share one peace and tranquility with you. So if you really think about that and put yourself in that atmosphere, once Muslims are greeting each other in that format of rather than hi-bye, which I really don't have any meaning for it, when they say peace be upon you, it creates a friendly atmosphere. So peace be upon all of you, and please relax. What comes next? What is Islam and who is a Muslim? First of all, a bit of correction. Usually we hear on the media that Islam is pronounced Islam with the sound of Z. Fair enough, you may say that, but if you want to be more accurate, we prefer the pronunciation of S for Islam rather than Islam. Because for Muslims, there is a scholarly debate on that. Sometimes they say it reminds Muslims of the root al-Islam, which means idols. So as if for the Muslim, when he hears the term, the pronunciation of Islam, they think that you're talking about idols and idol worshippers. So they said to be more accurate, it's better to pronounce it as it's supposed to be pronounced, with the sound of S and not Z. Now, what is Islam? Islam literally means submission or surrender to God. Muslim is the person who believes in this system or in this concept of surrendering himself or herself to God. If you ask a Muslim that, or Muslim that we know today as a Muslim, that when Islam started, they say that Islam started with the creation of Adam, because Muslims, they believe that Adam was the first prophet. So the beginning of Islam starts with the creation of Adam, or after he was chosen as a prophet. You've heard about Noah, you've heard about all Abraham and all other prophets. We believe that in a sense, in a literal sense, they were all Muslims, in the sense of they were all submitting themselves to God. They were surrendering themselves to God. They believed in God. In a very broad and blunt meaning, Muslim is the one who believes in God and in one God. Muslim is the one who is not atheist. So anyone who is not atheist, anyone who believes in God, in one God, in a broader meaning is Muslim, because you either resist against God or surrender yourself to God and submit yourself to God. If you are type of person that you surrender to God, you submit to God, in a general meaning, you are a Muslim. This is so the literal meaning of Islam, surrendering to God. But technically speaking, Islam is a system, Islam is a religion, one of the divine religions that we have today. And the root of it, we believe, goes back to Abrahamic. We consider sometimes Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Thank you very much. Maybe if we can distribute it, thanks. We can give one, and the rest they can pass it over to themselves. Shaykhana, give them one and let them pick. The voice is not. Yeah, I usually have a problem with my voice. Now, if you can hear my voice, you can see the notes. In short, again, Islam therefore means surrendering and submission to God, literally, and technically speaking, we are talking about the religion which started with Prophet Muhammad. And I told you about the rise of it soon. But before we come to the emergence of Islam, let me explain, and again, some sort of clarification, because we want to have a better picture of Islam. Muslims, not all Muslims are Arabs, and not all Arabs are Muslims. Statistically today, about 18% of Muslims are Arabs. Only 18% are Arab. The rest of them are non-Arabs. When you come, if you are familiar with the map of the Middle East, right from after Iraq, you start with Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, and subcontinent countries to Indonesia and Far East. None of these countries are Arabic-speaking people. Sometimes I remember it's happened to me in Australia that many times people see me in this dress and they assume that, of course, that he's a Muslim. They think that I'm Arab. I'm not Arab by origin. I'm from Iran, and Iranians, they don't speak Arabic. It's not their Arabic. Again, when you go to the African countries, after Egypt, onwards to the Western Africa, none of those people are Arabic-speaking people and are not Arabs. Similarly, in Central Asia, in Russia, when you go to Europe, in Australia, we have many Muslims. In America, North, South, we have Muslims. So please let us understand that not all Muslims are Arabs and not all Arabs are Muslims. Similarly, we have so many Christian Arabs who are not Muslims at all. So when we are talking about the Muslim, we are not talking about the nationality, we are talking about the religion. In so much as when you say Christians, you are not talking about any particular nationality. It can be found in Iran. In my city, for example, I remember, which is one of the second biggest city in Iran, we have so many Christians. Last year, after so many years, I had an opportunity to go to Iran. And there I came to know about one of the, the Archbishop of the Middle East, who was residing in my town in Isfahan. And when I was a little kid, I remember that church. Always we were anxious to go inside the church. We never had the opportunity. Very ancient church, more than 400 years ago. that church was built. And despite the fact that you know that Iran in about 50 years, maximum 50 years after the emergence of Islam, the then Persia, in fact, they had become Muslims. Throughout the centuries, we've had the Christians living with them. We have members of parliaments from the Christian community, as we have members of parliament from the Jewish community. And that Archbishop, in fact, he gave me the opportunity, and I went and saw inside the church, and he told me that there are also other 11 or 12 churches in that town, even though it's a very predominantly Islamic country, but there are Christians, Iranian Christians. We have Iranian Christians as much as we have Iranian Muslims and other religions. So this is about Islam in brief, and who is Muslim. Anyone who says this testimony basically, that I bear witness that there is no God but one God, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the last messenger of God, technically speaking, he's become a Muslim. This is the way that one can become a Muslim, by believing in these two testimonies, of believing in one God and believing that Muhammad was a prophet and the last prophet that God had sent. The emergence of Islam. Again, if you look at it literally, we believe that the emergence of Islam began with when God sent the messengers. When I speak about the main beliefs in Islam, I shed some more light about it and what's our understanding of the prophets. But for the time being, you've heard of all the prophets mentioned in the Old Testament: Noah, Jacob, who else? Isaac. You also believe that Ishmael was a prophet, Moses. All these prophets mentioned in the Bible, we believe in them as well. Lut also, we believe that he was a prophet, by the way, as well. The way that we see it, as I told you, that all of these are the messengers of God. All of them are the prophets and messengers that God has sent to mankind to guide them to the right path. One of their main mission always has been to fight idolatry, as in the ancient civilizations was very much practiced. One of their main mission was to introduce or bring them to the right concept of believing in one God and only one God, and teach them all the righteous deeds, and also remind them of life after death, that things will not finish in this world. But again, technically speaking, when we are talking about the emergence of Islam, we are talking about the time of about 570 years or more than that. In fact, I calculated it's exactly 25th of June, 610 AD, that a man with the name of Muhammad was living in the Arabian Peninsula, in today's country of Saudi Arabia, in the middle of people who were idol worshippers. Yet he was known as a very righteous, very trustworthy person, and it was his habit that once a year he used to go to a cave out of the city and do supplication and invocations to God. When he reached the age of 40, historically, he received the first revelation, and he heard a voice while he was in the cave telling him, read. And when he said that I cannot read, the angel again told him that read, and then he feels that he has some sort of insight that he can read, and he repeated, in fact, after the angel, the words which were put into his mouth. When the first revelation addressing him to read began, we believe that this is historically the first start of the religion of Islam as we understand it today. So he received the first revelation at the age of 40. Then for the rest of his life, which took about 23 years, since then he lived for 23 years, gradually he was receiving the revelation. And the way that Muslims, they see it about the revelation, it's not that Muhammad was inspired, or it's not that he had a dream. In fact, the archangel Gabriel was coming to him and delivering the message. So Gabriel, we see him, or here, or I don't know, male or female, whatever, in the world of angels, we see Gabriel as another messenger of God that brings the message of God, revelation, to the chosen man, in this story, Muhammad, in the same format that brought the message of God to the chosen man at the time of Moses, being Moses, in the same format that brought it to Jesus, to Abraham, and all other prophets. And that was the beginning of Islam. Since then, revelations came until he received throughout 23 years more than 6,000 sentences, or more than 6,000 verses. It was compiled and made the book, the scripture of Muslims, that we call it Quran, or Quran, as I'll explain later today. During his time, of course, he was going through so many battles and warfare with the infidels because they could not tolerate believing in one God and breaking all the idols that they used to worship. They even expelled him from his hometown Mecca. He migrated to another city, and there he established his own state, Islamic state. And always there was a fight and battles from the idol worshippers against him. Historically, there has been about 20 at least small and big wars in between Muslims and idol worshippers, that they were invading Islamic lands, plundering their properties. At one stage, Muslims, some of them, they had to migrate to today's Ethiopia under the kingdom of Christian King Najashi, as we call him, until steady, the number of people who were converting Islam from idol worshippers increased, and the whole then Arabian Peninsula, in fact, they became Muslims, generally speaking, with the exception of the Jews and the Christians. And the reason for that was that historically we don't remember ever there has been any war or any battle between Muslims and the Christians. In fact, I have a small booklet written about living in harmony. I gave a copy to Michael later on if you're interested to go through it. It shows that how harmoniously Muslims, in fact, of early Islam and Christians were living together. Muslims from the time of Islam, from the beginning of the time of Islam, and that's the title given to them in the Bible, they are considered people of the book, because the main problem of the Prophet was not with the Christians and the Jews. In fact, the problem that he had on a theological basis was with the idol worshippers who were not worshipping God. But Christians and the Jews were considered people who have a scripture, and they were well respected. We have many instances that I mentioned in that booklet, that the delegation of the Christians, for instance, they came to Medina to make some inquiry about Islam, and it was about the sunset, and they wanted to offer their sunset prayer, and they asked the Prophet if they could offer their prayers and then make some inquiries about Islam. And Prophet Muhammad gave them opportunity, said, if you like, you can pray inside the mosque, and therefore they prayed inside the mosque, all facing the east as they were praying. A situation which would never occur between Muslims and idol worshippers. After the demise of the Prophet, Islam continued to other parts of the world, as we have it today nearly everywhere in the world, and statistically they say that the number of the population of Muslims and Christians nearly match one another, which is about 1.7 million Muslims we have today all around the world, which from my memory is nearly the same as the number of the Christians that we have. There is again a misconception on this, that they think that in the past, first of all, really thanks to all sort of communications that we have today. I remember some decades ago, we would hear the name of Islam by non-Muslims saying that Muhammadan. Even if you look at the old books written about Islam, usually they refer to Islam as Muhammadan. We disagree with that. We don't believe that Muhammad was the founder of this religion, as we don't believe that Jesus was the founder of Christianity or Moses was the founder of Judaism. We believe that they were all prophets and messengers of God, delivering the message of God so honestly as they had received it, and therefore they were chosen. And so it is not Muhammadan, it's Islam. Another point that always needs clarification is that the idea that they think that Islam was spread by sword. We believe, and historians in fact today, they also agree with that it was not such a case. Islam was never spread by the sword. You can never spread a religion by sword. At the end of the day, choice for religion is the individual's choice, and it's a very gradual process. The way I see that, if someone wants to force you to accept their religion or something which is related to your heart, you may resist even against it, unless you have enough reasons for yourself to accept that religion and have faith in it, and you know that we are talking about faith in your heart. Unless really you have enough faith in it in your heart, no sword can ever make you believe in something or disbelieve in something. To give you an example, again, Indonesia is the most populated Muslim country that we have in today's world. There has never been any Muslim soldiers, per se, landing in Indonesia to convert them to Islam. Through the Muslim merchants, in fact, throughout the centuries, Indonesians, they came to know about Islam, who originally they've been Buddhists, Hindus and other religions of the eastern part of the world, and they have embraced Islam. Similarly is the case for so many other parts of the world. The main sources of Islamic knowledge. Muslims, they take their Islamic knowledge from two main sources. Number one is the Quran. Too heavy microphone, me to lift it and show it. And especially I have a backache. Quran is the scripture of the Muslims. It's the book that I mentioned. It started with addressing Muhammad at that time, read, and throughout the 23 years gradually was revealed to Prophet Muhammad. On occasions, things would happen and part of a chapter of the Quran or few verses, or sometimes the whole chapter would reveal to Prophet Muhammad. At his time, it was compiled and under his supervision, because what happened at the time of Prophet Muhammad, he had between 25 to 40 scribes of revelation. The reason I say between 25 to 40 is because time to time there were different people who were writing the scripture. So every time he receives the revelation, it was in this format that he receives the revelation, Archangel Gabriel comes to him, delivers the message of God, and soon after that he is uttering the words that he has received, the verses that he has received, and between 20 to 40 people, as the scribes of revelation, they are writing it down. Before his death, he combined all the scriptures written by different scribes, and they compiled them in a book as we have it today, the Quran. Again, there is a historical and scholarly debates whether it was compiled at the time of Prophet Muhammad or it was compiled about 15 years after his demise, during the time of the third caliph or successor after him. I personally am coming from a school that we believe that it was compiled at his time, and we have so many reasons for that. That's a scholarly discussion, and if there was an interest later on, if you ask, I can elaborate on it. The second source that Muslims they have after Quran is the Hadith. The Hadith means that the sayings and the practical life of Prophet Muhammad. Muslims believe that Quran is the scripture, and whatever apart from that the Prophet had said, or the way that he's been performing his ablution, the way that he's been performing and offering his prayers, the way that he's been offering and performing his Hajj pilgrimage, is again a proof. Because remember that we believe that prophets are sinless. Prophets are the role models. Whatever that he is doing, he is the best example of practicing this religion that he's introducing to us himself. So apart from the scripture that we have, we look at the words and the sayings of Prophet Muhammad to complete or to interpret what is mentioned in the Quran. Then we come to the bedrock of Islam. If someone asks me in a nutshell again, in 2 words, anything about Islam you've forgotten so far, and you may think that he's bombarding us with this information, these 2 words at least you can remember always about Islam. Islam in a nutshell, the bedrock of Islam stands on 2 pillars, if you want me to put it this way. Number 1, believing in one God, a unique God, believing in God, and God that of course we're talking about is capital G, and one God. And on the other hand, righteous deed. So Islam in a nutshell, the bedrock of Islam, always this is repeated in the Quran. Those who have faith in God and do righteous deed, with virtuous deed, pious acts. This is Islam. A Muslim is the one who believes in one God, and also practically in his day-to-day life, his action is pious, or supposed to be. Main beliefs in Islam. I go through these very quickly, and then I give a chance really to you to interact with your questions and maybe elaborate more on them. Is it 5? 4, 5. The main things that Muslims believe, number 1 is monotheism. One cannot be a Muslim unless believes in one God. And God that we are talking about, the unique God, God himself in one of the chapters in the Quran has introduced himself that if you want to know me, say that he is God, one God. He does not beget, meaning that he doesn't give birth, nor is he begotten. He is not born either. He doesn't have any partner. And any concept of human concept that we have, he is different from that. He is the creator, he is the sustainer, he is the provider, he is the cherisher, you name it. This is the concept of monotheism, or believing in one God. What comes next is the concept of justice, which is a very interesting concept, that God is just, God is not cruel. God doesn't need to be cruel. God is not unfair to anyone. Rather, we are unfair sometimes to ourselves. The reason we believe in that and we include this one is because there is a historical debate between early Muslims of theologians that what happens to man, is it God's will? And if it's God's will, that means that he meant it. If I lost my son at the age of 15, for example, this is a disaster, this is a catastrophe. Why God did let this happen? So does it mean that God is cruel? Or if God is not cruel, why did I lose my son? Why do I lose my parents? And so many, catastrophes happening in our life. Then it brings the issue of good and evil. What is good and what is evil? Very interesting issues, and hopefully in the future you may hear something from Sheikh Jihad about it. I just pass it to him, I will not. Then what comes next is the concept of prophethood. My friends, Muslims believe that God has sent throughout the centuries prophets and messengers. In the Bible, there is a term very often used referring to a prophet, especially in the Old Testament, the term Nabi, which is similar to what we have it in Arabic. Because Hebrew and Arabic language, you know that categorically they both fall into the Semitic languages. So there are many similarities between Hebrew language and Arabic language. Nabi, which is also very often used in the Quran, plus the second word, which is a messenger. Nabi means a prophet. The second term used in the Quran is the messenger, Rasul. Nabi or Rasul, messenger or prophet, are two titles for humans that God had chosen them throughout the centuries as guides, and these people, they enjoyed a very major characteristics, and that is that they were in their time known as the most pious people, because a blind cannot lead a blind. And second, they were sinless, so pious to the extent that they were sinless. I am trying to avoid the term infallibility, because technically speaking, I disagree with the term infallibility. I checked it, and infallibility, etymologically, it means the one who is incapable of committing a sin. If this is the meaning of infallibility in English, we disagree with that. We believe that prophets were capable of committing a sin, yet they were protecting themselves against committing a sin. Let me elaborate. We believe that, for instance, Prophet Moses had all the human desires. Joseph had all the human desires and all the sexual desires, yet he was able to protect himself against committing adultery. So, technically speaking, it's not that prophets are infallible in a sense that they're incapable of, because fallible means capable of committing a sin. Infallible means incapable of committing sin. We say, no, they were well capable of committing sin, should they wanted, yet they chose. It's just like you say that I offer you a glass of poisonous drink, and you say, yes, I can drink it if I wish so, and depends how much money you want to give me for. Sometimes people commit suicide, depending on how much they may gain. But I choose not to. This is when we are talking about the concept of being sinless. Prophets, they were well capable of committing all the sins, drinking, being intoxicated, and you name it. Yet they chose, and it was based on the divine will, because they were guides of humankind. And we believe that, and well, historically, that's one of the disagreements that we have, that we can't believe that Noah, in fact, after the flood, he was planting the vineyard, and he got intoxicated, and his son were so that, the mess of him being naked and all these things. We say that the prophet cannot be intoxicated, because people look at the prophet in terms of their religion, in terms of righteousness and all the good deeds and behaviors. So if a prophet himself falls, and imagine prophet goes to the clubs and to the discos and all the things, so what are you expecting from ordinary people? Anyway, that's another story. To sum it up, we believe in the concept of prophethood is that God has sent messengers to mankind. These are prophets, chosen, all were inspired by revelation. However, there are two categories of prophets. One are the law-making prophets, like Prophet Noah. There are 5. We believe that there are 5. Remember that I'm talking from the Islamic perspective. Noah is the first, then Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. These were the 5 law-making prophets. That means that they brought something new, some new divine law to mankind. The rest of the prophets, they were preaching the teachings of these 5 prophets. And I tell you the way that we look at these 5 prophets and all of them. Technically speaking, my friends, Muslims believe that there is only one religion that God has sent to mankind, and that religion is Islam. But I'm not talking about Islam as you understand it today. Religion of believing in one God and submitting to one God. throughout the century of human civilizations, it was taking its own names and formats. At the time of Prophet, I'll give you a very blunt example. You're all familiar with the Ten Commandments. At the time of Prophet Moses, God is sending the Ten Commandments through his chosen messenger Moses to mankind to know that, for example, adultery is forbidden. They should not commit adultery. That was enough for the time of Moses for mankind, the mentality of mankind to comprehend, so that ethically committing adultery is something forbidden. They should not do that. Centuries later, when Jesus comes, he is not contradicting the teaching of the previous prophet, Moses. And therefore, he says that I have not come to give you something new. He is completing the teachings of the previous one. Because if we agree that all of them are coming from the same source, the God of Muslims, the God of Christians, and the God of Jews and the rest is the same. There's only one God out there. Whether you name it Allah in Arabic, you name it God in English, you name it any other name in any other language. So because there is only one source and all are coming from the same source, they cannot possibly contradict each other. Hence, we believe that if, hypothetically speaking, all prophets descend on earth and decide to live in Sydney, they would live so harmoniously and peacefully together. There would never be any conflict of interest between Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, and any of them. Because they were all sinless, they were all the messengers. Take this example, I usually give you this example. Take the example of different grades of one school. There is one school of mathematics. In grade 1, the teacher in grade 1 is teaching the concept which is comprehensible and understandable for students in grade 1, year 1. The teacher in grade 2 is not contradicting what teacher in grade 1 has told the students. It's rather completing, giving them something more that they could not possibly at that stage understand. Now, Moses came and said committing adultery is forbidden. Jesus says that you used to hear that committing adultery is forbidden. I tell you, you should not even think of committing adultery, because once you think of committing adultery, it's as if you have committed adultery in your mind. Once you look lustfully as a woman, it's just like your eyes committed adultery. Ethically, when you compare these two teachings, are they contradicting each other or completing each other? Of course, the second teaching is more advanced. You may say in that category, the second teaching, which is the teachings of Jesus, is more advanced compared with Moses. But why is it that God at the time of Moses did not mention or did not reveal to Moses what he has revealed to Jesus? Because it would be too much for people, mankind, at the time of Moses to comprehend it, step by step. Years later, centuries later, when Muhammad comes, he says that you used to hear, do not commit adultery. The Ten Commandments is exactly repeated in the Quran as well, even perhaps more comprehensive. You used to hear, do not think of adultery, as mentioned by Jesus. I tell you, do not get close to the area where adultery is committed. People who usually get close to the area of adultery, committing adultery, there is more chance for them. Youth, boys who are getting mixed or hanging around with type of people who are, I don't know, to places that is not suitable for me to mention here, there is more chance for them to get, affected by adultery. These teachings are completing rather each other, not that they are contradicting. The concept of prophethood finishes with Prophet Muhammad. Muslims, they believe that Prophet Muhammad was the seal of the prophets and the last messenger that God possibly sent to mankind. Sometimes out of curiosity, people ask, how come that we don't have any prophet anymore? What's wrong with us? Why can't we experience having a prophet? Wouldn't it be cool if we could have a prophet around us? The answer that Muslim theologians usually they suggest is that, look, the package was completed by sending Muhammad, because steady throughout the centuries, God was sending part of the package that he meant to send to mankind. The entire revelation completed by dispatching Muhammad, and therefore after that man reached a stage, usually through a parable we explain it so that people can comprehend it better. I say, it's not that you have to go to school for the rest of your life always. No, once upon a time will come that you become graduated. Once you have your PhD in your field, not that after that you don't need to learn anymore, but you reach a stage now that from what you have learned, you will be in a good position to solve the coming issues. This is when you become an expert in any area. Similarly, in the school of religion, and it's not religions as we see it, in the school of religion, one religion, time had come some 500-600 years ago, that mankind had reached intellectually a stage that they could receive the entire revelation that God meant to send to mankind. And it was sent and it finished after that. Now, the new issues coming is left to the experts based on the scripture left to mankind to deduct and to understand it and apply it to the new issues. And we believe that we have enough revelation for mankind so that they can solve the problems that they need to refer to revelation. Then we have an issue in Islam, the issue of successor. Sorry, thank you. This is again talking about the main beliefs. Don't get lost. Muslims believe that after Prophet Muhammad, he had appointed, well, this is again a theological issue, a debate between two groups of Muslims, as I'll explain soon, Shia and Sunni. These two that I put a star on are issues that more concern for one of the sects in Islam, Shia. They believe that Prophet Muhammad, before his demise, he appointed his son-in-law, Ali, as his successor after himself, the one who would have the authority, religious authority that people would refer to. Imagine that for 23 years, every time Muslims at that time needed any religious issue, question to be answered, they would refer simply to Prophet Muhammad and he would explain it to them. What about after him? And there are issues that the style of the Quran is in a very general style. It's not going to the details. For the details, what they should do, and who would be the religious authority after Prophet Muhammad. Shia, they believe that he appointed his son-in-law, Ali, who was the most learned at that time, referring people to him as a religious authority after me. And then he appointed one of his sons, the oldest son, Hassan, and then Hussein, until to the 12th one, whose name is Mahdi. This is not that we don't believe that Ali is a prophet. Don't misunderstand prophethood. As I said, it ceased to continue since the time of Muhammad. And the last issue that we have is what I called it in that book, eschatology. One of the difficulties we usually have when we want to give any talk on Islam in English is the language problem. I believe that English language is set for Christianity. And any time that we want to explain things as much as perhaps Arabic language is set for the Islamic thought. So this is the difficulty, like the example of infallibility that I told you. When you convert it to English, you end up with a different name. Like talking about hereafter, what is your understanding of eschatology? Or maybe even you are not familiar with the term. Eschatology basically has two meanings, and we believe in both of them. Talking in a very simple language, talking about the hereafter, life after death. But one of the concepts of eschatology is the second coming, that you say Advent. It's the second coming of Jesus. My friends, Muslims are the only, or Islam is the only non-Christian religion which believes and recognizes Jesus. You do not find any other religion in the world, apart from Christianity, which recognizes Jesus except Muslim and Islam. There is a chapter dedicated to Jesus. There is a chapter dedicated to his Virgin Mother, Mary, and his miraculous birth. Muslims, they believe time will come. They are always optimistic that despite all what is going in the world, the end of the story is so hopeful and nice. Time will come that Jesus will come back to earth. The disagreement that historically Muslims, generally speaking, they have with our Christian brethren is that we don't believe that Jesus was crucified. But if you put that one aside, we believe that he was ascended. God, well, you also believe in that, but after the resurrection. The only difference is 3 days. before resurrection or after resurrection, whether he was crucified and 3 days later he was resurrected and was ascended, or on a spot from the cross or before the cross he was ascended. Muslims, they believe that it was a mistake, someone else, but put that story aside. We believe that time will come that Jesus will come back to earth. And also the last successor of Prophet Muhammad, whose name is Mahdi, you have it on your paper. These two, Jesus and also Mahdi, the last successor of Prophet Muhammad, will come back to earth to spread justice, something that we are all praying for in today's world and always. To spread justice. The second is belief about hereafter, that we believe that life does not finish here. When we die, it's not that we are going to perish. There is a life after death. People will be rewarded accordingly or punished accordingly. Good people will end up in paradise forever, and bad guys will end up in hell again forever. Let me quickly go on. Islam in practice, that was all Islam in theory. In practice, Muslims believe in worshipping in terms of daily prayers, in terms of fasting, in terms of pilgrimage to Hajj. Muslims, they don't believe that they have to go to the place of Muslim worshipping is called masjid. That means a place of prostration, because prostration is a major part of Muslim prayers. And again, technically speaking, we disagree sometimes with the translation of the mosque. We say that this is not really representing the best meaning of it, but that's another issue. Fasting, prayer, and things like that. Muslims have permissible and forbidden food, permissible and forbidden drinks. They believe that it's forbidden to drink alcohol. They believe it's forbidden to eat pork and things like that. There is much more into Islamic practice, but maybe later on. Two main groups in Islam. Historically, there are two main groups. One is called Shia, one is called Sunni. You know how like you have Catholics, Anglican, and others? In Islam, we have two major groups or sects. Shia are those, as I mentioned earlier, are those who believe in the authority given to Ali, the cousin of the Prophet, and his son-in-law after him, as well as the 11 offspring to Mahdi. Sunni, they are those who, contrary to the idea of the belief of Shia, they say that no, Muhammad did not give the authority to anyone. It was left to people, and there was no such thing as appointing anyone. And finally, there are some calendar. The Islamic calendar is lunar. Muslims, they don't go with the solar calendar for their own occasions. It's lunar, based on the rotation of the moon around the earth. And festivals in Islam, one of them, you might have heard about it here, is the festival that they have at the end of the month of Ramadan, celebrating that they don't need to fast anymore. Now they feast. And the celebration of sacrifice that is going to be next week, which is happening, and it's an Abrahamic, in fact, practice. In the story of, you know, as you say, the sacrifice of Isaac, we say Ishmael, whichever it is. There are some other festivals limited to the Shia, like Ashura, which is the anniversary or commemoration of martyrdom of the grandson of the Prophet. And on that occasion, that we believe 70 days before his demise, Prophet appointed Ali as his successor. That's again another celebration for the Shia. Thank you very much for listening. The rest of it is left to your questions.
Just before Sheikh, allow me just 2 minutes to clarify certain words you may have heard through the course of the discussion. There are Arabic words that were mentioned by my learned colleague, Dr. Mansour, and allow me just to give a brief, please. With your permission,
yes, sure, please.
Brief description of these words. He mentioned the word Najashi, which happens to be the king at the time when the Prophet came, and he was the king of Abyssinia, or today's modern... Mecca is the city where in the news now you would see the Q house where people go to perform the pilgrimage, and it is required of them once in a lifetime if they can afford to do so. So if they can't afford it, they don't go, and they are not obliged to. And then you heard the word Medina, which is the city in which the Prophet migrated to after he had done 10 years of preaching in Mecca, and actually 13 years in Mecca and 10 years in Medina, and his grave is in that city. So he died actually in the city of Medina. Hajj is the ceremony of performing pilgrimage, where certain rituals need to be observed. Ablution is the preparatory type of bathing before one goes into prayers, and we call it wudu in Arabic. The best translation for it in English is perhaps ablution. I just wanted to shed some light on these terms, and I would also like to fill you in as to what is going to happen over the next 4 weeks or so. that we will be here. Sheikh has spoken about Islam in a nutshell. I will take over from the learned Dr. Mansour as of next week because of his commitment. I will be talking about jihad, the concept of jihad, and my name is Jihad, so don't be thrown off. In fact, I mentioned this story to my friend and colleague Dr. Whelan once when I went to a doctor's surgery, and the secretary there, she asked me, "What's your name?" And I said, Jihad. And she said, "Excuse me, your parents called you Holy War?" I said, No. My parents did not call me Holy War. It does not mean that. So I'll get to that, hopefully, God willing, in next week's lecture. And then we'll go into the status of women in Islam. How does Islam perceive women amidst all the commotion the media portrays of the status of women in Islam? And then I'll go into Jesus, peace be upon him, and the concept of Jesus to Muslim. What does Jesus mean to us as Muslims? And then spirituality in Islam, and the concept of spirituality. And Dr. Whelan suggested one topic, evil, the concept of evil for Muslim. How does it come into the whole setup? Thank you for your attentiveness, and I'll hand back the microphone to Dr.
My apologies. I have two questions. They're both completely different, one from the other. The first one is, I read in Walking the Bible by Bruce Feiler, I don't know if you've read it, it's a fantastic read, that in Islam there is no concept of the promised land, that Moses takes the people across the Sinai, but there's no concept of covenant or promised land.
Yes, that's very correct. To the best of my knowledge, the way that it's said in the Bible is even when Abraham was crossing the river, that we also agree perhaps historically that it was the Euphrates. And the term Hebrew, you know the background of the term Hebrew, is when, Hebrew means crossing the river. When Abraham in his migration to today's Palestine crossed the river of Euphrates in Mesopotamian area, the name Hebrew was given, and later on it in fact founded the community, Hebrew community as we have it today. In Islam there is a covenant mentioned that God gave the covenant to Abraham, to Ishmael and Isaac, as much as he gave it to other prophets. But that covenant we interpreted as maybe in English, in Christianity also say the kingdom of God. You're talking about the concept of prophethood. The covenant of God was that he chose them as a prophet, not that he gave them a promised land or things like that. This is to the best of my knowledge. Sheikh, if you have any comment on that.
In fact, hello. Yeah. In fact, that particular belief, the promised land, the reason why we do not affiliate with it so much, because we feel under that concept of justice, God has no favoritism of what particular belief you affiliate yourself with. So I'm not going to give you a particular place just for you to enjoy while the rest of the world can go to wherever you want them to go to. No, in fact, that concept is not prevalent simply on the basis that God is just to all. So he's not going to give a covenant to just one particular group of people over another group of people simply on the basis of race or nationality or background. No. In fact, we always read in the Quran, as the learned Dr. Mansour said, that you would find God would always give favoritism to those who are good to humans. Whoever they are, whatever background they have, the favoritism that God gives to anyone is only based on how good are you in terms of your piety and righteousness, regardless of what belief you affiliate yourself with, or what background you come from, or nationality, or whatever. It is always based on your ability to give. And I was having a discussion just now with one of the gentlemen around. I said, if we could look at one another from the one perspective which we call humanity, I think we have so much in common to share with one another. Forget the belief. Just look at one another as humans. I mean, you're a human, I'm a human. I'm sure we have the same cells and the same blood and the same makeup. only thinking about that particular thing can bring us so close to one another, and then we can learn more and more about our beliefs and affiliations and so on and so forth. So that's why we do not particularly affiliate with the concept of the promised land.
Thank you. And this is the completely different question.
Thank you very much for help. Yes.
Where do women go in the mosque?
Where?
Where do they go in the mosque? You know how Jewish women sit somewhere different when they're in the temple?
Yes.
Do women go to the mosque at the same time as the men?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the details of it, I'm sure Sheikh Jad, when he's talking about the status of women, will elaborate on. But to answer your question, in the same place that men go, in the mosque, women also go. There is no such thing as distinction. And we don't have this concept of women even are not allowed to work in the mosque. We believe that Muslim women can even reach the status of the position of being the jurist. So we have had in the history and even up until today Muslim jurists. In terms of worshipping God, there is no gender involved in it. Men and women equally worship God and are allowed and encouraged to worship God. The only difference that you may notice when you go to the mosque is that because the way that Muslims, they perform their daily prayers, it's not just spiritual, it's physical and spiritual in the sense of you may think that you are in an aerobic room because they sometimes stand, sometimes they bend, bow, then they go for prostration. Because of these different physical positions, they find it a bit uncomfortable. Women find it a bit uncomfortable to get mixed with women. Imagine that your lady is prostrating and a man is standing behind her, prostrating. They don't like this. They don't feel comfortable. Therefore, traditionally, we put a curtain, women on one side and men on the other side. And that's the only difference. When it comes to the time of the lecture, they sit on the chairs and there is no that situation because they don't need to have any physical movement. I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Sheikh, it appears that from what you've been saying, Islam is a religion of law, and if we obey the law, that is how we obtain salvation.
That's very correct. Yes, the religion of law, you mean?
And if we don't obey the law, we go to hell.
That's correct. That's the way that we see it. Well, to go to hell and the heaven, we really don't know. Sometimes people ask me that who goes to hell, who goes to heaven. I said, I wish I had the key or the authority about it. But looking at the text, the religious text that we have, yes, God is always asking people for the merits. Even though it says at the end of the day, my grace has to come on it as well. But we have to endeavor to make sure that we abide by the law in as much as we can. And that's again based on the doctrine of justice. We believe that it's not just that, a criminal and a righteous person, both of them go to heaven.
Is it a concept that the actions that we do that are either good or evil, and particularly in relation to the good, that the good is only our doing, or is it God working within us?
Could you explain? No, I'm not sure if I...
That the actions that we do are good,
yes,
are only the actions that we do ourselves, and are not the God that is that we have our existence in and from is working in us.
All right. If my understanding is correct, if you are talking about the fact that we have our existence from God, and therefore whatever I may say or I may do is indirectly coming from God. God is the first cause or the main cause, and I'm the second cause of it. Let's say I cannot lift this piece of paper unless God had given me the power to lift it up. So does it mean that any virtue goes to God or any vice again is related to God? Is that what you mean? Is that the question? Or you are not understanding?
No, it seems to be, from what I was understanding what you were saying, there is a separation between humanity and God, yes, that is only broached by our actions and by what we do. Whereas I think the Christian concept is that it is God living within us, and the meaning of Jesus or Emmanuel is God with us.
Yes. See, Muslims, they believe that God is so near to them, to quote exactly from the Quran. I'm nearer, he says that I'm nearer to you than your jugular vein. This is the nearness in terms of the status. When we invoke, therefore, we can directly invoke and do all the supplications to God. God says, you don't need any intermediator to come to me. I'm nearer to you than your jugular vein. Before you think about something, once you think about it, before you utter it, I already know about it. This is in terms of the closeness or the nearness of God to mankind. So when we say that we need a bridge, or God, well, maybe in a different world and different from us, or God is not physical, please try to understand. And for Muslims, we don't believe in a physical aspect of God. Like we are in the planet Earth, and as if God is in another planet, and then we need a link in between. God is so near to us, near that regular vein. Even this one is an expression of nearness, we don't take it literal. And at the same time, one can be so far from God if he is a criminal or he is not doing a righteous deed, in terms of the status that he may have in the sight of God. This is the way that we see it. Would you like to add anything?
Maybe just one point. If you are referring to God incarnate, we don't have that concept. Like God does not come into us physically, because he's not a physical being. He is above any physical attribution. And that's what Sheikh was referring to when he said in terms of nearness to us or being far away, it is totally dependent on what we do. And that total dependence on what we do is based on the concept that we have been given a choice to either be good or not. For example, this is often an example that I quote to my students in school. I say, let's say, for argument's sake, hypothetically speaking, someone comes to your doorstep, knocks on your door, and he says, let's go to the church, or let's go to the mosque for prayer. And then they say, now I have to get up, change my clothes, get into the car, turn the ignition on, turn the wheels on, and travel 15 kilometers. It's too much of a hassle. No, I don't want to go. And then a few minutes later, another friend comes, knocks on your door and says, let's go fishing to Wollongong. Say, yeah, let's go. I mean, this is your choice. God did not dictate to you where to go or where not to go. It is you who made that ultimate choice, because God has given you the freedom to choose either to be there or to go there. And ultimately, you are the one who will, have to put up with the consequences of either or decision. Yeah.
Like the Christian, you obviously believe in free will, choice, so you can be judged according to your choice. But again, the non-Muslim world, or certainly I had an impression that there's a certain fatalism in Islam, where you often hear through the media things like, it is written, it is written.
Yeah. Yes. Well, this is historically one of the differences between these two sects that we have in Islam, Shia and Sunni. Even though generally speaking, Muslims, they believe in the concept of free will, man's free will, and at the same time we believe in determinism. It may sound a bit contradictory to you, but they have made a reconciliation. They believe that in a sense there is a determinism, and in a sense there is a free will. In other words, our free will is within the parameter of God's determinism. That means that I don't have the absolute free will. I have a limited free will, and the absoluteness is determinism that God has planned it himself. You may endeavor as much as you can, and you are given the room to endeavor to make your life miserable or pleasure, but always at the end of the day there is a limit. But how far is the limit, and where is the limit, really nobody knows. We are just bound to do our best. When it comes to making our life in our destiny, we don't believe that everything, well, that's the way that at least in the Shia that I'm coming from, we say. We don't say that sit back, relax, whatever is written to happen is going to happen. No, we believe that we have to endeavor to do the best for our life. Yeah. I think the problem we have is the queue.
In the Catholic Church, we have a hierarchical structure. Priests, bishops. So in Australia, the Australian bishops meet regularly. Then worldwide, we have the bishops together with the Pope and councils of the whole church. I know Islam doesn't have anything exactly like that, but are there some parallels within Islam?
Yes. If you want me to compare Islam with, to the best of my knowledge, spirituality of indigenous people, there is a hierarchy in Islam, because indigenous people, they believe that there is no hierarchy whatsoever. or there are some sects that absolutely there is no hierarchy, there is no religious leader, everyone is equally the same. In Islam, there are religious authorities, but in that Catholic sense of hierarchy that you have it exactly in those hierarchy, we don't have it in Islam. When it gets to a certain level of people who are expert in jurisprudence, you might have heard in the media the title of Ayatollah. Ayatollah literally means the one who is expert in Islamic jurisprudence, in Islamic law. But apart from that and higher than that is the one who has the right to give the verdict. But when you come lower to that level, there is no much hierarchy, in fact. There is no much hierarchy. And in terms of the way that they dress also, you see them all looking, dressing the same. Even on Ayatollah, the way that the Ayatollah is dressed traditionally is the way that I and Sheikh Jihad and all other our colleagues are dressing. So you cannot tell them apart from the dress. You cannot tell them apart from the actual title. I mentioned during the coffee chat that Sheikh is more often a title, and it's a very broad title, like the father that you may use it, in the Arabic part of the world. Literally, it means a person who is old, an aged person, and find it sometimes offensive. Or, again, when you look at the Arabic usage of it, usually also Sheikh has been used for the person who was heading the tribe. And now that term is borrowed to refer to a religious leader, the one who is leading the congregation. Sometimes you also hear the term imam, which is similarly the same. The one who is imam also literally means the leader, because they are leading a congregation, so that title is given. But then again, for the sheikhs, there is a very different levels in terms of, if you mean the different levels of, their studying background and all things like that, but all of them are equally called and addressed as sheikh. There is no nationality in Islam at all. There is no nationality. In terms of religion in Islam, we don't have nationality at all. In the center that I'm running there, you find people from all different nationalities. You may say that United Nations representative of United. Okay, if they are coming, the Ayatollahs, if they are coming from the same religious or sect background, yes, there is no difference and they meet together. In fact, the authority of the person who is in charge, regardless of his nationality background, goes to all who are following him. Imagine at the moment in the Shia, for example, Islamic world of Islam, there is an Ayatollah who is an expert in jurisprudence, and he is giving the verdicts. And verdicts that I'm talking about, please understand, we are not talking about Salman Rushdi's verdict. Verdict literally means the opinion, that in terms of religious matters, like fasting, prayer, and things like that, they refer to him. His background originally is from Iran, but you will see that all Shia, regardless of the nationality background, are following him. Where there remains the dialogue between let's say, the head of the Shia authority and the Sunni authority. Is there any such relation at all? Recently, there has been some sort of conferences that they are trying to bring taqrib bain al-mazahib, that they try to bring these two reconciliation between these two sects or groups in Islam. Yes.
Sorrow, reconciliation, and forgiveness. If you have the righteous and you have the people who are not, but then choose to change, what is the process in Islam for both sorrow, for reconciliation with the Almighty, and for reconciliation with your fellows?
Well, to be honest with you, let me first quote something from Frederick Coplestone. I don't know if you are familiar with him. He is, perhaps to the best of my knowledge, the one who's written the best history of philosophy, the British and Catholic. I think he's Catholic, yes. He mentions in the beginning of his book, when he's talking, he says that don't expect me not to have any biased opinion, even though I'm trying my very best not to be biased. Because at the end of the day, we are all humans, and we are wearing our own glasses of family background, sect background, and whatever background that we have. It's quite impossible for a human to say that I'm not biased and I don't have any tendency towards anything. It's really quite difficult. Unless, in my opinion, if possibly, someone could have a bird's view. And one of the Muslim mystics that I'm very familiar with his works, Rumi, he says that if you go up and have a godly look, you will see reconciliation even between Pharaoh and Moses. You will see reconciliation between Pharisees, what we call them, and Jesus. You will see reconciliation between all humans. All these differences occur when you are looking from down, from level of the ground. But who can go to that high level and have a godly look? That's an issue that, it's always a wish, but really have we been able to make a reconciliation between different Christian sects, between Islamic sects, between Jewish sects, between all the human sects? And in one household, I have a twin boy, and they are come from the same mother, the same womb, but God knows how many differences in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you, as an individual who feels you have done something wrong, reconcile with the Almighty and with your fellows?
Okay. Reconciliation between us and the Almighty God is the concept of repentance that we have in Islam. And it's always encouraged that any time that you feel that you've made a mistake, you repent as soon as possible and make a reconciliation. Don't sleep on it. Traditionally, we say don't wait for more than 7 hours, because maybe for the first 7 hours still you are outraged, but after that you will calm down and come back to your senses and you make a repentance. And again, for making repentance, we don't need to go to the repentance confession box. We can just open our heart between us and God and talk and really make a sincere sense of regret, and we believe that hopefully you are forgiven. As between humans also, there are some ethical rules in Islam said that if the person that, for example, if I've been unfair to you and I've spoken ill about you to someone else, it's not just enough to come in secret and tell you that I'm very sorry. Now I have to go and talk also to that person that I've spoken ill about and clarify what I've said, correct myself. And this is a practical way of reconciliation.
I'd just like to ask a few things. Do you differentiate between the external action and the intention? Sometimes people do wrong, and externally it doesn't look good. Mm-hmm. It looks as if it is a fault or a sin, but the intention wasn't that way. So do you differentiate between those two aspects?
Very much so. We have so much traditions about that God looks at your intention, not at your performance. Maybe my performance sounds and looks very pious, but my intention is very impious and very nasty.
Yeah, that's right.
And or vice versa.
Yeah.
So what is counted in the sight of God is the intention, and the reward or punishment comes according to the intention, so far as the intention, in fact, is put into practice. When you look at the negative side of it, there is a tradition, in fact, that we have, again, one of the Iranian mystics, he mentions the story that at the time of Moses, a man was describing God that, where are you for me to come and comb your hair and polish your shoes and kiss your hand and all these things? And Moses was passing by and said, what sort of heresy is this? What are you talking about? God is not like us that you can comb his hair. And then God reveals to Moses that I can hear his heart. I don't care about his words. So don't interrupt him. Let my servant invoke and speak with me the language that he can.
I'd also like to inquire about something else. Will you be touching on the Sufis at all during the course of the lectures?
Very much so.
Actually, if I may say something here, if I can ask the indulgence of the audience to press Sheikh Mansour to come and speak about this topic, because he is highly, highly recommended. I myself would recommend him and sit as an audience listening to his lecture in Sufism and spirituality, because he's very highly qualified on that. In fact, I believe he doesn't say this often, but I think his PhD is actually around that field of knowledge, spirituality. So
thank you very much for escorting me. Hopefully, if there is a chance, by all means, yes, I will be very pleased to, like what my colleague Sheikh Jihad said, that my major is in spirituality and mysticism, and I have a lot to, hopefully, theoretically offer in that. But the problem that I have is that really days and nights, thanks to God, very much, it's a very full vocation of running that Islamic Center and the classes and courses that we have. I don't know how I can make time, but by all means. And I'm sure that Sheikh Jaz is just trying to be humble. You will enjoy his lectures definitely much more than my boring talks. Yes.
Mine's a practical question, and you mentioned that next week there's a day of celebration and it has to do with the end of Ramadan. Can you explain to me what that event is about and also which day it occurs, or why it should be that my gentleman that I know from Mauritania says, yes, I have a celebration next week, but I don't know which day.
Yeah. Okay, the reason that he doesn't know which day has an astronomical background and the occasion also is something else. Let me explain both of them again in a very nutshell quickly. Remember I told you that the Islamic calendar is a lunar calendar. And because it's lunar calendar, the beginning of every lunar month begins with the rise of the moon in the horizon that it's visible to the eyesight. In so much as the solar calendar starts with the rise of the sun at the horizon and we say it's a new day. The difference is that unfortunately moon sighting is not that easy as much of the sun rising. Plus the fact that in different parts of the world, the day and the time of the rising of the moon, naturally similar to that of the sun, is different. So the day that moon would be sighted and would be visible, the first day of the moon, of the lunar months in, here say in England, would be of course different from in Australia. And you know that sun is rising from the east, setting in the west, and moon is the other way around, is rising from the west and setting in the east. So here in Australia, we are in the last part of the world which could possibly of the lunar months. Now, we are living in Australia that people are coming from all around the world, very multicultural society. People who are have come from Iran, for example, they have an Iranian calendar with them. And the date of the first day of this lunar month is different from the one who is coming from another part of the world with their own calendar. This is sometimes you notice that in this mosque, which is more oriented by Egyptians, you see that this day is celebrated. Another mosque, which is oriented by another nationality, they celebrate it in a different day. The root of it is, and the problem that I always believe is that none of them want to enjoy the local horizon here in Sydney. Whereas, if you really, and that's what we have decided in Earlwood we do, we say we don't care about any part of the world with all respect. We believe that we have a very nice horizon here. We just sight the moon locally, and therefore we decide on the day for the Islamic, and the calendar that we produce usually is based on the local horizon. So this is the background of it that you see he is not sure. He has to really double check with the country of his origin. And the second part, what sort of celebration and festival is going to be next week, is a celebration or festival of sacrifice that we call it. And the background of it goes back to the story of Prophet Abraham, when God told him, put him on another trial, very difficult trial, that he had to sacrifice his son. Historically, Muslims, they believe that that son was Ishmael. Christian background, if you are coming from, they say that that son was Isaac. Whichever the case would be, God had put him on that trial to sacrifice his son. And once he really showed him sincerity that he is willing again to surrender himself to the extent that even he sacrificed his son, and in the last minute that when he wanted to cut perhaps the throat of his son, again, biblically looking at it, angel comes and holds his hand. In Islam, we have also similar version. And then he says that now you pass the test. And what we call the ram was sent, and instead of that son, ram was sacrificed. We are celebrating that occasion, which we believe historically is going to be next, either again Tuesday or Wednesday. In local horizon, we have no doubt when it would be, but
I hope this hasn't been covered by your previous answers, but I noticed that the crescent of the moon seems to be a common emblem of Islam. Is that so, and why is it so?
I don't think so. I myself didn't find actually any reason for that, except that the Islamic calendar is lunar. We don't have any saying from Prophet Muhammad as the logo of Islam, or any verses in the Quran, except the only thing that I can figure it out that you see on the top of some of the mosques, traditional, and it's not all mosques and all backgrounds, Muslim backgrounds. It's because they are more related to the lunar calendar. They have decided to have that sign of the crescent moon. Sheikhana, do you agree?
I think the historical background to the introduction of the crescent into the Islamic world came from the Turks, from the Ottoman Empire, because they took the star. Simply, again, it is based on the fact that most of our rituals and celebration are based on the lunar calendar, because it determines the particular events in the Islamic history. So they saw fit to take it as a symbol, but there is nothing from a purely religious perspective to say that the crescent is the actual symbol of for Muslims all around. No.
If I may allow, just to quickly make a point about the significance of the lunar calendar. See, during the year we have 1 month of fasting, as we call it Ramadan. Because the Islamic calendar is based on the lunar calendar, it actually rotates throughout the year. Like now, if you are living in South Hemisphere in Australia, the time of the Ramadan is around December, towards the end of November, early December, which is summertime and long days. But throughout your life, time will come, because every year is coming 10 days back. Time will come that you will be fasted sometimes in winter time, in autumn time. So it's not that if you are living in Sydney, you're always stuck with the summer fasting, and those in London are enjoying very short days in winter, which wouldn't be fair. So that's the way that I say that it's more fair, in fact, that it's lunar, so it rotates. People in London, in England, time will come that they are going to fast summertime, and vice versa for us.
Just before you ask the question, I want to highlight one point. Actually, this festival marks the end or the completion of the pilgrimage season, not the fasting. We've got 2 celebrations. One comes after the end of the month of Ramadan, which was about 2 months ago,
yes.
And the other one which marks the completion of the rituals of Hajj, pilgrimage. Yeah.
Question for each of the sheikhs. Firstly, related to Sufism. Is Sufism peculiar to Shia or Sunni, or is it a movement across both?
And speaking very much of the Sufism and mysticism, they believe they are beyond all these sectarianism. Yeah.
And secondly, in Christianity, a number of the great mystics have been celibate. Is there any tradition of celibate mysticism in
Celibacy you're talking
Yeah.
about? No. In Islam, we don't believe in celibacy. In fact, in Islam, we believe that once you get married, you are completing half of your religion. You can be a Muslim mystic and a Sayyid, and married with children, even to the very high level of being, the highest mystic. Still, you could be married with children, and celibacy, in fact, is discouraged in Islam. Yeah.
Thank you. I just have one question for Sheikh Jihad. I've just been admiring your beautiful robes, and I'm wondering if there's any significance also in the blue colour.
No, actually, I'm just very
nice taste.
I'm very particular about the way I dress, so I try with humbleness to coordinate myself in as much as I can.
And can you believe that it's sown here in Sydney?
In fact, I have received many questions to that effect, and I have close affiliation with the color blue. I like blue. I don't know why. I think it's peaceful, and I also like the beige color. The light pastel colors. I like these colors. Yeah. There is no significance in color except in one situation, and that is you will see this only prevalent in the Shia world. You would find either a black or a white turban. And what's the significance between the color of a white turban as opposed to the black turban? The only difference is that those who wear the black turban are in fact the direct descendants of the Prophet. So in order to identify them, if they go to a theological school, they would be dressed in a black turban. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my question relates to the Quran as infallible, and yet it's given to us in Arabic, which I understand to be a very... there have been many variant readings of the Arabic text. We had the same problem, I guess, interpreting the Christian Bible and so on. We have various ways in which the same text can be interpreted. I mean, is there a history of variant readings and different interpretations of the Quran over the years?
Yes.
Bearing in mind that the penalties for disobedience to the Quran are very severe, and yet so one has to be very sure that you have the right text that you apply to the particular case that you're dealing with. So it's, my problem is to do with the infallibility of the Quran and its text.
This is a very theological question, in fact, that has been bugging the mind of Muslim theologians, Christian theologians, always throughout the centuries. How can we communicate with God, and how can God communicate with us? If it's the only way is to send the revelation through the messengers, prophets that he sent, and the scripture that we have, it has to come to the format of the human language. Then we have the problem of the ambiguity of the language. Forget about translation of Arabic to any other language. In its Arabic text itself, for the Arabic-speaking people, there are terms in the Quran, like in any other scripture and in any other human language, I suppose, that are ambiguous and are subject to different interpretations. This has, in fact, caused so many interpretations of the Quran throughout the centuries by different interpreters, as I suppose happening, as you mentioned, for the Bible as well. But what would be the best choice that you would have? At the end of the day, it's God had to reveal himself in a human language for us to understand. Again, mystics, they have a concept that if time comes, I would elaborate on it, that they say, I wish, and they endeavor in that they believe that you can open your heart, and through a process, you can witness, not revelation, but you can be inspired and you can hear things. And they believe that mankind can, in fact, enhance a better tools of communication rather than the language. No matter how eloquent I would be in English, which I'm not at all, still at the end of the day, there would be a misunderstanding between us, because I'm transferring my mind through the bridge of the words, even though in the same language we are conversing. Now, if I could transfer it from heart to heart, imagine how easy and quick it would be. And Muslim mystics, believe that this is quite possible. Well, their claim is that it's possible and it's happening. I think time to take a break. To go home.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheikh Mansour and Sheikh Jihad. We meet again this day next week at the same time, same place. God bless you all. Thank you. Aquinas Academy 2003, Introduction to Islam, with Sheikh Jihad and Sheikh Mansour Leghaei. Session number 2.
Peace be with you. As Doctor said, there's no need for any more introductions. You know who I am by now. And we're going today into a very delicate and very controversial, if I may say, subject. As I promised you last time, we will be speaking about the concept of jihad in Islam. In fact, jihad literally, let's take the literal meaning of the word first, and then we'll go into the religious meaning of the word and the implication of this word in as far as the Muslims are concerned. Literally, jihad means to strive. And to strive means to strive in any walk of life. For example, I can be in a process of jihad if I'm trying to be to attain a better position at work. So I'm striving for a better position in my field of employment or expertise. A farmer, for example, can be in a form or a state of jihad if he is trying to have better crops for the future years and whatever. Under Islamic law, or under the Islamic, what we call Sharia, you probably heard this term before. Do you want me to wear this? Sorry. Just 1 minute.
Can you wear it through, do you think? Can you manage to wear it through?
Yeah, it's no problem. I've got so many pockets in this place. In fact, when I married my wife, she was my student. And she said, the most fascinating thing that drove me close to you is when you open your thing, your clothes, it looked like if you had a wardrobe inside here. So I said, that's good, no problem. Okay. And the Sharia means the law. So when we say Islamic Sharia, we mean Islamic law. So wherever you hear this term, it's always referring to Islamic law. Under Sharia, jihad has two meanings. One, to fight, and that's what scares most people, the fighting aspect. And the other one is the best way I can put it is self-reform. Hopefully, God willing, when you attend the last lecture with Dr. Mansour, who will be speaking about mysticism, he will be speaking about this a lot, self-reform. The reason why we say jihad means self-reform is because at the time of the Prophet, when he was in Medina, after he left Mecca and he migrated to Medina, there was a small altercation where the non-believers attacked the Medinian community, and the Prophet had to repel the attack. So he formed a small battalion of fighters to go and repel that actual attack. So when they finished their task and came back, he went to the outskirts of Medina, the city where he was residing, and he welcomed the battalion by saying, "Welcome to those who came from the minor jihad, and now they have to encounter the major jihad." And they could not understand what the Prophet was talking about. They said, "What are you talking about? We just came back from jihad." He said, No. The jihad you just performed is a minor one. The major jihad is to work on yourselves now. This is the major jihad. This is what Sharia is concerned with. When for example, you read in the Quran, and normally these quotes or these Quranic verses are often quoted by the media to undermine the Islamic law when it comes to that concept, because it is taken out of context. For example, I don't know if you know a person called, he's a journalist, very well-known journalist in America. His name is Daniel Pipes. When the terrorist attack happened in America, in 9/11, he went to the Quran and he dug up all the verses that talk about jihad. And he presented them. He actually read the actual text from the Quran. And reading the actual text out of context without referring to the previous verses or the verses that follows that particular verse, it is a disaster. And the way he came across, he said, "See, it is not us who are saying these things. It is their own holy book who is saying, go and kill the infidels, go and kill the non-believers, go and fight against everyone that does not affiliate with your own thoughts and so on." And he painted a very horrifying picture. In fact, if we need, in understanding the concept of jihad according to Islamic Sharia, one must understand first how the Quran works. How is it applied? How can we actually apply the Quranic verses in practical life as a Muslim? And is it perceived that all the Quranic verses in the Quran are general, or are they specific? There are what we call in the Quran the sciences of Quran. And the sciences of Quran refer to two main aspects. Number one, general application, and number two, specific application. The general application, you would find that there are verses that are so clear that you don't need someone to come and tell you what to do. For example, God says, establish prayer. Okay, finish. Prayer. There's nothing further to it. All right? But the specific application in which there is a law that pertains to the workability of the whole community, and that law cannot be executed unless there is a head of state. For example, capital punishment or penal punishment. Any form of punishment, whether it is to do with putting someone on the chair or whatever. Any form of punishment in Islam cannot be carried out by individuals. For example, in Islam you cannot drink alcohol. But can I, as an individual, go into someone's house, break all his bottles, if he's a Muslim, for example, and say you are doing something against the law, and I have to perform what we call jihad against you, to set you straight on the right path and break all your bottles so you would not consume alcohol. I can't. Under Islamic law, I cannot do it because I'm not the head of state and I don't have powers to actually apply the law according to the way it is set out in the Quran. It has to come from an authority. Like, for example, in a democratic system, there are specific laws that if are not followed, individuals cannot take matters into their own hands. I cannot come to an individual and, for example, someone runs a red light camera. I can't just sit there and write an infringement notice for him or her and say, look, you've just run a red light. And as a good citizen, I'm doing my duty by the law as it was so before, when the justice of peace was given some powers in the absence of the police, for example, to execute these powers. If the police goes into strike, the justice of the peace used to go and take over. It is no longer the case now, because it is not practical. You need a particular system that runs the law. When you look at the reason why I'm mentioning this, I don't want to put you off track, but the reason why I'm mentioning this is because the application of fighting in Islam, which constitute the concept of jihad, the one meaning of jihad, cannot be applied by individuals. I cannot form a group and say I'm fighting on behalf of the Muslims. So I go and I bomb America, and then I come to King's Cross because it doesn't, appeal to me, and I go and I bomb King's Cross, and then I find another pub around the corner and I go and blow it up in Bali. Or I can't do that. Islamically speaking, it is against Islam, and there is a specific direction in the Quran that goes to that effect and gives that meaning, in which Allah says in chapter 2, which is called, the name of the chapter is the cow. It talks about a story that happened to the children of Israel, and it involves a cow, and that's why the name was given to that chapter. In that chapter, God says, he who gives life to one person, who is able to save the life of one person, it is as if he or she has saved the entire human race. And he or she who causes the death of one person, it is as if he or she has caused the demise of all of humanity. So, specifically speaking, or literally speaking, I cannot go and just blow up someone up. It is against the law. Now, can jihad only be applied within the Muslim community for the Muslims, or does it have a broader meaning than that? And I don't know if you recall last time when I was speaking to you and I gave you that example when I gave my name to that lovely secretary at the doctor's surgery. And she said, you're telling me that your parents called you holy war, And I said, no, ma'am, they did not call me holy war, because there is no such concept as holy war in Islam. This name does not exist in the Quran or even in the sayings of the Prophet. In fact, this term came in one time by a person called Pope Urban when he introduced when the crusade came into effect, and he called that war a holy war. In fact, that particular term, war, I can give $1,000 now to anyone, and I'm confident of that, to go to this book and find the word war in it. There is not a single reference in the Quran that refers to war. And there is no single reference that refers to war as holy, because there is no war that is holy. According to Islam or non-Muslims, I believe, literally speaking, personally speaking, if it is a war, it cannot be holy. Because no war can be holy. Unless, and even in that situation, we don't call it holy unless we are trying to rebel a form of oppression. If it involves taking arms to put that repression out, then it's a different story. Yet we still do not ascribe it or ascribe to it the word holy. I'll give you the example I gave to that lovely secretary. I said, jihad literally means the following. I say, what are you? She said, I'm a Catholic. I said, good. Have you ever been to the Arab world? She said, no. I said, okay, I'll give you a classical example, Saudi Arabia. It's about 99% Muslims in Saudi Arabia. I said, let's say you as a Catholic lives in one of the cities in Saudi, and simply and purely for the mere fact that you are a Catholic, you form a group of Catholics with you. You know, you see in Saudi all these workers that are Catholics, and you form a community, or you form an association. The government comes to know about this association, and you start to experience a form of persecution simply based on your affiliation, religious affiliation. If I, as a Muslim, come to defend you and guarantee that you are not being persecuted, I am involved in jihad. So she said, jihad is a good thing. I said, yes. It's a good thing if you understand it, and you understand the real meaning behind it. Unfortunately, I say that people like Osama bin Laden and other cults, and I don't call them Islamic groups, I call them cults, they have hijacked this word. And they have hijacked the whole Islamic religion, unfortunately. And they have derailed completely the peaceful religion of Islam because of what they are doing. I was stopped, I don't know if I told this to Dr. Whelan, I was stopped in New Jersey airport, it's called Newark Airport, by the FBI on my third visit to America. And you know, dressed like this, and my name is Jihad. Doesn't help at all, you know. They thought, you know, we caught a big fish now. Honest to God, they thought they caught the biggest fish ever. So they took me into an interrogation room. I have to say, he was very nice, but he was so unsure of what to do with me that I started helping him with the questioning. I wish this interview was actually recorded. Anyway, the first question he asked, he said, how do you evaluate the Islamic group of Osama bin Laden? I said, let's get to some details first, and let's agree on some terminology. He said, did I say something wrong? I said, you said the biggest wrong thing you could ever say. He said, what? I said, first of all, you said Islamic group. I said, how can you affiliate someone like Osama bin Laden with Islam? If he claims to be a Muslim, is not enough. He said, what do you mean? I said, certainly you don't accept me to affiliate, what's his name, that guy who blew the Oklahoma, McVeigh. I said, you don't expect me to affiliate Timothy McVeigh with Christianity. He said, absolutely not. I said, good. You do not accept me to affiliate Hitler with Catholicism, although he was a Catholic. He said, no. I said, then why are you affiliating Osama bin Laden with Islam? He is simply using that term in order to promote a case with laymen and the masses in order to support his cause and drive it further. Though we do not accept him, the majority of Muslims around the world actually reject that group because Osama belongs to a group called Wahhabis. And probably you've heard this term flaring up now in the media and and the Wahhabis movement, the founder of the Wahhabis movement, his name was Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Muhammad bin, by the way, is not the same Ben in English. Ben in Arabic means the son of. So his name was Muhammad, son of Abdul Wahhab. Abdul Wahhab. And that's where the Wahhabi name comes from his surname, the Wahhabis, Wahhab. These people literally interprets the Quran, just like Daniel Pipe did, where he went to the Quran, grabbed one verse out, And he said, the Quran says, kill the infidels wherever you find them. So very horrifying. Kill the infidels wherever you find them. You go to the grocery shop and you see an infidel, you kill him. It's going to create chaos. How do we interpret this verse in light of the Quran and Islamic law? This verse is specific. It has a specific application. And that specific application came when the Prophet was attacked by the Meccans in his own city in Medina, and he was trying to rebel these people. In the action of rebelling these people, it was revealed to the Prophet that in the process of the attack, you are allowed to rebel these people by engaging with them in fighting. You cannot, out of the blue, come, for example, into the Aquinas Academy and just start blowing people up, because they don't see that they could affiliate with your own thoughts and with your own affiliation. They reject the whole concept of the unity of God that I associate myself with. It is not grounds for you to kill people. In fact, there is a verse in the Quran that when it is read and explained, it gives no room for all these quotations that are being quoted out of context in the Quran. It says, "Say, O people of the book, let us come to a common term that we worship only one God." If we cannot agree even on that, then you have your own set of laws and beliefs, and we have our own set of laws and beliefs. And let's try to live in harmony within this whole setup. Simple as that. So if the Quran speaks of that, O people of the book, come to a common terms with us, that we worship only the one God, that we can affiliate with, you and I. And if we cannot, then we have to live in this world and share it together. Then there is no room for this anymore to be applied in the general context as opposed to the specific context of how the Quran is interpreted. And without knowing how the Quran is interpreted, it can give room to so much misconceptions. One of the respected ladies last week, she asked me, yes, she said, do you recommend the Penguin? Yeah, she said, do you recommend that I read the Penguin translation of the Quran? I said no, for one simple reason. Because the Penguin copy of the Quran is just a literal translation of the Quran without commentary. So if you come to a verse, for example, that says, kill the infidels, says, your Quran speaks of killing. Without giving any specific law as to the application of this verse, it's a disaster. And that's why we often say to people, if you want to read the Quran, please read it with commentary, with explanation, because the explanation, when you come to that verse, there is a reference in the margin that talks about the chronological development and the revelation of this particular verse, how it came, when it came, and how it was applied. It is never a general verse that can be simply applied by anyone. And to declare jihad, if there is a need for it, in self-defense, because jihad simply means to struggle and rebel. If we say we're going to apply this in the defense mechanism, in the defense concept, I as an individual cannot declare jihad on anyone. It has to be declared by an approved head of state who has been given what we call the oath of allegiance, like we give to the Queen. When we take the citizenship, we swear an oath of allegiance to the Queen, that she is the Queen of the state, and so on. That person has to be elected, freely elected, not by coercion. In the case of Saddam Hussein, for example, he gets 100% in the elections. Someone came and told me this. I said, if you run a survey on God, he will not scare 100%. Really? If you say, do you believe in God? A survey, he would not score 100%. Saddam Hussein is going to score 100%. I said, it's amazing. It seems that these numbers are the only numbers that that computer system is fed. And there are no other numbers in the case of Saddam. So, what I'm trying to say is, he has to be elected, he has to be approved by the masses of the Islamic world, and not by simple nations. Like not someone elected in Saudi or someone elected in Egypt or someone, and this comes as an individual or head of state declares jihad on another country. It's not accepted from the Islamic law perspective. It has to be a head of state in the sense where it was at the time of the Prophet and those who came after him. That there is, whether it's in the Sunni concept, a caliph, or in the Shia concept, an imam who has the what we call the bay'ah or the oath of allegiance, and then if he is attacked, he will declare in self-defense the jihad, simply to mean rebel or defend. There is no specific term in the Quran that speaks of initiating the attack yourself. I cannot start a war myself. No matter what the consequences are, I cannot just simply start that attack unless I am engaged in a war and that war is imposed on me and I declare my intention of defending myself against that particular invasion. Then I am allowed in self-defense to act out this concept. Otherwise, I cannot. That is in terms of fighting. In terms of self-reform, the other concept of jihad, which is the major concept of jihad, it means to struggle against one's own self. It involves 40 different illnesses to cure by performing jihad on one's one's own self. 40 illnesses. Only 40, yeah. This is just to, put a limit to these 40 illnesses that I'm speaking about, that requires that a person or an individual performs. I'm not going to go through the 40. So, no time. Yeah, the 40 illnesses that requires are not physical illnesses. They are what are addressed by mystics, and you will get to hear that from Dr. Mansour, as the illnesses says of the heart, and that is a mystic term. Mystic terminology, the illnesses of the heart. What are the illnesses of the heart? Some of the illnesses of the heart, for example, envy. Envy. I have to work on myself to cleanse my heart through a process of jihad, struggle, to reform my heart from envy. You cannot go to a general practitioner and say, can you have 2 tablets for envy? There are no tablets for envy. You can go to Dr. Whelan, for example, and say, do you have anything for envy? He said, yeah, go and read the prayer of the God, for example, or palm number, whatever, and so on, because it heals you, it gives you reflection, contemplation, to think more about the other world that we aspire to go to, and not to be concerned with this materialistic world, and so on and so forth. They've listed 40 of these illnesses. Envy, pride. There are 2 forms of pride. There is a good form of pride and a bad form of pride. The bad form of pride is to show off in front of the less fortunate, But the other good pride is to have pride in the good you are spreading, to have pride in the charity of work, for example, but not to the extent that it will take you to a realm where you start thinking that you are better than those who are not performing the act of charity. No. Then you have to go back and reform yourself in that context. So the 40 illnesses that Muslim or Islamic mystics speak of, you will always find them referring to this word. Jihad against one's own self. Now, if jihad was to be taken literally, it means killing yourself. You cannot kill yourself. What they are trying to say is to struggle and strive in a way to make yourself a better person. And if you look at the Quran, there is one specific reference. You will find it in the notes you will be given today. It says, and those who strive those who perform the act of jihad in our cause, those who strive in our causes, we shall take them to the right path. The Quran says. Now, those who affiliate themselves with this, when they speak about those who struggle in our way, think always that struggling in the way of God is to go and kill someone. And that is not the anticipated meaning of that word in that particular verse. It is completely different to that concept. It is literally speaking and specifically referring to these illnesses of the heart. In fact, there is a book that speaks about these illnesses, and that book, it's called the 40 Hadith. 40 Hadith. 40 Hadith means, Hadith literally means tradition. In the 40 Hadith that the writer speaks about, he begins his preamble of the book by quoting that particular tradition that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, when the Prophet welcomed those battalion back and he said, welcome to those who have performed the minor jihad, and now they have to go into the major jihad. He gives this hadith as a preamble to his concordance, to his course of discussion about these illnesses. And it is so beautiful when you read that book, because all it talks about is how to become a better person. And becoming a better person in the view of the writer, and of course, which he affiliates a lot with the Quran, and he quotes so many ayat to prove his case, you would find him at the end of each illness that he tries to give a remedy to, he would say at the end that the best way of reforming oneself is to be able to be a torch of light and guidance for others to emulate and to follow. Not by struggling in a physical way, but simply by walking the earth, people are impressed by his character, by his demeanor, by the way he speaks or she speaks, because we're not talking about genders here. We are specific. I'm trying to be general. He or she can be a source of guidance and a role model to his or her fellow citizens or peers. In every way that person behaves, in every way that person talks, in every way that person behaves, becomes a source of inspiration to others. And that is the main objective of that book. Not to put people to death, no. And I think it is not only that book's objective, but it is the essence of all religions, to reform people to be better people. Like, for example, it is quoted once that in our traditions, I don't know whether it has a reference in the Bible or in other Christian traditions, that Jesus was seen coming out of a brothel. And he was... people, what are you doing, man? Coming out of a brothel. This is not your place. He said, I am a doctor, and a doctor is required to be in every place of life. I'm not there for what you are thinking of. I'm there simply to promote the word of God. Even in a brothel, anywhere. Anywhere you can promote the word of God. It is not restricted to the church or the mosque or the synagogue, or no. In fact, the word of God ought to be even in the street. And what I mean, the word of God ought to be in the street, is not, for example, wearing, those people who are hired on the street to advertise shoes or cosmetics, and they put, a wood, what do they call it? Sandwich board, yes. And there is an ad, love God, God would love you. No. It is the way you behave in public is a reflection of what you believe. And when you are asked, for example, or approached, why do you behave in such a way? Because I'm commanded by the law of God to be like that and to behave in such a way. So your action becomes the real advocate for what you believe in, rather than just spreading words that may sometimes carry no effect whatsoever. Like we have a concept in Islam which refers to the hypocrites. There's a specific reference in the Quran to the hypocrites and the way they behave. God says that the hypocrites in one way can be more dangerous in a community than those who don't even believe in God. Say, why? Say, because they always project the wrong image. They tell you one thing and they go behind your back and do something else. These people are not a true reflection of what God wants. God wants people to specifically, when they say something, they should enact it first, themselves, before preaching it to others. And that concept of jihad specifically addresses all these type of illnesses of a person or an individual. In fact, there was a mystic person in Iran. His name was Abu al-Hasan, means the father of Hassan, because Abu means father, not like the Aladdin movie. Abu is a monkey. No, Abu is father, and father, this Abu al-Hasan wrote on his doorsteps, whoever comes to my doorstep, feed him. So his family, whenever they heard a knock, they used to go and feed that person. One day someone came and he was a Christian. And he said he was wearing the cross, and he knocked on the door of Abu al-Hasan. And the family saw that he was a Christian, and they said, no, this is only for Muslims. So this guy, as he was leaving the house, Abu al-Hasan was coming. And he saw leaving the house empty-handed. So he went into the house and he said to his wife, why was this man empty-handed? She said, because he was Christian. He took his wife outside and he said, read that statement for me. And she read, feed anyone who comes to the door, Abu al-Hasan. He said, did I put there in inverted commas Muslim? She said, no. She said, then you should feed anyone, regardless of his religious affiliation. Because if God was willing to feed everyone, who is then Abu al-Hasan not to feed everyone? I'm not in a position to start, segregating the community into certain, affiliations and groups and behave or act towards these people in a manner that shows that I am biased against a certain group of people because they cannot affiliate with me on the same school of thought or same ideas. There is also a tradition that the Prophet Muhammad himself mentioned about an incident that took place with Prophet Abraham. It is known, a practice of Prophet Abraham, according to our traditions and sources, that he never had food alone. He always wanted someone to sit with him at the table and have food with him. He thought that it is an act of charity to give out food to those who are less fortunate. So once he was looking for someone to come and eat with him, he couldn't find anyone. So he went to the outskirts of the city he was living in, and he waited for someone. No one came. So he came back disappointed to the house, and he sat at the dinner table waiting that maybe God after a while would send someone his way. So all of a sudden someone knocks on his door, and it was one of his affiliates, those who believed in Abraham. He said, there is someone who's a wayfarer, and a wayfarer is someone who's traveling, and he just took refuge in that city. And he's basically, penniless. He's got no money, no place to stay. Can you feed him something? He said, yeah, bring him in. So that man came in, and Abraham said, in the name of God, to start his meal. That guy started eating straight away. And then Abraham looked at him and said, you didn't mention the name of God. And he said, because I don't affiliate with your God. I don't believe in God. He said, well, this dinner is only reserved for believers. It is not for you, mister. So please leave my home. So the man left his home. It is reported in the hadith that Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel, descended immediately on Abraham, and he said, God greets you with peace, and he says to you, I have put up with him for 70 years and I've been feeding him. You could not put up with him for one night? One night you could not feed that person. Please bring him back. So Abraham left the house and he actually ran after that person. He said, please accept my invitation, for you are the one I've been chastised for by God. It is because of you I've been chastised. So please come back. So the idea is if I can understand this concept in the sense that I can open my heart after reforming myself from all these illnesses, being biased, being prejudiced, being envious, being greedy, being whatever, this concept of jihad is the only remedy that can help you overcome all these illnesses and all these problems that someone can, that a person may suffer from every now and then. And the emphasis in the Quran, as I said earlier, in fact, boils down or directly involves this concept and not the concept of shedding blood or killing people and so on and so forth. I'll put it to this. I'll end here, and perhaps we'll take a break and then come back for questions and answers. Perhaps if there is any questions that stems out from the handout, please also feel free to ask me about it in any way.
Hi.
Hi.
Just, it seems to me from what I've picked up that the radical people like the Wahhabis and the Bin Ladens seem to be fairly dominant in the Muslim world in a lot of ways. I think you said something today which may support that.
In fact, no, the Wahhabis are only found in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
Yeah. And that is where the movement actually started. It started in a place called Hijaz, which is the Arabian Peninsula, and specifically in one of the cities of Saudi Arabia. And the movement has been now in place for almost 400 to 500 years. And it spread from there. Their main headquarters as a school of thought is actually in Saudi. They've tried to infiltrate the mainstream, Muslim world, but they did not achieve that well. They could not score big numbers because, people they've been brought up with a certain affiliation, with a certain belief that these people tried to come and overcome and abolish all the belief that they were brought up with, and they could not entertain that. The masses could not entertain or welcome that. It is unfortunate, however, and I have to be very frank and open about this, is that they tried to use money as a mean of spreading their message. Because they are affluent, and unfortunately they have the means, they have the money, they have the oil, and they tried through money to buy some people simply so they could affiliate with them and support their cause. Yeah. But in the mainstream Muslim community, majority of Muslims do not affiliate with the Wahhabi school of thought. In fact, according to some sectors in the Muslim community, they don't even consider these Wahhabis as part of the actual faith. They say they are just, they are just intruders, basically, who've come into the faith to, dismantle it.
Just a supplementary to that, I've heard people say, and I've read that people say, the Western people like Australians, if the majority of the Muslim world are against people like Bin Laden and what their approach to things, how come they don't make that very clear and it doesn't come across in the West? Is that a function of our mass media?
Maybe that's one reason. The second reason is we as Muslims, we have not yet learned to use the media effectively. In fact, I was speaking to a journalist, an Australian journalist, and he told me once, you Muslims, if you know how to use the media to your advantage, the Holocaust is a peanuts in terms of what you have suffered in the world, in terms of atrocities, and the Holocaust means nothing in amidst of what you have suffered. But unfortunately, to your disadvantage, you don't know how to use the media, and I affiliate with that. We do not. We are sometimes very emotional when we go to the media. America this, Russia this. We are always portrayed in that image, You know, we have not learned to use the media effectively to our advantage and argue our point across in an amicable, presentable. I'm sorry, I have to say this, though it hurts deeply within myself, but we have not learned to approach the media in a fashion that would be appealing to others. Not make it up. I'm not trying to say make things up. No, but be frank and open in a way that is accommodated and accepted in the West. We are trying to run courses. Now there is a course that is going to be run at the headquarters of one of the umbrella organizations here in Sydney, is how to handle the media. In fact, the name of the course is how to handle the media. It is one of our Turkish sisters and brothers who are organizing the course, and they've invited two prominent journalists from the Australian newspaper to actually run the course for us. So, yes, and event happened. They showed a footage that was recorded from 1991 when Iraq invaded Kuwait, showing people celebrating, and they put this to show that people are celebrating in the streets of Jerusalem as to what happened in the city of New York. I mean, how do you try to bring that image out from someone's, head or perception of how Muslims behave? Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Sheikh Jihad, you talk about the Quran being both general and specific.
Yes.
There are a couple of instances in my Quran from Saudi Arabia which is rather disparaging about Jews in particular.
Yes.
And Christians occasionally.
Yes.
Could you comment on that, please?
Yes. In fact, in the Quran there are verses that talks about the Jews, but it talks about the Jews and the Christians in specific circumstances, and it does not affiliate with all the Jews and all the Christians in that regard. And it specifically addresses a particular problem that happened at the time of the Prophet, during the settlement process where he was trying to establish his government. And unfortunately, he had a pact with the Jews of Medina at that time. And the pact was, or the deal was, that whenever you are attacked by anyone, we will come to your rescue, and vice versa. And unfortunately, during that span of time, the Jews did not keep that pact, and they allowed in one of the wars that the Meccans launched against the Muslims in Medina. It's called the War of the Ditch, because the Muslims fortified themselves by digging a trench around the outskirts of Medina. So if they are attacked from that particular side, they cannot cross over the trench that they have built. And the Jews were actually on the other side of Medina, protecting the other side, but unfortunately they allowed the Meccans to turn and go through their side. So the injunction came to the Prophet that in the affairs of security measures, you need to be aware of who to employ in certain positions. For example, and this was said openly in the state of Israel, you're not going to appoint as head of security in Israel someone who's an Arab. It does not make sense. It defeats the whole purpose. Because if I'm going to appoint an Arab and a Muslim as the head of ASIO, for example, in Israel, how sure am I about the protection of the security of that state? So from that perspective, it's not a general rule that, for example, Jews and Christians are not to be trusted, or where it says they cannot be taken as friends. Says who? You heard Sheikh Mansour last week saying that the Prophet actually invited the Christian of Najran who came to meet with the Prophet to actually pray in the mosque. When the time for prayer came and they could not find a place because they came to Medina, and at that time there were no churches in Medina. So they asked the Prophet if they could use 1/4 of the mosque, and he said, by all means, go ahead and do it. In another instance, we are told that the Prophet had a Jewish neighbor, a Jewish lady neighbor, who used to dump rubbish by his house every day because she could not affiliate with his message. And one day the Prophet came out and he did not find the trash in front of his house. So he went and he visited that lady. And when the servant came out to answer the door, the Prophet inquired as to the whereabouts of the lady, and he was informed that she's taken ill. And he said, ask her that I would like to go and visit her. So it came as a shock. I'm dumping rubbish by your doorsteps. By now you would have filed a case by the local magistrate court, to take action against you. But you come and visit me. He said, yes, this is my practice. I am here to preach the word of God. And when my neighbor takes ill, I'm obliged to come and visit that neighbor, regardless of what he does or she does to me. And at that instance, that lady remarked by saying, this is not a character of an ordinary person. You must have some inspiration that you receive from someone. So, and there were, after that, good neighbors. So, in the second migration, we have two migrations. We have the first migration where the Muslims took refuge in Abyssinia, as I mentioned last week, and Dr. Mansour mentioned. And these people took refuge at a Christian king. His name is Negus. And the reason why they were sent there in the first place is the mere fact that the Prophet told his followers, go there because there is a generous Christian king, that he will not hurt you if you explain to him your faith and what you believe in. And in fact, they were accommodated when a group of Meccans elite went to bring these people back, and they tried to use some sort of a plot against the Muslims, in the sense that Amr ibn al-As, who was one of the elite members of the Meccan royalty, he told the Negus, ask Ja'far. Ja'far was the head of the Muslim delegation, and he was the cousin of the Prophet. He said, ask him what they believe about Virgin Mary. And then Negus took to his feet, and he said, do you have anything in your Quran that speaks about Jesus and his Virgin Mother Mary? He said, yes, we do. We have a whole chapter. And he started reading for him. At that instance of time, Negus took a stick and he drew a line on the floor. The messenger. And he said, what separates you from us is nothing more than this line. Meaning the belief between Christians and Muslims are just separated by this mere line. Go and live in my country. I will never surrender you, not for the entire money of the world. So there has always been that Muslim-Christian affiliation, even at the time of the Prophet. And we are told, for example, that it was the golden era for Jews when Muslim ruled Spain, for example. And Judaism actually flourished during that era because they were allowed to practice their religion and do as what they want. In fact, if you look at the history of Islam and the government that ruled over that history of Muslims, whether it is with the Umayyad dynasty or the Abbasi dynasty, or even during the time of the Ottoman Empire, you would find that Muslims were more persecuted under Muslim rule than other religions. In fact, in the Umayyad rule, some of the ministers of Muawiyah, who was the head of the Umayyad dynasty, were Christians. Christian ministers, not in the church, Christian ministers as in the running the affairs of the state. So the reason why this was so is because they did not understand the text of the Quran as literal as what the Wahhabis are trying to con people into believing, that these people are trash, these people are not to be trusted, these people... Look, the Quran even says, don't take them as friends and so on, because they want to justify what they are trying to do.
Jesus made the comment, of course, if you're aware, forgive the Father, they know not what they're doing.
Yes.
I understand Muhammad.
Yes.
Situation made a similar comment.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Several, in fact, in one of the sayings of the Prophet, in regard to how you should relate to the people of the book, we say that Christians and Jews are people of the book because they have a book, they have a divine book that was revealed to them. The Prophet declared in a number of occasions after he established the government in Medina, his city, he said, whoever harms one of the people of the book, I shall be his adversary on the day of judgment. In another statement, he said, whoever harms one of the people of the book, he harms me, and whoever harms me, he is in fact harming Allah or God. So don't ever think of doing so. We are not allowed, even, for example, if we go into another country, there are specific directions that, let's say you are involved in a defensive war, not in an offensive war, and you happen to overtake that land in that defensive war. You are not allowed to enter into monasteries. You are not allowed to go into churches. You are not allowed to go into synagogues. You are not allowed to burn any cultivating field. You are not allowed to destroy any farming lands or animals that are used for that process. You are only allowed to engage in a defensive war against those who are fighting you. You're not allowed to harm women. You're not allowed to kill children. Nothing of that, only combatants. And these are specific directions that were given by the Prophet to the Muslims of that time. It is unfortunate that people behave differently, and they use Islam as a pretext or religion as a pretext to justify what they are doing, because you need something to justify what you are doing. And the best thing to do is to use religion as a pretext in justifying. Yes, sorry.
Getting back for a moment to the popular media here, which I get pretty angry with fairly regularly, because it seems clear to me their basic aim is not the truth, it's sensationalism.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, somewhat related to that, and I know comparisons are odious, but your daily telegraphs and so on of this country, controversy concerning Islam, they'll tend to make a beeline for someone like the Imam at the Lakemba Mosque. Now, as I said, I know comparisons are odious, but I'm wondering if you could just make some remarks on his affiliation and training, say, compared to yourself and Dr. Mansour.
In fact, I have a close relationship with the Imam at Lakemba Mosque. He's a close friend of mine. And he was a graduate of Al-Azhar University, where I also graduated from in Egypt. And he's been around the world. He's been in a number of posts around the world, mainly Lebanon and Egypt and Libya and all these posts. And his final post was here in Australia. In fact, this is one incident where the Muslim did not handle it in a way that is reflective of their religion. I will be very frank. My perception of the whole incident would have been a press release statement saying, look, because he works with the Lebanese Muslim Association, the car he was driving was not his. It was owned by the association, and they gave it to him to drive. They did not renew the registration papers. He drove it not knowing that all these justifications mean nothing to me. What means to me is a press statement saying, we as the Lebanese Muslim Association would like to express our apology that we were the culprits and we gave an unregistered vehicle to our imam to drive. We are sorry, and this is something that will never happen. The cause is closed, absolutely closed. You can't do much more than that. But it went out into flare and glare and, all this. If it was kept, no frills or no names, it would have passed perfectly. But unfortunately, as I said, that emotional, fervor in some people had caused this commotion to take place in the media. And of course, everyone utilized the opportunity to even escalate and exacerbate the whole situation further and further. Yeah.
With all due respect to the Imam, they'd be someone like the Daily Telegraph or Channel 10. His command of English is not what yours is.
Yes, it's poor.
He doesn't seem to be as sophisticated, for want of a better word, than yourself. Or they're going to tend to shy away from people like you who give them a rigorous answer and go for someone they see as a softer target.
Well, Unfortunately, well, I'm not in that position. And he was, in fact, in Arabic, he's a very, very eloquent speaker. If you understand Arabic, and he can physically mesmerize you in the way he comes across in Arabic, because his command of Arabic is superb. The way he speaks and the way he comes across, and even the way he affiliates with the young, with the youth. The youth love him because he has a very simple character. Like, for example, he goes down the road and he plays soccer with them after he finishes his prayer, and he broke his hands twice playing soccer with the youth because he's not young. He's about 65 now, but he keeps playing soccer though he has an iron rod in his hand till this minute. But it's unfortunate that if you don't have the command of the language of the country you are living in, sometimes you could have the right on your side, but because you cannot express yourself, the right can turn against you, and so on. Yeah, but I think this is something we need to look into as a Muslim community. Yes.
A couple of answers ago, you mentioned history in terms of the Muslims in Spain and the Ottoman expansion into Europe.
Yes.
This is a very amorphous question. Maybe it's too complex.
Yes.
But do you attribute those advances into Europe as just being about, expansionist policies, whether you're Muslim, Christian, or whatever?
Yeah.
Or do you see them as having any relation to a desire to spread Islam?
No. In fact, Islam cannot be spread by force. And it was simply a desire on the part of the Ottoman Empire to spread its wings all over the place in terms of expanding their rule over that particular part of the world. Even the expansionist policy during the time of the Umayyad and the Abbasis era is not accepted by Islamic scholars, because at certain times Islam was given to these people regardless of choice, and that is not accepted. Islam says in chapter that chapter I mentioned, chapter 2, it says there is no compulsion in religion. That means the only way I can spread the message of Islam is by preaching. I can preach the word. If you want to accept it and affiliate with it, it's up to you. But I cannot come with the sword or with the gun or whatever and say you either believe or we'll put you to death. That is not accepted in any shape or form. Yes. Sorry, before we go on, someone asked me about the Eid of sacrifice. And I thought for the benefit of everyone, I'll speak briefly about it because it was yesterday. We celebrated it yesterday. The Eid of sacrifice dates back to an Abrahamic practice, and it is even mentioned in the Old Testament when Abraham wanted to sacrifice his son. The only difference is that in the Old Testament it mentions of Isaac. He was about to sacrifice Isaac. We believe he was about to sacrifice Ishmael, prophet, and we believe that both are prophets. And the only reason we celebrate that Eid of sacrifice is that Abraham accepted what God wanted of him in order to sacrifice his son for God's sake, though it did not happen because he was redeemed by a ram instead, in order to just verify how strong is Abraham affiliated with the laws of God. So as Muslims, we celebrate that in terms of sacrificing anything for the pleasure of God, but not in killing people, but rather in promoting the word of God and so on. And that Eid marks the end of the pilgrimage season. Like people go to pilgrimage every year. At the end of the pilgrimage, the completion of the rituals of the pilgrimage, the Eid comes, and it is always on the 10th day of the month of the Hujjah. It's called the month of Hajj, which is the last month in the Muslim calendar. It's like month number 12 in the Muslim calendar. It's called Dhul Hujjah, which means the month of Hajj. Yeah, and that's what the Eid al-Adha is all about. Sorry, yes.
This again relates to the media because I think it's a really major obstacle.
Yes.
10 years ago, well, just I had prior to this 10-year ago situation, I'd written 4 novels, and I'd found myself developing quite a deep spirituality over the course of writing those novels. When I got to writing my 5th novel, which was about 10 years ago, I'd been reading a lot about Islam and reading the Quran and just getting very interested. I mean, I'm a practicing Catholic, but what does that mean? Anyway, so I wrote a book that I thought was a really positive expression of my love for Islam, and the central character was a Sri Lankan Islamic physicist, because I'd adopted 2 girls from Sri Lanka and had been very impressed with many of the Muslim or Islamic minority that I had met when I was living there. Anyway, I had you would say, international recognition for the books that I had written prior to my book on Islam. Of course, I still can't get it published. I think it's a very sophisticated book. I don't think it... I think it portrays Islam really sympathetically, but it does so from a totally Western Catholic perspective. But because I'm bringing a sort of a spirituality to it and an appreciation and love of the subject matter, it's just been rejected from all quarters.
I'm not surprised, because I went through the same experience, but not with writing books, actually writing articles, not a book. There was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was so much commotion about circumcision or female genital mutilation. And they ascribed the practice to Muslims. And in one of the local papers, The Torch, which is published in the Bankstown area, there was a huge debate about the subject. And there were people condemning the practice and writing against Islam and affiliating the actual practice with Islam. After a huge commotion, I wrote one article in regard to this issue, in which I mentioned that the whole quotation that have been quoted by one particular person, that person went to Muslim books and he started digging, and researching about all this. And I wrote an article. The article was printed somewhere in the paper that I myself could not find it until I was given reference to where the article was. And it was I don't even think it was, number 10 size font. I think it was another program, God knows where from. It was a 7 size font or something, just because it actually put an end to the argument. Because it said, specifically, I said that all the references that were quoted by that person are fabricated traditions of the Prophet. Because we have a list of fabricated tradition in our books that were actually written, and then they were ascribed to the Prophet as if he said them. And in fact, he did not say them. And I listed the history of how this practice came about, that it was actually a pagan practice that originated in Africa, and it is still to this day being practiced in some tribes in Africa. And if it has participated into the Muslim, Muslim nations, it is only based on tradition and not on Islamic law basis. And there is no root for it in Islam, or it is even encouraged to be done. And of course, this does not, it's not sensationalism, as my brother just said here, that media is only about sensationalism. If you've got something good, like Salman Rushdie, of course, you will get, front page coverage. But to say something good about Islam and Muslims, if you are lucky, you will get last page, article or somewhere in the employment section, perhaps, or somewhere there, It's unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Oh, Sheikh, I have a question. It's a relatively well-known statement, I suppose, that people say in our tradition, that Christianity hasn't failed, but Christians fail.
Yes.
And just reflecting on what you said about jihad in the sense of reform and personal reform, I wonder, would you perhaps tell us what the traditions and practices are in dealing with your followers who perhaps have failed but seek to reform, and Yes, that was the only. The other question I had, perhaps not related to that, but is this, that in relation to the writing of the Holy Book, the Quran, is that, they have some literal views about who's written it and when it was written,
Yes.
and do they have some views about the way it's set out, and does the way it's set out suggests an importance of some attitudes over other attitudes?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. In reference to your first question, I personally, in my mosque where I operate from two mosques, namely the one in Earlwood and the other one at Granville. And this is a fairly new mosque. It's about 8 months old. My whole work revolves around the youth. I affiliate very greatly with the youth. I feel if there will be any hope for Muslims not to fail as Muslims, not as a religion, then we need to concentrate on the youth, because they are the aspiration and the future of any community, as per se. So, in as far as those who want to reform, the doors are always open and they come into my congregation. My practice has always been that I would never discuss an issue of reform in the open, and by specifically addressing an issue that has come my way through a person who wants that reform. I would only speak in very general terms about issues that these people may have affiliated with. But I've got counseling sessions. People come to my house for counseling, and that's how I deal with people who want to reform. And the main subject of my discussion is character, and especially in reference to how to behave in public. This has always been my biggest dilemma in the way our community has portrayed itself in public. That image is not well perceived. Like, for example, some of the way some women dress, the veil, for example. The veil can be, some women can dress in a very immaculate way and put the veil in such a manner that is not, at first instance when you see that person, you're not going to take 10 steps back. No, it is in a very approachable way of wearing the garb or the Islamic dress and so on. These things or these topics are topics that were not addressed in a fashion where the attention was drawn to it in a public forum. It was always left to the taste of individuals. But this cannot be so in light of the challenges that we are facing now. We need to draw the attention of our community members as to the way you speak, the way you behave, the way you even talk, the way you deal with the law, the way you are in the street, and so on and so forth. So the bulk of my preaching now revolves around these type of things, because you are always judged by the way you speak, you behave. No one, for example, I tell, I don't want to sidetrack but too much, but I say to my students and to those people who come for reform, I say, if you want to present Islam to non-Muslims or to those who have no idea about Islam, if I come to you and I say, look, I've got this biscuit chocolate, and I give you a detailed description of its ingredients by measurement, that the chocolate is 2 spoons and the sugar is 4 teaspoons, and you use cocoa instead of using Milo, and your mouth starts watering as to the taste of this chocolate biscuit, and at the end of that description I don't give you a bite. It's useless. Absolutely useless. I say that is the way we are trying to present Islam. Oh, Islam is beautiful, Islam is peace, Islam is this, and all we see is corruption. Useless. You have to live and abide by the law that you are trying to project to people. Then you don't need to advocate it by words. It can simply be seen by your character. In fact, there is an Imam called Ja'far al-Sadiq. He's the 6th descendant Imam from the family of the Prophet. He was once addressing his students and he said, if you want to advocate our cause, do it silently. They said, excuse me? Do it silently? What do you mean? He said, do it through actions. Don't speak. Your action speaks louder than words. You don't need to tell people who you are. It's the way you behave that people will come to know who you are. So that is in reference to question number 1. Question number 2, there is consensus among the Muslims that the Quran was actually scribed during the life of the Prophet. But it was not put into that cover, into that binding during his time. But it was written on pieces of leather, on pieces of rocks, actually engraved on pieces by the scribes that the Prophet had. And then there are 2 opinions that it was put all together in that into a similar binding like this by the 3rd Caliph after the Prophet, whose name was Osman. And 1 copy of that Quran still exists today in one of the Turkish museums. And the other copy is in the British Museum. The 2 copies of it, one is lost, one in the Turkish Museum and one in the British Museum to this date. And the other opinion is that no, it was actually put into one binding by the cousin of the Prophet and his son-in-law, Imam Ali, who married the Prophet's daughter. And it was there. And the chronological order of the Quran, how it is put, it was actually given at the direction of Archangel Gabriel, who told the Prophet that, for example, this verse was revealed today, and 10 days later, for example, another verse was revealed. He was instructed that this verse belongs to this particular chapter, and it comes after that particular verse. So the Prophet would communicate that to the scribes that write this particular verse in that particular place, in order to have that chronological order, or that specific order as it is now in the Quran. It is not dependent on the length of the chapter or the no, it is specifically written as per the description of the Prophet and the instructions of the Prophet. Yes.
My question is, I understand that Muslims deny the divinity of Jesus.
Yes.
They say he was simply a prophet, and that 600 years later, another prophet came named Muhammad, and that faith replaced Christianity in a sense, because I believe that Jesus was divine.
Yes.
So I'd like you to answer that.
Yes, in fact, as my colleague Sheikh Mansour mentioned last time, it is only Islam is a non-Christian religion that believes in Jesus. No other religion believes in Jesus. Not even, at best, they would put him as a reformer in other beliefs. But in Islam, Jesus is given such a high status. He is not only a prophet, or a simple prophet. He is actually one of the 5 most elitist prophet that were sent for the guidance of mankind. We do not accept Jesus as the Son of God, because we are of the belief that God is unique in the sense that he does not give birth, he does not affiliate with family, he does not have a wife, he does not have children, because simply from our perspective, he does not need family and children to help him or to promote his cause and so on and so forth. He's unique in that perspective. But yes, we believe he's a prophet, he's a reformer, he's a messenger who came with a message, and that when the Prophet came, he came to complement the teachings of Jesus.
Yeah, this of course causes a lot of trouble in the world, with your belief being what it is and ours what it is. We're quite different, really, in many ways.
In what sense?
Well, in the sense that we definitely believe in the divinity of Jesus.
Yeah, sure. So if you believe in that, but I don't believe in it, but though I do not have to fight with you on that perspective or on that belief,
sure.
I can perhaps find room to affiliate with you and for you to affiliate with me. I'm not saying Jesus is nothing. At least I'm saying he's a messenger. There are others that you can affiliate with and live along their sides when they don't even consider him. They consider him as an imposter in some religions. Someone who came to abrogate everything that they came with. I don't want to be more blunt than that, because I don't want to go into an argument that may flare up. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Well, my question relates to jihad, and comparison between the Muslim spirituality and Christian spirituality.
Yes.
It seems to me that I could do it to make the statement. My impression is that there's no concept of jihad in the Christian spirituality. Now, I have to support that, but I suppose we're meeting with persecution, opposition, difficulty, or temptation. The response to those difficult situations would be quite different from a Muslim to a Christian. Now, I suppose I have to defend that.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of the fact, for example, the story of Christ's temptation. When he confronted Satan, he didn't wrestle with or strive with Satan. He opposed him firmly, etc. Another example.
In what way he actually defended him? Or,
in the sense, I don't see that as a jihad. And maybe I'm open to discussion, perhaps. But also Christ's teaching to the disciples that he should, when they entered a town that didn't accept them, they weren't supposed to strive or wrestle with people. They were simply to dust off their shoes and leave the town. That, and there's a number of other illustrations I could give, perhaps, to support the impression I have at the moment, that makes an interesting comparison between an Islamic approach and a Christian approach. I'm just wondering if you feel that's on the right track in any way at all?
It all depends. It all depends of how you interpret the word jihad. For example, in the Quran, there is no reference to actually having a wrestle with Satan. The only way you can curb Satan away, or keep him away from you, or curb the temptation of Satan, is by struggling not in the physical sense, but struggling to keep him away from you by being a good person yourself, by promoting always what is good, and helping others promote what is good. Not in the sense of physical altercation with Satan. For example, I'll give you an example. You know, when people go to Hajj, they go to a particular place where they throw the pebbles. Okay? Why? Because it is a practice of Abraham. For example, when Abraham wanted to sacrifice, let's say, Isaac or Ishmael, for that matter, according to our tradition, it says that Satan appeared before Abraham to tempt him not to do it, which means basically that Satan was trying to stand in the face of Abraham not to comply with what God wanted him to do. So Abraham threw 7 pebbles at Satan to keep him away. All right, now, this practice came down to the Muslims, and that Muslims go now to reenact that practice of throwing pebbles at a particular post in Mecca. Now, it is unfortunate that people still perceive that Satan is actually sitting there waiting to cop 7 pebbles from 2 million pilgrims, you know. Sorry, I'll just put this there. And that, in fact, there are specific prophetic injunctions that goes to the effect that when you go and collect your pebbles from a place called Muzdalifah, which is a place between Arafah, the mountain where the pilgrims have to stand on the 9th of that month of Dhul Hujjah, before they go to Mina, where they throw the pebbles. There's a place in between called Muzdalifah. It is there where you collect the pebbles. The instructions, specific instructions by the Prophet, is that when you collect your pebbles, they must not be bigger than the size of, what do you call it? You know, no, bear is too big. The size of, what is it? A bean. Yes, that's the word, a bean. You know the bean? Not the broad beans, you know, the small bean. the red kidney beans, not these ones, no, the small. No bigger than. But unfortunately, you go there and you see, and it happened to me. You find someone with a pair of shoes trying to beat the devil. I went to some person, I said, why the shoes? I mean, the instructions are clear that you should throw the... He said, no, but he caused me to divorce my wife. I said, it's you who divorced your wife, not Satan. You know? So that is what I'm trying to say when I say jihad, in the sense of struggle, that we always blame it on shaitan. You know, when you come into a room, you hang your clothes on a clothes hanger. We always try to hang our sins on Satan. You know, you are the cause. But if you were not weak, he could not have penetrated you. So that is the shield you need to put before you when shaitan tries to tempt you. And I think that is what Jesus, peace be upon him, was trying to promote when he said that when he was trying to rebel shaitan away from him, it is that practice that he was trying to put in place. And that is the similar concept that I was trying to talk and promote when I introduced the concept of jihad, that you use that type of concept to rebel shaitan away and not to have a physical altercation with him. Yes. Yeah.
Hadn't thought of this before, but is it possible to think of Jesus' cleansing of the temple, which is recorded in all 4 Gospels, in the manner of a jihad? And might our tradition of asceticism be understood in that sense, of our own inner struggle? Do you have in the Islamic tradition the record of Jesus cleansing the temple and driving out the money changers and so forth?
We don't have it in the actual Quranic text, but we have traditions of his statements transmitted to Muslim jurists that he had that practice carried out. Yes.
Do you have any response to that? Or?
In fact, if you also study the other aspects of the Bible, you would find that there are specific instructions that if you enter a country, kill the women, kill the children, just cleanse the whole place, and I don't know the actual reference. I've read it myself, but I can't give the actual quotation. I can give it to you. But that also, for me, to ascribe this to Christianity, even if it was transmitted in the Bible, I must question first why it was first said and how it is applied in the literal sense. I cannot affiliate Christianity with shedding someone's blood. No matter how people may have misconstrued the teaching of Christ, I do not affiliate or say that Christianity advocates any of such actions in real life. Though it has taken place in the course of history. But I cannot affiliate these people to Christianity.
Just quickly, I would think the driving out of the temple was a very special case. I'm not quite sure if I'd see it as jihad or not, but I'm open to education on this.
I think maybe
it's an
because
interesting point,
of how jihad has been portrayed, and the name jihad, the stigma that is attached to that word, it makes it difficult in the mind of someone who's not affiliated with the Islamic law to really grasp the real meaning of what jihad means in self-reform and rebelling what is evil. But once this becomes more clearer, I think we can affiliate more and more with that concept and what it means and what it holds.
Sheikh Jihad, is in the Quran the great commandment of Christ to love one another?
Oh, yes.
That's written
Absolutely,
in the Quran.
yes. Actually, in the Quran, in one way or another, not in a chronological way, but if you read the whole scripture, you will actually find the 10 Commandments there.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say is my church went to the Lakemba Mosque.
Yes.
And prayed we were invited after September the 11th. We rang
to that open day. Did you go to that open?
No, we went after that
All
open
right.
day.
Fair enough.
And we were very much welcomed, and we were able to pray with the women in the mosque.
Okay.
And we were very.
You went through the Muslim Women Association.
Kaiser Trad.
Yes.
And we also our minister also prayed in the mosque.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I have a close affiliation with the Uniting Church. I'm a close friend of Father Bill Cruz, Reverend Bill Cruz, I should say. And he came once to our mosque, and he was invited in, and we appeared on one of the radio programs once, and we spoke about youth issues. And we affiliated very closely because he's suffering also a lot of how to bring the youth into religion and what you can do with the youth and so on and so forth. So, and something very, very funny happened when he came. He didn't know that you have to take your shoes off before you go into the mosque. And I said, Reverend, please, you have to take your shoes off. He said, no, over my dead body. I said, why? He said, look, I have my reasons. I said, you can't go in. He said, do I really have to? I said, yes, you have. I said, but what's your problem? He said, he came and he whispered in my ear. He said, I've got odd color socks. Take socks off. It's fine by me. There's no problem. So and actually, last year he invited Sheikh Mansour to that
Aquinas Academy 2003, Introduction to Islam with Sheikh Jihad. This morning's session is on the place of women in Islam.
Specifically, I don't want to dwell too much into some of the practices that were carried out by the pagan Arabs prior to the advent of the Islam. Allow me just to mention one practice that was so abhorrent that the Quran revealed one specific chapter to deplore the activity of such an abhorrent practice that was carried by the Arab, and that is to bury alive the daughters out of shame. It was a common practice by the Arabs to actually bury the daughters alive in order to keep shame away from the family, because they always had that idea that it is only the woman that would bring shame to the family. Islam has given women rights and privileges which has never been enjoyed under any other constitutional system. You might, this might sound very prejudicial or very, too much to absorb and bear, but you will see why I'm saying this. This can be understood when the matter is studied as a whole in a comparative manner, rather than partially. The rights and responsibilities of a woman are equal to those of a man, but they are not necessarily identical with them. Equality and sameness are two distinct different things. This difference is understandable because man and woman are not identical, but they are created equals. With this distinction in mind, there is no problem. It is almost impossible to find even two identical men or women. And I'm not talking about just looks and shapes. I'm talking about mental capacity, thinking power, and so on. This distinction between equality and sameness is of paramount importance. Equality is desirable, just, and fair. However, sameness is not. People are not created identical, but they are created equals. With this distinction in mind, there is no room to imagine that woman is inferior to man. There is no ground to assume that she is less important than he just because her rights are not identically the same as his. Had her status been identical with man, she would have been simply a duplicate of him, which she is not. The fact that Islam gives her equal rights but not identical rights shows that it takes her into due consideration, acknowledges her, and recognizes her as an independent person. It is not the tone of Islam that brands woman as the product of the devil or the seed of evil. Nor does the Quran place man as the dominant lord of woman who has no choice but to surrender to his dominance. Nor was it Islam that introduced the question of whether or not woman has in fact any soul or not. Never in the history of Islam has any Muslim doubted the human status of woman or her position of soul and other fine spiritual qualities. And I'm not talking about the Taliban here. Forget the Taliban, because we agreed they are not representative of the Islamic religion. Unlike other popular belief, Islam does not blame Eve alone for the first sin. And this is very much mentioned in a very profound way in the Quran. The Quran makes it very clear that both Adam and Eve were tempted, that they both sinned, that God's pardon was granted to both after their repentance, and that God addressed them jointly. You can find this in chapter 2, verse 35, chapter 7, verse 19 and 27, chapter 20, verse 117 to 123. In fact, the Quran gives the impression that Adam was more to blame for the first sin, from which emerged prejudice against women and suspicion of her deeds. But Islam does not justify such prejudice or suspicion, because both Adam and Eve were equally in error. And if we are to blame Eve, we should blame Adam as much or even more. The status of women in Islam is something unique, something novel, something that has no similarity in any other system. If we look to the Eastern communist world or to the democratic nations, we find that woman is not really in a happy position. I will say why. I'll qualify my statement. Her status is not enviable. She has to work so hard to live, and sometimes she may be doing the same job that a man does, but her wages is less than his. She may be doing this, as I said. She enjoys a kind of liberty which in some cases amounts to liberatism. To get to where she is nowadays, women struggled harder for decades and centuries. To gain the rights of learning and the freedom of work and earning, she had to offer painful sacrifices and give up many of her natural rights. To establish her status as a human being possessing a soul, she paid heavily. Yet, in spite of all these costly sacrifices and painful struggles, she has not acquired what Islam has established by a divine decree for the Muslim woman. The rights of a woman of modern times were not granted voluntarily or out of kindness by the men to female. No. Modern woman reached her present position by force and not through natural process of mutual consent or divine teaching. She had to force her way, and various circumstances came to her aid. Perhaps shortage of manpower during wars, pressures of economic needs and requirements of industrial developments forced women to get out of her home, to work, to learn, to struggle for livelihood, to appear as an equal partner to man, to run her race in the course of life side by side with him. She was forced by the circumstances, and in turn she forced herself through and acquired her new status. Whether all women were pleased with these circumstances being on their side, and whether they are happy and satisfied with the result of this course is a different matter. But the fact remains that whatever rights modern woman enjoys falls short of her Muslim counterpart, not as what we see in the media portrayed these days. What Islam has established for women is that which suits her nature, gives her full security and protects her against disgraceful circumstances and uncertain channels of life. We do not need here to elaborate on the status of modern woman and the risk she runs to make her living to establish herself. We do not even need to explore the miseries and setbacks that encircles her as a result of the so-called rights of women movement. Nor do we intend to manipulate the situation of many unhappy homes which break because of the very freedom and rights of which modern woman is sometimes very proud of. Most women today exercise the right of freedom to go out independently, to work and earn, to pretend to be equal to man, but this sadly enough is at the expense sometimes of their families. This all known and obvious, what is not known is the status of women in Islam. An attempt will be made in the following passages to sum up the attitude of Islam with regard to the woman. And you will see that in this page, you will get all the pointers as to her status is concerned. Number one, woman is recognized by Islam as a full and equal partner of man in the procreation of humankind. He is the father, she is the mother, and both are essential for life. Her role is not less vital than his. By this partnership, she has an equal share in every aspect. She is entitled to equal rights, she undertakes equal responsibilities, and in her there are as many qualities and as much humanity as there are in her partner. To this equal partnership in the production of humankind, God says, O mankind, verily we have created you from a single pair of a male and female. The question of a female was brought out into being from the crooked rib of Adam. We do not affiliate with in the Quran. It is not something that is affiliated with in the Quran. She is as equal as he is. Verily we have created you from a single pair of a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes that you may know each other. Quran chapter 49 verse 13 and chapter 4 verse 1. She is equal to man in bearing personal and common responsibilities and in receiving rewards for her deeds. She is acknowledged as an independent personality in possession of human qualities and worthy of spiritual aspiration without limits. In possession of human qualities and worthy of spiritual aspiration without limits. Her human nature is neither inferior to nor deviant from that of man. Both are members of one another, and to that God said in the Quran, and their Lord has accepted their prayers and answered them, saying, never will I cause to be lost the work of any of you, be it male or female. You are members of one another. Chapter 3, verse 195, chapter 9, verse 71, chapter 33, verse 35 to 36, chapter 66, verses 19 to 21. Point number 3, she is equal to man in the pursuit of education and knowledge. When Islam enjoins the seeking of knowledge upon Muslims, it makes no distinction between man and woman. Almost 14 centuries ago, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and other prophets declared that the pursuit of knowledge is incumbent on every male and female Muslim. This declaration was very clear and was implemented by Muslims throughout history. Number 4, she is entitled to freedom of expression as much as man is. Her sound opinion are taken into consideration and cannot be disregarded just because she happened to belong to the female sex or gender. It is reported in the Quran and history that women not only expressed her opinion freely but also argued and participated in serious discussions with the Prophet himself as well as with other Muslim leaders. Quran chapter 58 verses 1 to 4, chapter 60 verses 10 to 12. Besides, there were occasions when Muslim women expressed their views on legislative matters of public interest and stood in opposition to the caliphs who then accepted the sound argument of these women. It is reported, yes, sorry.
Sorry, Sheikh, just one query. You say women have equal responsibilities. Are they, some Christian religions, women take on a spiritual context. Yes. Can a woman be a spiritual leader in Islam?
Yes, she can reach the highest degree of what we call a marja, and a marja is a point of reference. She can reach that to that high degree. However, she cannot lead only the prayers because of the mechanical movement that is involved with men. She can lead the prayers among women, and there is no problem with that whatsoever. And we have in history a number of women who attain that status of what we call marja, or a point of reference. For example, I am not a marja, I'm a sheikh. So if I get stuck along the lines of trying to deduce a particular answer for a particular modern issue, I need to go to that point of reference that we call marja. And literally marja means going back to a point of reference in Arabic. So in that case, I can go back to that woman who had reached that status to consult her on these issues. Just one example of the sound opinion of women that had taken place in the Muslim world. It is reported that during the time of the second caliph, which is known as Umar ibn al-Khattab, he was once addressing the Muslims from the pulpit during the Friday sermon, which is the congregational prayer like Sunday for our Christian brothers. And he mentioned something along the lines that he wanted to restrict the amount of dowry that a man is liable to pay as a gift to his wife in the initial stages of proposal. And the Quran speaks very openly that no man is entitled to restrict that amount. It is open to the lady to demand whatever amount she wants as a gift prior to the marriage contract taking place. And due to the financial restraints that were taking place during that time, he wanted to regulate the amount, being the head of the state at that time. So one woman stood up in the middle of the prayer while he was speaking, and she said, where in the Quran are you basing your opinion on? He said, I'm not basing it on the Quran, I'm basing it on my own political, reasoning. She said, you are not entitled to do so because Quran overrules what you say. And then he acknowledged, he said, in fact, I have to acknowledge that a woman in that case was more closer to the interpretation of the Quran than the head of state of the Muslims. And he declined. He retracted his statement and said, I cannot put a restriction on that particular gift. Historical records shows that women also participated in public life with the early Muslims, especially in times of emergencies. Women used to accompany the Muslim armies in self-defense, engage in battles, to nurse the wounded, prepare supplies, serve the soldiers, and so on. They were not shut behind iron bars or considered worthless creatures and deprived of souls. Number 6, Islam grants women equal rights to contract, to enterprise, to earn and possess independently anything that relates to financial transactions. Her life, her property, her honor are as sacred to those as man. If she commits any offense, her penalty is no less or greater than that of man in similar cases. If she is wronged or harmed, she gets due compensation equal to what a man in her position would get. Chapter 2, verse 178, chapter 4, verse 45, and chapter 92. In regard to this, for example, according to Islamic law of matrimonial contract, let's assume that a woman is involved in a marital contract to a man, and she has a certain property or certain wealth. Not every property between husband and wife are joint property. They can be joint if there is a decision to make it joint property. However, if the wife in that case demands that whatever she had earned prior to the marriage, or that she had acquired through her personal work or inheritance, through inheritance, that remains hers alone, then the husband cannot force her to add her property to his. And whatever she acquires after the marriage, either through work again or through inheritance or through maintenance from the husband, because the husband is liable for the full maintenance of the wife after the marriage, remains hers alone, and no man under any circumstances is allowed to take that property away from his wife. So she has full right to exercise her financial transactions in any way she wants to do so. Islam does not state these rights in a statistical form and then relaxes about it. It has taken all measures to safeguard them and put them into practice as integral articles of faith. It never tolerates those who are inclined to prejudice against women or discrimination between man and woman. Time and time again, the Quran reproaches those who used to believe women to be inferior to men. In chapter 16, verse 57 to 59, chapter 62, and then verse 62, chapter 42, verse 47 to 59, chapter 43, verses 15 to 19, chapter 53, verse 21 to 23, it talks about all these matters. Number 8, apart from recognition of woman as an independent human being, acknowledged as equally essential for the survival of humanity, Islam has given her a share of inheritance as well. Before Islam, she was not only deprived of that share, but was herself considered as property to be inherited by man himself. Out of that transferable property, Islam made her an heir, acknowledging the inherent human qualities in woman. Whether she is a wife or a mother, a sister or a daughter, she receives a certain share of the deceased's kin's property, a share which depends on her degree of relationship to the deceased and the number of heirs involved. This share is hers, and no one can take it away or disinherit her in any way. Disinherit her in any way. Even if the deceased wishes to deprive her by making a will to the other relations or in favor of any other member of his heirs, the law, Islamic law, would intervene to give her her proper share according to the distribution that is given to her in the Quran in relation to her particular status in relation to that deceased person. Therefore, if a will is made and she is deprived of any form of inheritance, the Islamic law will overrule the will and not vice versa. The will never overrule the law in any circumstance. Even if, as I said, any proprietor is permitted to make his will within the limit of 1/3 of his property, so he may not affect the rights of his heirs, men and women alike. In that case, In the case of inheritance, the question of quality and sameness is fully applicable. In principle, both man and woman are equally entitled to inherit the property of the deceased relations, but the portions they get may vary according to their position in the family. In some instances, man receives 2 shares where woman gets only 1. And I will clarify as to why she will get 1. Yes?
Just on what you were saying then about Islamic law versus the law of the land, it would seem to set up some kind of a conflict.
Yeah, well, when I referred that the Islamic law will overrule the will, that is under an Islamic setup, not here. Here we are, it's out of the question. If there is a will in place, we can't contest it. Because there is no precedence in the Australian courts to contest such a will. There are, however, precedents in the Australian courts to contest a divorce matters, because according to Judaism, they've got their own canon law, if the term is correct, and they have actually a precedent where the canon law overruled the Australian family court. And this is something that came to my notice through certain research, and it is food for thought actually. How can we use these matters sometimes in the legal system here? And that is not to create a conflict between the law of the land and religious or canon law. The reason why man gets more in these particular instances may be classified as follows. Number 1, man is the person, according to Islamic law, that is solely responsible for the complete and full maintenance of his wife, his family, and any other needy relations. It is his duty by law, Islamic law, to assume all financial responsibilities and maintain his dependents equally. It is also his duty to contribute financially to all good causes in his society. All financial burdens are borne by him alone. For example, if my wife happens to come from a rich family and I come from a poor family, for example, and we have this reunion through marriage, in my circumstances, she is not under any liability according to Islamic law to contribute to the marital setup. It is my responsibility to go and work. At the end of the day, bring the check, put it in her hand, because she's the financial administrator of the family. She's the interior minister, and she has to budget whatever. If she wants to contribute, she may do so, though she is under no legal obligation to do so. Secondly, in contrast, woman has no financial responsibilities whatsoever except very little of her personal expenses, and the high luxurious things that she may require from time to time will become the responsibility of her husband, if she's a wife. If she's a mother, it becomes the responsibility of her son. If she's a sister, the responsibility of the brother. And as a wife, I said, it is the responsibility of the husband. It says here, if she's a wife, her husband is the provider. If she's a mother, it is the son. If she's a daughter, it is the father. If she's a sister, it is the brother who bears the responsibility, and so on. If she has no relations on whom she can depend, then there is no question of inheritance, because there is nothing to inherit, and there is no one to bequeath anything to her. However, she will not be left to starve. Maintenance would become incumbent on the state. So the state would have to provide a system where, for example, at best I would put it like the social security system that we have in this country. What we call it in the Islamic setup is Baytul Mal. And Baytul Mal literally means the home treasury or house treasury, which is a collection of donations or prescribed charity that is given by Islam, which happens to be either 2.5% or 1/5 of saved earnings that are unused over a period of 1 year. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if I earned, say, $100,000 in a year, I spent out of that 100,000, say 60,000 on home expenses, my family, the car, whatever. 40,000 were left, and I saved that in the bank. If 1 year lapsed on this 40,000 and I did not use it because I did not need to, I have to pay 1/5 of that money to the Muslim treasury. Just like a tax that you pay. Though here it's 1/5 of that amount. From that money, if there is anyone who is unemployed or destitute or poor can apply to the house treasury for help and need. In fact, the Muslim treasury is not only restricted to Muslims alone. If minorities who happen to live under an Islamic system are also entitled to apply to the home treasury, and they will be, the home treasury will have to pay them an amount that will help them manage their lifestyle and help them manage their life according to the need of the day. In fact, there is a story at the time of the fourth caliph, which his name was Ali ibn Abi Talib, who happens to be the cousin and the son-in-law of the Prophet. He saw a Jew, an old Jew, a very old Jewish person, in the streets of Medina begging. So he said to him, "Why are you begging? What's the reason that caused you to beg?" He said, "Because I lost all my family and I reached an age where no one employs me anymore." So he said, "Why didn't you apply for the Muslim treasury?" He said, "I did, but they did not give me because they said I was a Jew." He said, "But I'm the head of the state and this is not the law." So he took him to the treasury house and he paid him a prescribed amount on a monthly basis, so he does not need to, beg in the streets. So anyone is entitled to actually apply to the home treasury, just like anyone is entitled to apply for Social Security, not based on religion or culture or background. She may be given aid or a job to earn her living, and the state becomes responsible for that. And whatever money she makes will be hers alone. She is not responsible for the maintenance of anybody else beside herself. If there is a man in her position, he would still be responsible for his family and possibly any of his relations who need his help. So in the hardest situation, her financial responsibility is limited while his is unlimited. So what I'm trying to say is that if a man is poor and he gets paid by the state, then he is still responsible to maintain his family if there are any members who are less fortunate than him in his position. And he is the one responsible to maintain his parents. She is not. If she gets married and her parents need maintenance, then the boys have to maintain the parents and not the girl. She is not under any legal obligation to do so. Thirdly, when a woman gets less than a man does, she is not actually deprived of anything that she has worked for, nor the man. The property inherited is not the result of her earning or her endeavors. It is something coming to them, both men and women, from a neutral source, something additional or extra. It is something that neither man or woman struggled for. It is a sort of aid, and any aid has to be distributed according to the urgent needs and responsibilities, especially when the distribution is regulated by the law of God. Now we have a male heir on one side, burdened with all kinds of financial responsibilities and liabilities. We have on the other side a female heir with no financial responsibilities at all, or at most with very little of it. In between, we have some property and aid to redistribute by way of inheritance. If we deprive the female completely, it would be unjust to her because she is related to the deceased. Likewise, if we always give her a share equal to man, it would be unjust to him. So instead of doing injustice to either side, Islam gives the man a larger portion of the inherited property to help him meet his family needs and social responsibilities. At the same time, Islam has not forgotten her altogether, but has given her a portion to satisfy her very personal needs. And in fact, Islam is, in respect of this, is being more kind to her than to him. Here we can say that when taken as a whole, the rights of women are equal to those of man, although not necessarily identical. Again, I quote the Quran, chapter 4, verses 11 to 14, and verse 176. Again, the reason why he is more responsible financially is because of the dawah. The woman does not have to pay the man anything, but the man has to pay the woman something. And it depends on the agreement of both parties. Following the marriage is contracted, she is under no legal obligation to pay it back. Because some women, unfortunately, due to cultural and traditional coercion by the man, she is forced to give something back to the husband after the marriage. If there is an Islamic law in place and there is an Islamic court system in place, she can actually file a court case against the husband under these circumstances if she is coerced to pay any part of the dowry back to the husband. And in most circumstances, she would win the case against the husband because he's not entitled to take anything from her. In some instances of number 10. Women enjoy certain privileges of which man is deprived. She is exempt from some religious duties, example, prayers and fasting in her regular certain times of the month, or at the times of confinement after childbirth. She is not required to observe certain fastings and prayers due to the medical position she is in. She is exempt from all financial liabilities. As a mother, she enjoys more recognition and higher honor in the sight of God. And this is in reference to her position as a mother. Chapter 31, verses 14 to 15, and chapter 46, verse 15. The Prophet, in fact, acknowledged this honor when he declared that paradise is under the feet of mothers, which means if you please your mother, you will be certain of gaining a place in heaven. She is entitled to 3/4 of the son's love or daughter's love and kindness, with 1/4 left for the father. How did this come about? One person came to the Prophet and he said, "Who is most suitable of my companionship, O Prophet of God?" He said, "Your mother." He said, "Who then?" The Prophet said, "Your mother." The man then asked, "Who then?" He said, "Your mother." Then the man asked, "Then who?" He said, "Then your father." And that's how she acquired the 3/4 to 1/4 to the father. Yes. Yes.
Before you leave wills, we have the situation that Muslim men can often have a number of wives.
Yes.
So how does the women how does the will apply for those women in that case?
In the same case, if she is a wife, for example, and she's entitled to 1/6 of the inheritance, then all the others will get 1/6 of that inheritance, of that entitlement. So depending on the number of wives. Though in some marital contracts, the wife can in fact demand from the husband to pay her share of inheritance up front, i.e. she doesn't have to wait for him to die. She can actually stipulate a condition in the marital contract, because we've got prenuptial contracts according to the matrimonial contract of marriage, and in that contract there are certain conditions that the wife can stipulate in that prenuptial contract, things to the effect to get her share of inheritance prior to any death taking place. She can stipulate in the marriage contract that she has full right to dissolve the marriage if her husband takes another wife, or to stipulate that under the marriage contract that she is with or under, he is under she has no right to marry another wife. So she can put that as a condition. And if he does agree to that condition, then Islamically speaking, under law, he cannot marry another wife, and so on. She can also add as a condition of the contract that she is not under any legal obligation to go out and work, but rather she is to be fully maintained by the husband. So there are a number of conditions that can be stipulated prior to the marriage contract taking place, and these conditions are equally binding as any other condition of the marriage is concerned. Does this answer the question? It answered, but it may not satisfy it, but it answers the question. I'll get to the issue of polygamy later on.
Just a question I have. It all sounds very organised and planned and premeditated, etc., this betrothment, the way you're presenting it.
Yes.
But surely there are some Islamic couples, like there are perhaps a lot of Westerners leave all these things to chance and go into marriage and without insisting that this is my right and that's your right.
Yes.
Would you like to comment on that?
Sure. In our practices, and especially here, and in a number of countries that I am aware of, mainly one of them I could name is Malaysia. Prior to any marriage taking place, and this is the law of the country, I'll speak about personal practices and governmental practices. Though Malaysia is not a religious government, it is a secular government, but they've introduced that to regulate the whole Islamic personal law in their country. For any couples to marry, they have to apply for the marriage, like we give 31 notice here in this country, what we call notice of intended marriage, which the lease period is 31 days up to 6 months. During that time of filing for marriage with the Malaysian government, both husband and wife must attend a course on marriage. During the course on marriage, both husband and wife are given a set of conditions as a prenuptial contract to their marriage. They must come to agreement on certain conditions. They cannot contract to a marriage without conditions. According to our personal practices here, we have developed a similar system. Myself, Sheikh Mansour, and a number of sheikhs in the country would not contract any two Muslims to a marriage unless they go through these conditions. There are 14 conditions that we have come up with, and they involve financial transactions, personal behavior, even as much as beating and verbal abuse is concerned. The husband cannot in any way, or the wife, physically or verbally abuse the either parties. In fact, we have stipulated a condition in the prenuptial contract that the wife will have full entitlement to dissolve the marriage without having to refer back to the husband's consent if any of these conditions are broken, just to make things more workable, in fact. However, we maintain one perspective in view, and that is, while the marriage is taking place, it is not recommended that the husband holds the sets of rights and the wife holds the other sets of rights, and there is a tug of war in the house. You give me mine, I give you yours. You don't give me mine, I'm not giving you yours. It is not that. And the intention of having these prenuptial conditions as part of the marriage is not to create a war-like situation in the family, but rather to make the relationship more workable. Yeah. Yes.
Has it been, are those sort of rules a disincentive for a lot of the Islamics here to adopt those practices?
What do you mean?
Well, are there people who are, say, living in a marriage relationship without being married because of the demands that...
Actually, according to Islamic law, any two people who live in a relationship without the exchange of the vows, the Islamic vows, are not considered as husband and wife. So, yeah. So what happens due to the burden on the husband or the wife to make sure that they contract to they are married to one another according to the Islamic law, it is highly unlikely to happen that they would live together or cohabitate together without a marital contract. So it is highly unlikely that you would find a Muslim couples living together without an official contract between them that binds them together. Yes.
That's our system. Sorry. I'm not sure I agree with that. It might be the Catholic system. It's certainly not the Australian system. Like marriage in Australia, in a civil
by
sense,
consent.
It doesn't really mean anything anymore. There's no particular content for vows. It can be dissolved on any pretext or none within a short time. So it's sort of far from our system as a nation.
The focus on the family in Islam is very important, and divorce is not recommended, is not highly recommended. Though it is permissible, it is not recommended at all. In fact, there is a saying in the prophetic tradition which goes to the effect that the most detestable, permitted law according to God is divorce. Although it is permitted, but it is very detestable because we consider that the family is actually the whole nucleus of the society. It is not the individual. It is the family as a setup that makes the society and not the individual alone. So perhaps there is a disparity between the civil system in Australia and the religious law, whether it pertains to Islam or to any other law, for that matter, or religious law.
In terms of actual Catholic practice in Australia these days, someone was quoting to me yesterday a survey in the Sydney Archdiocese where they claimed 95% of Catholic people marrying since, I don't know when, the last 10 years, the last 2 years, I'm not sure, were already involved in a sexual relationship. Yeah. I'm not sure how many of them live together, probably a fairly high percentage. So, the theory is one thing, the practice is another. And I think Islamic people in Australia are still stricter.
Very much so, because there is no premarital relationship whatsoever between to its teaching, and they practice whatever they feel themselves is fit or suitable in their own circumstances. But I'm strictly speaking about the Islamic law as pertaining to marriage and marital relationship. For example, even in the engagement period, both the male and female are not allowed to be in seclusion during that period. They had to be chaperoned. They can go out, they can sit and discuss whatever topic they want, but within the family setup and not alone. The only time that the husband and wife or the two parties can actually come out together alone is after the exchange of the vows, and without having to go through the ceremony of marriage, i.e. the what do you call it? The party or whatever, or the cake ceremony or whatever. Once the marriage, the vows of marriage are exchanged, then they become before the sight of God as husband and wife, and they can do whatever they want. Sorry.
Oh, excuse me. What about temporary marriage and temporary divorce?
Yes, there's no temporary divorce, there's temporary marriage. The temporary marriage issue has come about in Islamic law under certain circumstances, and it is not a carte blanche for men to go and marry temporarily. And also for women, because not only men can marry temporary, but women can marry temporary. It depends on the circumstances of the person involved in that marital, situation. Let's say, for example, a wife, a mother who is a widow. Her husband has passed away, and she is looking after 3 or 4 children, but she does not want a permanent relationship. What does she do in the circumstances? Does she resort, in our expression, God forbid, to fornication? Or does she consent to an outside of wedlock relationship? That's why Islam introduced what we call the temporary setup, in which the widow in that circumstance, or the man in that circumstance, can contract to a temporary marriage, which in that temporary marriage setup, the intention, if it is possible and feasible, to make that temporary setup a permanent one. If it doesn't work and they decide that it should remain as a temporary setup, the same prenuptial condition apply in that temporary setup. So the wife can demand maintenance. She is entitled to maintenance, though she is not entitled to inheritance. But if she makes it as part of the prenuptial condition that she inherits him, even after the contract is over, she becomes entitled, because the contract becomes binding on him to fulfill that condition of marriage to her. That is the story behind the temporary. The only difference between the temporary and the long-term marriage contract are 2 points. Point number 1 is that she is not automatically entitled to inheritance in the temporary unless it is stipulated. And number 2, it is restrained by a period of time. It could be a year, 2 years, whatever the two parties agree to in that setup. And that's what the temporary marriage is all about. Yes. Yes.
Mixed marriages. I know from my personal experience that when my Christian Catholic mother married my Christian Methodist father, this was not really approved of at the time. What happens when, or what is the Muslim situation when a Shia, for example, wants to marry a Sunni or indeed out of the Muslim faith altogether?
Okay. Within the same Muslim faith, the question the example you quoted, Shias and Sunnis, there is no problem. They can marry. Often in most circumstances, if the husband happens to be a Sunni and the wife happens to be the Shia, there are certain conditions that are also added to the contract whereby she is entitled to practice her Islamic practices according to her school of thought, without the man's intervention in that or in coercing her not to do so. In the other religions where a man can marry, where a Muslim wants to marry, let's say, a Christian or a Jew, for that matter, he is entitled to do so, to marry, and he is under Islamic legal obligation to permit her to affiliate with any religious practices she is affiliated with. I.e., he cannot prevent her in that setup from going to church, for example. If she's a churchgoer, he cannot say you can't go to church. I will get to that. Yeah. In the vice versa situation, where a woman marries a non-Muslim, there is a problem according to Islamic law, and the reason being is as follows. In a marriage relationship, compatibility is essential part of the marriage contract, according to Islamic law. In the Islamic law, if the man marries a woman of another faith, he cannot force her to change her faith, and he is in recognition of all of her prophets. So if she happens to be a Christian, he respects Jesus because as a Muslim, he must believe in Jesus. If she's a Jew, he must believe in Moses, and he cannot restrict her practices according to the teachings of her own religion. If we reverse the situation, if a Christian marries a Muslim, he does not believe in Muhammad to start with. So there is no compatibility of faith in the setup because he is under no religious or canon obligation to believe in Muhammad. So the compatibility part is not there. If, however, he wishes to revert or convert and become a Muslim, then there is no problem. They can marry under that setup. In the situation of children, the husband is obliged to teach the children the Islamic law, in as much as the wife may want to do so. Below the age of accountability, i.e. in the cases of the age of consent, the children must follow the religion of the parents. After that age, it is up to them to choose for themselves what religion they want to affiliate with. They are given the choice to do so. So they are encouraged to follow the religion of the parents, depending whether they are Muslims or Christian Muslim. So it depends on the setup. What agreement is there for the parents to go with in that setup? Yes, yes.
One more question before
Yes.
One of my brothers-in-law is in the St Vincent de Paul Society in one of the suburbs here in Sydney,
yes,
an outer suburb, not so far away. But anyway, the situation arose where the Muslim husband had deserted the wife or declared her divorced, if that's the way you do it, I'm not sure, and he'd left her, and there were a number of them. They had a number of them that they were looking after. About, couldn't tell you the number, but it was quite a number of women with their children who were left absolutely destitute. The husband had gone off and taken another wife. And I don't know whether he'd gone to another country and got her and brought her back. I wouldn't know that. But anyway, the St Vincent de Paul Society had to carry on, and it was getting too much for them. So they had to appeal to the Muslim authorities to please help. Just like you to comment on that, please.
Yes. In that circumstances, first of all, polygamy is not practiced by Muslims in this country. If this happens to be the case, then this guy is in defiance of the civil law of this country. Yes, I understand. As I said, first of all, polygamy is not something that is encouraged under Islamic law. It is an exception to the rule. If you look at the Islamic society, it is more of a monogamous society than a polygamous society. There are certain cases where you would find husbands that are polygamous, that marry more than one wife, and the reason for marrying more than one wife has to be stipulated from the Islamic law. He cannot simply marry another wife because he felt like it. There are strict guidelines according to Islamic law that a husband cannot marry another wife just because simply that one, for example, it appealed to him. Yes. Yes.
In Arabia and places like that.
Let me say this is something I can speak with confidence about in regard to the wealthy sheikhs of the Arab countries. They are in no shape or form representative in any way of the Islamic religion. They are the furthest, I'm referring to the oil sheikhs now, the furthest to be from the religion. These people simply manipulate their position, and they exploit people because of the position they are in, simply because they are the rulers of that particular part of the land. Many Muslims, in fact, reject totally, and the large majority of Muslims reject totally the practices of the royal family in Saudi Arabia and the practices of all the royal families in all the Gulf states. And the Gulf states constitute of 7 states: Kuwait, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain, and no, not Yemen. Did I mention 7 or 6? 7. I mentioned 7, right? These 7 states, which have royalty in place, ruling over the land, they have no idea whatsoever what Islam requires of them. For example, they drink, they gamble, they marry more than the restricted amount of wives as prescribed by Islam. They go up to 20 sometimes. For example, the current king of Saudi Arabia has 40 wives. 40. Yes. I mean, how does he have the time to see all the 40s? I don't know. But he has 40 wives. Perhaps. Yeah. So, but it is not something that Islam affiliates with. Islam does not encourage it. It is not. It actually condones such acts if there is no need for it. Let me quote a reason of need for polygamous marriages. I read an article in either the Sydney Morning Herald or the Australians, I'm not sure, but that was almost 10 years ago. The article was discussing a court case that was brought to the German courts by the siblings of German women during World War II. What is the gist of the court case? The gist of the court case is that during World War II, German women appealed to the then German government to allow polygamous marriages due to the high rate of dead soldiers in war. The German government declined the offer, declined the petition by the woman, because the ratio then was about 3 to 1 in Germany. Three women to 1 man. So they declined. What happened? These women were indulging in prostitution. The siblings of these women who were indulging in prostitution filed a case against the German government for compensation because they felt it is the government that forced their mothers and grandmothers to go into such practices. Now, in that circumstance, Islam allows polygamous marriages and not as a carte blanche. For example, I'm happily married to my wife. If I see a beautiful woman down the road, I can't just simply say, the Quran allows me to marry more than one wife, so I go and I contract to her in marriage. Though, I have to be very open and frank and bold in my statements, some Muslim women do exploit the law to their advantage and they go and marry more than one woman, based simply on no reason, just because that woman perhaps appealed to them. I was once arguing a case with a group of women as to why Islam allowed polygamy, and then one particular sister could not affiliate with the whole debate. She said, no, over my dead body. I said, fine. I can understand and respect your feeling as to why you don't want to be wife number 2. But allow me to say, sister, that if every woman refused to be wife number 2, we would not have polygamy. If every woman refused to be a de facto or in a de facto relationship, knowing that that particular person is already married, we would not have a problem, neither under civil law nor under religious law. So the onus also goes back on the individual themselves. The law is there to arrange the life of people, and the onus is also on the people not to abuse the system or exploit that particular law that has been put in place. I will just cover one more point because it is quite visible on our women, and that is the issue relating to the veil. And I will sum up with that. The Muslim woman is always associated with an old tradition known as the veil. It is Islamic that the woman should beautify herself with the veil of honor, dignity, chastity, purity, and integrity. She should refrain from all deeds and gestures that might stir the passion of people other than her legitimate husband or cause evil suspicion of her morality. She is warned not to display her charms or expose her physical attractions before strangers. The veil, and I have to qualify my statement when I say the veil. The veil is not the face covering. There is no root for the face covering in Islam. So if you see women who are veiled from head to toe across the face, it is not a religious practice. It is a cultural practice that is purely came about during the Ottoman Empire, during the Turkish rule. It had nothing to do with Islam whatsoever. It is not the practice or the recommendation of the Quran or the prophetic tradition. In fact, one young girl came to the Prophet to see him once, and she was wearing translucent clothes. So the Prophet lowered his gaze and he said, her name was Asma, in fact. He said, "Oh Asma, when a woman reaches a certain age, the only thing that should be shown of her," and he went like this and this. And he never mentioned anything about the face, the covering of the face. It is interesting, some of my brothers today mentioned that he visited a Muslim family and the woman just simply would not come out to where they were sitting, the men were sitting. Or when she goes out in public, she's covering the face. This, to me, as a Muslim, is something that I don't affiliate with, nor do I accept whatsoever. It is a practice that is purely based on the individual, and I am in no position, unfortunately, to stop the practice. It is their own indulgence. They do it out of their own, conviction. And sometimes it is misinterpreted by certain groups. And I need to be bold. You would find that most of the people who affiliate with the covering of the face belong to the Wahhabi school of thought that I mentioned before. The Wahhabi school of thought. The veil I'm strictly talking about is what you see my wife is dressed in, and nothing else. She should refrain, she is one. The veil which she must put on is one that can save her soul from weakness, her mind from indulgence, her eyes from lustful looks, and her personality from demoralization. Islam is most concerned with the integrity of woman, with the safeguarding of her morals and morale, and with the protection of her character and personality. Chapter 24, verses 30 to 31 speaks about this particular issue in regard to the veil. Is there a veil for men? Yes, there is a veil for men. According to Islamic law, the dress that has to be dressed, the certain two conditions for dress for female and male is that it should not be body tight or translucent. We cannot wear translucent clothes. In fact, certain jurists, majority of jurists are of the opinion, if there is a man who happened to have, for example, a very good physique, that certain sections of community become so highly infatuated by that person, he is not entitled under Islamic law to show any part of his body, even regardless. It is what causes would that person inflict on the society as a whole, rather than what his own individual taste dictates to him to do or not to do. So this is in a nutshell what I can say about the status of women in Islam. There are certain points I'm sure that I left along the way. I would leave some room for further questions, and I would also invite you all, if you want to ask my wife, I can even go downstairs because I don't have to be here. She can be free to say whatever. You can turn the recording off, Doctor, so I won't hear anything later on.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Sheikh
please.
Jihad, about dancing?
Yes.
Is that part or permitted within the Islamic tradition? I immediately thought of ballet dancing, which is not belly dancing, but ballet dancing.
Yes. Any form of dancing in public before a crowd which are not related to the woman by blood is not allowed. She is not allowed to dance in front of strangers. Strangers in the sense, not Westerners, but strangers in the sense that someone who's not related to her by blood, for example, a brother, a father, or a husband. She is not allowed to dance in front of anyone else apart from blood relations. Sometimes it is even the opinion of jurists that a lady can only dance within the vicinity of her own family setup. Vice versa, a man can't do so. A man cannot dance in public, go out and, have rap dancing or shake or whatever form of dancing there is.
Sheikh, one other question. What about public bathing or surfing?
Yeah, again, a woman cannot publicly display, as I said, herself in public in wearing, for example, a bathing suit. If she can wear something that will not show her body or the contours of her body, then by all means, she can surf, she can swim, she can do anything she wants. In the Muslim world, as I was saying to one of the sisters, there is no such setup as a pure Islamic world because we don't have an Islamic setup. But in the Muslim world, there are certain secluded beaches that are only attended by our sisters. So they have the freedom to do anything they want. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, there is a joke. When Imam Khomeini came back to Iran, they say this joke about what happened. They say he was asked, what are we going to do with our public beaches? He said, simple, I've got a solution for it. And he said, what? He said, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, women. Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, men. And they said, how about Friday? He said, mixed. No, this is only a joke. Of course, it did not happen. No, it absolutely did not happen. It's just as a joke. Yeah.
My question was coming back to Muhammad.
Yes.
Because he would be a role model, I guess.
Yes.
How many wives did he have,
yes,
and what was the age of his last wife?
Okay. The Prophet, when he married, first and foremost, he did not marry for leisure. He married for certain reasons. And if you study the biography of the wives that he married 11 wives. The reason being why he married 11 wives. You would find that most of the women that he married at a particular age that he was in, you would find that there is a disparity in the age. For example, his first marriage to Khadija he was 25, she was 40. All right? He was at a time when people abandoned him. He was an orphan. No one would want to associate with an orphan due to the prevailing culture of the time. And Khadija gave him the right to look after her own merchandise. She was a very affluent woman who had a trading business between Mecca and Damascus. And he used to go to Damascus, trade on her behalf, and bring back the merchandise for her to the streets of Mecca, Mecca, not Medina. In the process of trading, at that time, there was no attraction between Khadija and the Prophet whatsoever, or Khadija. But her, one of her workers
who used to work for her, Maysara, his name was Maysara, Khadija told him, I want you to overlook the work of Muhammad. See what he does in the trading process of my merchandise. When he came back, he reported to her that he was honest, he did not cheat, he did everything by the books, so to speak. So she grew fond of him. And she was the one who actually proposed to marry Muhammad and not vice versa. And according to Islamic law, a woman is entitled under Islamic law to propose. It is not always the man who proposes. She can propose if she finds that there is a suitable partner that meets her needs. So she got married to him at that age because she grew fond of him and of his character. Now, going back to your question, how old was the age of his last wife, which was Aisha? The Prophet married Aisha when he was later on in life. He was about 50 or 55 of age when he married her, and she was 9 years old. Let me qualify the age now of that time. 9 years old at that time is not 9 years old of this time. In terms of the harsh setup and conditions of Arabia, a 9-year-old woman of that time is not equivalent to a 9-year-old of this time. And he did not marry her, according to some Orientalists, for lust. Because if I want to marry a girl of that age for lust, I would not marry her at the age of 60, because by then I'm gone and finished. Let us be practical. It is unfortunate that one person in the United States of America, it is unfortunately, he's a reverend, his name is Reverend Flowell, or Father Flowell. He called the Prophet a pedophile. A pedophile does not engage in a marital setup. He exploits the situation of such a girl in that position and seduces her to do things against her will and against her consent of that time. When the Prophet married his last wife, he married her with her consent and approval, without coercion or force on the part of her parents or on the part of him wishing to marry her under the certain circumstances. The reason why the Prophet, according to some jurists, married Aisha, his last wife, is because of the certain setup of the Arabs of that time, in order to encourage marriage in that setup, because, as I said earlier, that girls were brought to death in infancy because of the fact that they enjoyed no recognition of rights whatsoever, and because of the very fact that ladies of that time, or girls in that time, were still perceived as someone who would bring shame to the family setup. So the Prophet was trying to encourage marriage at an early solution to that entire setup that was prevailing at a time, and not through the process of, God forbid, it is because of sexual appeal or pedophilia or whatever. Yes.
Sheikh, just touching on that element of shame, the requirements of what you've been setting out of the clothing, dress of women, that it appears that from the media and from the books that come out under such circumstances where girls have been killed by their brothers as being...
Someone mentioned this honor killing.
Yeah. Is the male responsible for the chastity of his daughter and the brothers of their sister?
All right. The issue of chastity in a Muslim setup is the role of every individual. Every individual must first and foremost look after his own dignity, honor, and chastity in that setup. Now, the father and the brother being in that setup as maintainers, not dictators in the setup, they play a role in the sense that they come to the defense of their sister or their wife in a particular setup if she is under a situation where she may lose her dignity or honor. So they come for her defense. However, let's say the girl or the wife happens to engage in something shameful, all right? Does it become applicable, or does the husband or the father becomes liable under such circumstances to take the law into his own hands? No. He is not allowed to take matters into his own hand. He must, first and foremost, inform the authorities in regard to what has happened and refer the matter to the authorities to take action under such circumstances. He is not allowed to go out on a rampage with a machete in his hand and start killing the person who, invaded his honor or dignity or chastity. The onus is on the individual himself. If she broke that, then she is liable before the law of God, before God himself, to deal with her or with him for that matter, because it is not only the girl that brings dishonor to the family, in as much as it is perceived that the girl is the one who brings the dishonor to the family. In Islamic law, it is the man who also brings dishonor to the family in the same way. Any premarital relationship is not allowed in Islamic law, and if a man does it, it is as bad as if the woman would do it under the marital setup. So
say, in fact, where the girl is killed,
yes,
and the male goes off scot-free,
yes,
that is a cultural thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll give you a case I was involved in, in a matter here in court, where probably you all heard of it. It happened in Bondi, where a girl ran off with an Australian fella, and then her family managed to find her whereabouts, and they sent her brother after her to kill her. This is purely based on what do you call it, village type mentality. If you do anything to me, I will come to finish you. In fact, when Islam came with the advent of the Prophet, he put an end to that and replaced honor killing by what we call blood compensation. If someone kills someone, instead of taking the matters into your own hand, you pay compensation, monetary compensation for that killing. And in particular, if that killing happened to be accidental. But if it is premeditated, then the matter would be referred to court, to a court of law, to find the accused and to charge the accused. If the accused is found guilty of the act, then the law will take its path in dealing with that particular criminal under such circumstances. But to leave it to the individual taste to take matters into their own, it's not an Islamic practice, nor it is allowed by Islamic law. Yes, sorry.
Sheikh, just one quick query.
Yes.
What about the punishment of the court in cases where the man or woman has shamed
the punishment of what?
By the court, the Islamic court?
Yes. It depends on the punishment itself. What sort of punishment is it? Is it adultery? Is it not adultery? It is up to the magistrate of the court to pass the law on the parties involved in that act of committing adultery. There are certain avenues where the magistrate would have to look into it before he passes his judgment on the case. It could be a case of force. It may not be a consensual indulgence in the act itself. So it has to be looked into each case at its merits in regard to the case itself. We've been hearing many cases, like in Pakistan, someone would bring 4 witnesses to testify against his wife of committing fornication so that she would be put to killing, for example. That is not so. You cannot just simply come up with 4 witnesses and pay them and say, you say that this is the case and the matter is settled there. If there is another solution to deter the punishment from a woman or a man, for that matter, from herself, if she is being accused of an act of fornication and so on. And that act is that she would take an oath 4 times on the Quran that she did not indulge in that particular act. And if she comes before a court and testifies the 4 oaths on the Quran that she did not do it, she will be set free. In Algeria. Yes. The situation that led to that is not based on religious argument. It is led or based on cultural practices that are involved in Algeria, and in a matter where the law of the Quran has been interpreted again by those rigorous group of people who are trying to take matters into their, or the law basically, into their own hands in executing that particular law against that lady. And there are actually now religious leaders who are helping in that case in regard to that particular lady.
Reflecting on this morning and previous weeks, the thing that's coming mainly to my mind is, where is the division between law and faith? Those of us who have grown up and ministered within and studied the history of the Western Church in particular have heard most of what you said in a different context for decades about how the church, the Christian church, has tried to regulate life by regulations and laws, an exercise of external power. Now, you've been at pains to stress that Islam recognises and reverences Jesus. Now, as I understand the issue of faith, Jesus, in fact, took all that you have said today and the teachings of the scribes and Pharisees of his day and said, you're on the wrong track. That life cannot be organised by laying down rules and regulations. It is much more to do with the nature of God. You in your invocation use the word the compassionate. Christians use the word love or grace. The institutional churches of the West, and to some extent the East, and what you have presented of Islam, was a question of authority I want to ask another time, sort of trying to impose from without. The teaching of Jesus was entirely the opposite. It was to touch into the hearts and minds of every person and say that love is the essential, that every situation has to be assessed according to the principles of justice and love, and that those most prone to try to impose a regulatory system on people were those who were furthest from God. And I think you've raised the issue very clearly for us about the dividing line. Certainly secular society must have laws, but that has a very limited role in life. What is essential, and where Jesus was focusing in, was upon the spirit that has to be in tune with God. So I'm not hearing much about compassion, mercy, justice, and the dealings with actual situations of everyday life. Jesus started at the bottom.
He also said, do not imagine that I have come to abolish the law. Not one jot of it have I come to remove.
If I may say something in regard to what I don't know Clive has said. First of all, in any setup of any situation, you need laws. You cannot survive without laws. If I am saying these are the laws that were brought by Islam, it does not mean that these laws are void of love and compassion. You cannot, in fact, bring these laws into perspective if they are not intertwined fully with love and compassion and mercy. If a husband, for example, sees his wife at home indulging and looking after his children and doing the housework, though she is under no legal obligation according to Islam to do the routine housework, but rather these things should be shared between husband and wife, and he, out of his love and mercy, because God tells him, in as much as she is a wife, she is also a human, an individual as you are, come to her rescue and take part in helping her manage that setup. It is not about me standing there and say, you are the wife, you are in charge with the children, I'm in charge with giving you bread and water, and that's how it stands. It is like, as I said, I emphasize that the conditions in a pre-marital relationship or in any relationship is not meant as a tug of war. it is not meant as something that is devoid of any compassion or love. No, on the contrary. It is God who created me, and I affiliate that. And I believe that if it is God who created me and who knows what is best for me, is telling me to live my life according to certain standards, where these standards are inculcated with love and compassion, I don't see any problem in affiliating with that system. In as much as you want to affiliate with another system, it is totally left to your own individual taste. I'm not imposing that system on anyone. That system is left to the taste of the individual to live with it. If it doesn't appeal to them, they are at their liberty to say, no, I am happy the way I am. Fine. There's no problem with that at all. It is not about imposing this system on Tom, Dick, and Harry. No, it is simply explaining to people who are not well versed with the Islamic law what Islam says about certain situations and conditions, and how Muslims should abide to a particular law that regulates their life, not imposes on them what to do or not to do. That's how I can perceive it or see it.
One last question.
Australian men are a little confused about their role today.
Yes.
You know, we're pretty easygoing. At the bus stop, we say good day to everyone. I have a family friend who tried to help a young Muslim mother with 3 children bring a stroller down the station steps. She acted as though he was about to attack her. So the men, Australian men, they're not quite sure what they should do. Do you not help young Muslim women? Can you say good day on the escalator at the bus stop? They don't ever seem to smile at us.
Yeah. I think I'm not trying to justify the actions of these young Muslim sisters, but in the prevailing circumstances that we are going through now, it is often they feel they are in a hostile situation. Like, for example, my wife was spat at once in the street. An attempt was made at her to take her scarf off. I mean, if someone comes out of nowhere, and maybe it is an exaggerated way of showing a reflex on her part, but I mean, I'm not in her shoe to feel how would I feel if someone came out of the blue to offer. I think I do it myself. It is a common practice. That it is common sense, in fact, that when you see a mother with 3 children and a stroller, it is out of your common sense to come and say to this woman or to this lady or to anyone, would you like any help, ma'am? I mean, it is common sense. But maybe in the situation of that particular individual, something had happened to her before that she reacted in such a way, and I'm not in a position to justify her action. Maybe she has a certain vendetta, maybe she has a certain outlook on the outside world. I'm not her judge. I cannot judge in that regard. But I don't see anything wrong with someone coming to if someone, for example, came to my wife and said, can I help you with it? Well, I'm not going to go run his throat down. I mean, I'll be more than happy for him to offer an assistance to my wife, in as much as I would offer it myself to any individual in that situation. And of course, with a smile. In fact, the teachings of the Prophet, one of the statements of the Prophet is, smiling is a charity. In fact, there was a campaign in Malaysia at the Islamic University. Malaysians by nature, I don't know, I was told this, they don't smile. I don't know why. And the campaign was to put placard all over the entire KL city, which to put 2 people smiling at one another, and underneath the saying, smiling is charity, to encourage smiling. I mean, what does it take? In fact, according to medical science, it takes less bones to smile than it takes to frown. And people are often frowning for no reason. I don't know why people are taking, as my brother here, what's his name? Peter. Every time I see him, I say, how are you feeling, Peter? He said, I'm celebrating life. I mean, my God, what a beautiful statement. Celebrate life, for God's sake. Smile, be happy.
Aquinas Academy, 2003. Introduction to Islam with Sheikh Jihad and Sheikh Mansour Leghaei, Session 4.
There. Oh, that's even better. The subject of Constantine is introduced, and it sounds just like a historian because Constantine's time of great importance was after the year 300, and we've gone back to the year 64. But it's important that we should, because that was the year when the Emperor Nero, who had been widely blamed by great Roman historians, Dio Cassius and also Pliny the Elder, and also Tacitus, but Tacitus wasn't quite sure, that it was Nero who ordered that Rome should be set on fire. It may be just a coincidence that he just had a big meeting with some architects and so forth and drawn up a vast new plan. That could be just a coincidence, but others at the time were much more ready to believe that the two things were connected and that he'd said, let's get rid of all those hovels down there. And then for some strange reason, the people who lived in those hovels didn't think this was a very good idea. And so Nero found that his the news poll report on his popularity had plummeted right to the bottom, and so he had to find someone to blame, and who better than this new religion, Christianity. And not only did he blame them, but he also, and this was very unusual because Romans regarded themselves as, the word pious is like Pius XII, is the Latin word pius, and that meant open to all religions. And yet suddenly Nero goes right against that tradition and declares one religion in particular to be an unlawful religion, and merely to be successfully accused of being a Christian was enough to have you put to death. And that began a period of persecution. Perhaps we sometimes think of it as being ongoing and just not stopping, but really it came in waves. And there were quite long periods in that century and a half before the time of Constantine where there were no persecutions taking place, but suddenly another one would break out, and all the horrific things that happened during persecutions and all those things we see in Gladiator and so forth, all the brutality was literally true. And I've got a little quote there that which is fairly horrifying about what was being done to some of those who were accused of being Christians. It all stopped. And why did it stop? It stopped because Constantine had suddenly decided that victory lay with the God of the Christians. Now, we don't know that Constantine was terribly religious, but his religion, if anything, was in the unconquered sun, the sun up in the sky. And Christianity, it never seems in his mind lost contact with that idea. However, having won the vital victory at Milvian Bridge, he arrived outside Rome with a much smaller army. He was a very able general, and he found his rival general inside, far more troops, and the huge walls all around the city that made it almost certain that you couldn't break in. And what happened? But out came the other emperor, left all that protection, lined up against him with the Tiber behind him, and that's where all his troops finished up, in the Tiber. Constantine won the victory brilliantly, and he attributed it to the God of the Christians. And so in the year 312, he declared that Christianity was no longer going to be persecuted. It was no longer an unlawful religion. And you can imagine the relief that people felt after all this time of knowing that they were an unlawful religion, of knowing that merely to be accused of being a Christian was enough to get you put to death. Suddenly it's no longer happening. But a number of things, a number of important things came in with the baggage, if you like, because now Christians found that Christianity was being supported by Constantine. He was building churches for them. Many churches went up in the new city of Constantinople once it was established over there. His mother was a devout Christian, and she went down to the Holy Land and she built churches down there. Churches were built all around the place, and before they'd always had the difficult task of paying for their own buildings and likely to be seeing them burnt down in a short time because a new persecution had broken out. But in addition came other things. Constantine started treating the clergy with all of the advantages that the pagan priests had had. And so many of the priests were now tax exempt. These are not trivial things, are they? And we can see them happening. And then, of course, the other possibility was that getting advancement in the court of Constantine, being a Christian, was a great advantage. And so it was a new challenge for the church. And the challenge became even more direct when you think that, as I say, Constantine's knowledge of Christianity doesn't seem to have been really deep, and yet 4 years after that first event, he was being appealed to by a group of Christians in northern Africa to sort out a dispute among them. It was called Donatism, and was in relation to whether somebody who had submitted in some way under the persecution could come back and be forgiven and continue to be in charge of a diocese or of a local church. And that was a very big battle going on there. They appealed to the emperor to deal with it, and so the emperor knew that he was in charge of everybody, and so he did deal with it. And it happened on an even greater scale in around the year 325, when the first, as they now call them, ecumenical councils took place, which was supposed to be inviting every bishop from every part of the world to attend, took place at the Council of Nicaea, the Nicene Creed and so forth. We don't have the minutes of that council the way we do in the detail of most of the later councils, and that's rather tragic, because there are a number of issues that came up that I'm sure we'd all be very interested in. Like they raised the issue of celibacy of the clergy. It was just coming in as an idea. Previously, they'd all been married, and bishops and popes had been married. There'd been some who were dedicated and chose to be celibate. Some of them at the council suggested that it should be imposed by law. A sturdy old bishop from Egypt who had undergone tremendous personal damage to his body. I think he'd lost one eye and his face was all contorted from the persecutions he'd been through, and who was celibate, stood up and said the church shouldn't go in that direction. And it seems to have been left aside after his intervention. And other such issues came up. But unquestionably, Constantine saw himself as having a right to expect certain things of the priest who'd been accused of heresy and who was eventually condemned by the council. Not that it lasted, there were a lot of fights went on afterwards. Arius, that's the beginning of the Arian heresy. And so here's the emperor directly intervening in the church and saying this is what will happen. He called that council together. He had his personal advisor, a bishop from Spain, Bishop Hosius, no relation that I know, to come across and stood by him and advised him during that time. And there were about 2 others officially coming from a part of the Pope, and only about 3 others, whereas there were probably hundreds, I don't know exactly what the numbers were, who came from all around the eastern Mediterranean and the south along the African coasts. So there's one example of a huge change in the church, in its status, in relationship with the political scene, and a very challenging one, a very difficult one for the church to transform itself. And yet out of that came the battles of the early Middle Ages in particular, where the popes were getting into a position where they were firmly saying that the spiritual authority is the higher authority. and therefore even the emperor should submit to that. Well, one of the emperors who opposed that finished up standing in the snows at a place called Canossa, waiting to ask for the Pope's forgiveness. And the Pope, as a priest, felt obliged to forgive him, and not long afterwards the same emperor practically had the Pope imprisoned, and so it had all gone back into the same pot. But I'm jumping from there to the 1800s. And once again, a little bit of background. The 1800s and the period we're talking about had seen the Bourbon kings in France, the most powerful kings in Europe. And they were very much of the view that the king was in charge of everybody, including the church. And so they had a big say in who was appointed to be a bishop, and were able to make sure they didn't have somebody who was going to give them a lot of trouble as far as they could by refusing to approve of anybody whose politics they didn't agree with, and I emphasise the word politics. Napoleon had come in as the person of the revolution, because it was the revolution through which he ascended to power, and he was regarded as being in the opposite direction to the conservatism of the time of the emperor, of the kings of France, who were also so much in favour of the position of France that they speak of it as Gallicanism, Gaul being the old name for France, and that the Gallican idea was that the Pope was only over there, and that the bishops in France under the king were supreme. And so that was something that was still waiting to be fought out. But here's Napoleon coming in, and Napoleon was as autocratic as any of the Bourbon kings and ruled over far more. But he was still seen as a child of the revolution, and therefore a person of views that would be in support of people's everywhere. And as it's known now, as historians recognise now, by removing the other kings and rulers of places like Italy and Spain and in Germany, his influence led to those places breaking off from their previous rulers and moving towards independence. The defeat of Napoleon saw the conservatives back in power. They met in Vienna. Metternich, the Viennese ambassador, was the real power behind that meeting. It was all in the direction of restoring, and going back towards conservatism. And so it was in France. The Bourbons were restored, although around the time we're talking about, which is the Congress of Vienna was about, say, 1818, around about there. Around about 1830, there was another series of uprisings around Europe, not just in France. And I remember that the founder of the Marists had a bunch of peasants arrive at the gate and said, let us in. And he said, yes, certainly, come in. Look, here's the cellar. Come straight in. They all went down there for several hours and then went home, not too sure what direction they were heading. But Colin, the founder of the Marists, was extremely against all that wild liberalism. And one of the people he was very much against was Father Félicité de Lamennais. De Lamennais was a man of deep sincerity, and he believed that because he was so pro-Rome as against the previous Gallicanism that had existed, therefore Rome should be in favour of what he was saying. And while he knew that all the conservatives in France were against these recent uprisings all through, I've enumerated where the different ones were, and they all don't come to my mind straight away, but places like Poland, Belgium, Ireland and Italy, as well as France, had uprisings around about 1830. And so de Lamennais said the church should be on the side of these people. In fact, he believed that church and state should be separated. Some of the things that he promoted when he began a newspaper called The Future, L'Avenir, were just ordinary things: universal voting, provincial liberties, absolute freedom of the press, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of education. Well, he was suddenly persona non grata among the bishops of France. They started to bring great force and power against him. Eventually, hardly any of his newspapers were being sold, and he found himself on the verge of bankruptcy. He had two great friends, one of them the very famous Dominican preacher and theologian Leghaei, and the other was Count Montalembert, and the two of them supported him, and he said, let's go over to Rome and the Pope will surely support us. So they went over to Rome, and the Pope took some time to see them. Eventually he did see them, and he listened to them very politely, and they told him how important it was that the church should stand on the side of the people. And so he said, thank you very much, and I'll take some little time before I deal with this matter, and in the meantime I'm sure you'll all be wanting to get back to your work at home. And now that clear message was not clearly understood by de Lamennais, because he was so sure that it was all going to go his way. Leghaei, Dominican, good insight, left, and Montalembert not too long afterwards. De Lamennais stayed on, and finally he left, and he was up in Germany when the Pope's pronouncement on all of these ideas came out. They were described as absurd and supremely injurious to the church, these views. State neutrality in regard to religion was a perverse view. Liberty of conscience in choosing one's religion was an absurd, or rather ludicrous, maxim. Liberty of the press was execrable, and separation of church and state a dream. Poor old de Lamennais. He was absolutely shattered. He wrote a book shortly afterward called Words of a Believer, another encyclical, tore it to shreds, small but of deeply immense in perversity. And those were the things that he was saying. The church and state should be separated, the people should have a vote, that go on, they're all there. And so I thought that little insight into some of these problems inside the Catholic Church, we take these things for granted today. In fact, if you just look at that last statement in the text, the writer there is saying that if those views had been expressed at that very same time over in the United States, there is no doubt, the author suggests, that the Catholic Church would have accepted them, because it was very keen on the fact that it was getting freedom to practice freely in that new country. Are there any questions, or anyone just in regard to what we've been talking about you'd like to speak about immediately? There'll be lots of opportunities later, so... Okay.
Where to start after this introduction? Let me go straight into the topic so I don't take much time, and I'm sure my colleague Sheikh Mansour will come to my rescue if I go into any blunders. Yeah, thank you. Well done. Okay. If this is on? That's on. Okay. Leave it to you. So, turning into John Howard for the morning. Anyway, so in fact, let me go back with you in time to the time of the advent of Islam, and how it came about, in order to understand the wider picture in regard to church and or canon law and state, or religious law and state being together, or they should be separated. In the early stages of the revelation that was given to the Prophet, we see that the whole setup that was there, or at least those who actually believed in that setup, in any matter that confronted them, they would refer back to the Prophet. So, because it's a new faith, they wanted to understand that new faith better, and in believing in the authenticity of what the Prophet was declaring to them, they felt that they are obliged, under such a setup, to go and refer matters back to him. That law developed gradually when the Prophet moved further to Medina, or the state of Medina. And from there, the Islamic laws were developing into further and further, regulations or rules and so on. So much so that the revelation itself at times would be given to the Prophet according to certain incidents that were taking place during that time. So a particular verse would be revealed to the Prophet in regard to a particular incident that is taking place, and that incident would require an answer. So what would be the position of a particular Muslim who's practicing Islam? How would his behavior be modeled or shaped around that particular incident? That if it happens later on, the answer is there, and I could shape my life and my thinking or whatever around that particular way. Islam, in essence, the religion itself is not just a religion, it's a way of life. We don't, for example, become Muslims by seasons. Like when it is, for example, it's Eid or the festive season, all of a sudden I remember that I'm a Muslim, so I go to the mosque. Or when it is Ramadan, I take the new clothes out of the cupboard, the white beautiful one, so I can go to the mosque and attend the prayers there. And then when Ramadan is over, I fold everything and back to the cupboard, divorce irrevocably until next year. And then I'll get back the clothes. It is not that. It is a way of life where everything in that setup has particular answers to the way you do things. Now let me leave that part and go to the part where the formation of the Umayyad dynasty followed by the Abbasi dynasty took place. You will find that under these setups, both setups were pseudo-religious or quasi-religious, in the sense that these government were using Islam for their own benefit, in order to justify their rule in place. They used Islam to promote their cause, though Islam was not applicable on the ruler. Like, for example, if there was a certain rule applicable to the citizens, that rule did not apply to the ruler. It was only applicable to the citizen. So they have to enforce certain laws on the citizens while all the elite were exempted. And you will find also in today's modern so-called some Muslim setups, countries that affiliate themselves with a so-called Muslim setup, and I think I mentioned enough last week about these people, you would find the same example happen today. Like the elite are exempt from any form of rebuke, penalties, chastisement, reproach. They are beyond that level because they are simply in power. Yet, they use Islam to justify their place in power. Like they use certain verses in the Quran that says, when someone is appointed on you as a leader, you should obey. But what are the qualities of that leader? What governs the movement or the functions or the actions of that leader to be in that place for him to rule over these people? You will find when the Prophet came, he did not make separation between the rule and the ruler. And the best example of that, in order to highlight that example, Hajj came as a complement of that idea, where when you go to pilgrims, to perform your pilgrimage, for example, you are all dressed in one way of dress, where you cannot separate the ruler from the ruled. But unfortunately, as things developed, even today, you would feel that there is a distinction when, for example, a certain head of state wants to perform Hajj. The whole vicinity of the holy mosque is actually evacuated for His Holiness to come and circumambulate the actual house or to go. Why? Because the rules of that religion are not put into action in as far as the ruler is concerned. If we find, or if we develop a system according to Islamic ideology or Islamic way of thinking, whereby the ruler and the ruled both live under the same system, then perhaps you would not find that separation between state and religion, because everyone is ruled under basically the same rules and regulation. If we take this matter further in regard to what would be the position, for example, of either minorities who maybe happen to living under that system, are they guaranteed a right of voting, a right of practice, a right of for example, affiliating with their own faith and their own beliefs or not? From an Islamic perspective, they are guaranteed the right to practice their religion in the way they see fit. And that guarantee would have to come from that head of state or from the state itself in that particular setup. So the question of separating religion from state may have a different perspective from an Islamic point of view to that of a Christian point of view, in the sense that there are certain laws that have been developed, there are certain regulations, there are certain rules that by default, whether there is a state there or there is no state, you would find Muslims practicing these laws and regulation anyway, except in a setup where they are unable to practice these rules and regulation by default, or they do not need to practice these rules and regulation by default. They simply not observe certain acts, because these acts cannot be implemented anyway, except if there is a proper administrator of that state which he is able to implement these particular laws and regulations, if that state happens to be in existence. But if it is not, then it simply boils down to the rituals and regulations and laws that an individual is capable and able within the law or within the system of government that he is living under to practice in as much as this individual can whatever his religion, i.e. the Islamic religion, tells him to do and practice. This is in a nutshell what I wanted to say. I don't know if Sheikh Mansour would like to add a few points more.
Thank you very much. On the way, I was telling Sheikh Jihad that last night until 1 o'clock in the morning, I was typing an article about a different topic totally. So, yeah. So I told him, please start, because it takes a while for me to shift to this topic. All right, now I know what's going on. Following what Sheikh Jihad was saying, basically about the history of state and church, or state and mosque in Islam, from my understanding, my knowledge, for the first half a century of the appearance of Islam, we didn't have this topic of whether a state and religion at that time Islam are separated or not, because it was just one, accepted, taken for granted, in fact, that they were one. At the time of Prophet Muhammad, that goes without say, all historians are unanimous that Prophet Muhammad was the head of the church, if you want to say the head of the religion, and at the same time the head of the state that he established in the city that used to be called Yathrib and later on Medina. Medina literally means city, and in fact the reason it was called city because it was taken that he established a state. Now it became like a city and living in a civilized way from that Bedouin lifestyle. So the rules were the rules that was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, both in terms of worshipping and even in today's life of Muslims. When you look in the Islamic jurisprudence, there are different sections. There's a section for worshipping in terms of your relation with God, praying and fasting and so forth. There is another section for transactions in the Islamic jurisprudence in terms of people's relation to one another. Business, we have numerous rules about business. And I believe some, at least from my very shallow knowledge in Christianity and Judaism, like usury, which is forbidden, in Islam is forbidden. So we have more of these details in such a sense in terms of relation between man, in society, how we live. And there is another part of the Islamic jurisprudence that was set at the time of Prophet Muhammad, which is related to judicial system in terms of the fiscal punishment and various types of punishment. So all of these were implemented at the time of Prophet Muhammad and the first half a century of the appearance of Islam. And therefore, after his death, those who came in power as the head of the state, which was established by Prophet Muhammad, were regarded, in Arabic we call them Khalifa, translated Caliph or successor. They were regarded as the successor of a prophet, both in terms of religious authority and in terms of being the head of the state established by Prophet Muhammad. But after the first half a century of Islam, there were some uprising, and the problem of power that usually we as humans are suffering from came into issue, and it went to a different direction, and monarchy and kingdom came into with the dynasty. Since then we began having dynasties, the Bani Umayyad dynasties, Abbasid dynasties. Then the head of the religion and religious authority became separate from the head of the state. That is from the, to be more precise, from nearly the beginning of the second half a century of the Islamic era onward. Up until today, I hardly know of any state, except in the last 25 years that there was an Islamic revolution in Iran. Putting that aside, in all other Islamic countries, that we say Islamic countries because it's a Muslim populated country. It's not that Iraq is ruled by religious authorities, Saddam or no any other the kings or the rulers or presidents in the Muslim countries or Islamic countries. They are not in fact appointed, or they are not implementing, or are not even claiming that they are implementing any religious law. However, like what we have here as unwritten law, it is similar situation in the Islamic countries as well, because the majority, absolute majority of some of those countries are Muslims. So the kings or the presidents are obliged to abide as much as possible by the religious law. However, there are some issues that they don't see that obligation and they go with the secular law. I believe if you agree, let us take the direction of the discussion if we want to talk about the state and religion, whether you want to discuss it internally or externally. What I mean by internally and externally is that, do we want to discuss it as devoted religious people, Muslim, Christians, or the Jews, or any religion is not really an important issue. Are we the one who want to discuss the issue? Are we the one who are devoted, or we want to be liberal and propose something for humanity at large, whether in Australia? Because as I'm sure you appreciate, it really makes a difference for the society that you're talking about. If we talk about democracy, and let's say in Australia 99% of the population, I'm just saying that, is Christian, devoted Christians. We wish that it would be like this. 99% is devoted Christians. So can we discuss that? Can we argue that the state and religion are separated? Or would we agree, these 99% devoted Christians, would they accept that the state be secular and has nothing to do with religion? And when it comes to implementing of the laws that the government takes its liberty, which is contradictory to the teachings of Christianity or Islam or Judaism, we put ourselves into one category for the time being, looking at the common issues that we have. And I give you a very blunt example. Homosexuality, I believe, is forbidden in our religions, if you agree with me. And gambling is forbidden, if you agree with me. Now, if the government decides that gambling creates revenue, and what's wrong with that? And wants to implement that to create revenue for the government, for the state. Now, do we, as devoted religious people, Muslim, Christians, and Jews living under that state, do we agree with that law or not? Or do we have any say? If it goes with the democracy and voting, can government, by any chance, implement that law or pass that law, having into consideration that 99% of the population are devoted religious people, Christians, Muslim, or Jews, again, doesn't make any difference in this category, and they vote against it. So in practice, would the state and religion be separable, or it is practical for a government to be secular in a religious community or not? I suggest if we can discuss this issue and see how it would go. And I was really thinking about this the other day, that now if the government decides that we don't want to let any churches or any mosque or any place of worship be open, why? Because it doesn't create enough revenue for the government. If this building is changed to gambling, there is more money for it. The council would approve it quicker, because for the church it's tax exempt. It's against the policy of making money. See, what we need to agree first and foremost is that, are we going to have any objective? Is there going to be any vision for this community or not? If there is any vision, then I think it's worthy of discussing about the state and religion, whether they are supposed to be separate or together. And if the vision is that we care for the ethics, for morality, not that we care for only money, we end up in a different conclusion. If we decide that forget about ethics, what is ethics and morality? And the only thing which is counted is money. Money is the most beloved one and the almighty dollar. We only worship the almighty dollar, nothing else. Then we go to a different direction, because if you go with the money and only that way, I really find it quite difficult that you can believe in the combination of a state and the church. Because in so many instances, the church would stand against it. There are some ethics, some moralities. Yes, we love money, we like to have money, but as devoted religious people, we believe for life after death. We believe in hell and heaven. We believe in godly punishment or reward. If you take all this into consideration, then you are limited with what you can implement as the head of the state. I would leave that challenge to you to discuss it.
Take a few questions now, and then before morning tea, say 2 questions to set the ball rolling, and then have a cup of tea after that. Clive?
Just to start discussion, certainly we hear what you said in the last bit, and I'm not going to try and debate, but I want to try to establish, can Islam unequivocally affirm personal, individual human rights? Because this is actually a fundamental concept of Western democracy, usually breached very badly. But to take certain examples, the little bit of upset in Victorian Parliament yesterday about woman and her child, breastfeeding and that sort of thing, actually underneath there's a human right issue there. A transvestite transgender person was elected to the New Zealand Parliament. Something that I was very conscious of, a change in my own consciousness. I haven't seen the program yet. There's been radio thing, the TV program a couple of nights ago about pregnant girls, instead of being banished to the outback and sort of having a terrible life because they got pregnant, you've now got schools which are accepting that girls do get pregnant, and how do you deal with it in a charitable way. I personally, having been brought up in the Christian perspective, would not have had the idea of accepting the human rights of that girl to complete her education, and therefore changing the institution to enable her to fulfill her potential. I think it required a secular democratic structure to allow that idea even to surface. My problem with any religious dominance in the political field is that it squashes possible different ways of doing things, because it doesn't really allow for full personal human rights.
Thank you very much. Don't you consider this a dogmatism in itself? Could you answer this question for me? Yeah. What's your definition of the human right? See, these are the fundamental issues. Before we talk about the rights of humans, we have to define what do we mean by human rights.
I would start with the Declaration of Human Rights, 1947-48, in the United Nations, but from a shorthand way would be that an individual may make decisions about their lives, and that they should be enabled to fulfill those decisions without imposition from outside, providing their decision is not going to endanger the life or humanity of another human being.
Thank you very much. Based on this definition, is abortion supported by your human rights definition or not? Because it's my decision. I may think that I want to, get rid of that fetus, but I'm endangering the life of another being, human being, because medically we know that after conception, it's a human being. The age and the size does not really make a difference. Still, it's a living, and I have no right to miscarriage, to do that miscarriage. And therefore, in Islam, Christianity, Judaism, I believe abortion is forbidden. Now, based on the Declaration of the Human Right, this is acceptable. It's a human right. But again, we really don't have a clear picture of the human right. Which human and which right?
There will, of course, be a continual conflict on that one, because there always has been.
Yes.
Do you save the mother or the child in the case of a bad birth process? So that's a very difficult one, and there will be different decisions.
May I just add one verse from the Quran to this? That Quran says, on the day of judgment, that fetus which was aborted will confront his or her mother saying that, Mom, for which sin did you kill me? What did I do to you? I had all the right to live as much as you did, and just because you were selfish and you decided to have a comfortable life, you were imagining that you cannot looking after me in the future, or for some whatever reason, you're embarrassed of your dad, you killed me. What sort of human right did you implement in the 21st century? This is from a very religious perspective. I'm trying to, don't take it that I'm not in favor or against it, but I'm assuming that how can you handle this issue under the Human Rights Declaration? To be in a very democratic and liberal society, respecting human rights.
Mansour, I picked up from your earlier question that you're trying to encourage us to think almost academically of, let's get into a discussion. If we are going to be devout Christians, Jews or Muslims, as we talk about the topic, and it is the trap that we want to fall back into the way we've been living our lives, and we've got these modern laws that implement or that impact on us. It's a real challenge to keep us devout, to say, well, we're not going to fall back to secular laws. It is a secular law, the human rights law. I don't know the answer, but I'm loving the challenge to try and think, can I separate the two? I don't know that I can, but...
Thank you very much. See, if you are content with the law that we have, there is no room for this discussion, and I think all of us deserve a coffee break and have a chat. And I'll tell you, at the end of the day, we cannot make any difference. We are not a decision makers here. Just for the sake of entertainment or as an academic discussion, really as an academic discussion, at least we deserve, based on the human rights, to theoretically discuss it and see whether the system that we have, is it the best system, the best possible system for the best interests of the mankind, or there could be something better than this. I think it's based on the, again, human rights, to at least discuss it between ourselves.
Shall we leave it there? If I can just say, I think it's important that conversations take place all around Australia, and I hope we're representative of the Australian community, at least in some small way. Let's have a coffee break, and hopefully over the coffee break some questions will arise, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
In relation to describing various communities where certainly Islam had a presence as being Islamic communities. Now, Sheikh Jihad said that that in relation to the practice of Islam, there's a practice for the ordinary people, but a different practice in terms of individual sheikhs. Now, what's that? All sheikhs. All sheikhs, yeah. Oil. You know, sometimes I think when you say shake, it's shake, rattle and roll, but forgive me, I'm a bit hard of hearing. So my question is, in describing, say, the community, say, of Saudi Arabia, is it fair to that the Western world, I don't know whether it does or not, but is it fair that they would describe it as an Islamic community? Is that an accurate expression? That's my question.
So the question is that can we say that accurately that the Islamic society, Islamic community in Saudi Arabia is an Islamic community? Is that the question? Because you went...
Is it accurate when, say, Western commentators refer to these communities, and they're really talking about the head of state, I presume, because that sets the character of the community. Is it accurate that in relation to these sheikhs that I don't know whether I've got the right pronunciation. Is it accurate that they be referred to as Islamic?
Well, I'll tell you my personal opinion about it. First of all, in Saudi Arabia, the system is monarchy. And to start with, in Islam, we don't believe in monarchy and kingdom for the head of the state. This is to start with. It is the right of people to choose whoever they want So even at the first half a century of Islamic State that I told you, those who were elected, the legitimate one were those who people really voted for to be the head of the state. Not, that the kingdom should not be inherited. This is from the Islamic perspective. So the head of the state in the Saudi government, we don't regard it as an Islamic state. Bernard Shaw actually makes a very good comment. It may be used against me as well, but says Islam is the best religion, but Muslims are the worst. Now, yeah, yeah, because it was against me, I was very quick. That's about the state. But when it comes to people, I believe that you really cannot judge any religion by the followers of that religion, as much as you cannot judge Christianity by, the day-to-day Christians that you encounter. There are good and bad people around in any religion. So in Saudi Arabia, as you may find individually some very devoted Muslims, and really they are, I'm sure that you will enjoy living with them. And at the same time, I assume, and I'm not from Saudi Arabia, and I haven't been there except for just 2 weeks for Hajj pilgrimage, nothing more than that. So I don't have any personal affiliation. But to be fair, I believe that there are good guys and bad guys everywhere. This is about talking about the citizens. But as for the state, from the way that I see it, the head of the Islamic State cannot be run on a monarchy way. So if you see any monarchy kingdom, this cannot, by definition, be an Islamic state.
Yeah. If I may just add one point to that is, you asked about the Western description of the history, or it is funny to see that, for example, I went to school in this country. We studied ancient history, and then we studied modern history. There was 1400 years missing in between. Years missing, and that is the Islamic era. What happened to these 1400 years? I said, no, this is not important. You're talking about a fifth of the world population, and that whole, span of history is absolutely wiped out. Yes.
Deliberate. I don't think you should necessarily say that was deliberate. I just think.
Not say that. I'm just asking.
I just think that it was missing for sure, but yes. I don't know that it was deliberate. I mean, the historians of the world, and there are a few of them, but they've had enough problems, I suppose, just dealing with what they've done. But I'm reading about the Crusades at the moment, and every little hill has got a castle on it, which was held by some Islamic, and held then, of course, taken over by the Crusaders, and so it changed hands down the line. But I just think in describing that as an Islamic sort of community, it might be unfair. I mean, just like saying that if there are 99% of people in America Catholics, you can't, as you were saying, can't describe it as a Catholic community. And I just wonder whether there's an issue to be discussed there. Thank you.
If it's a matter of being fair or unfair, I would say it is unfair, totally unfair, from the perspective of the fact that media is sometimes influenced by current political issues. For example, I'll give you a very quick example. When America was, good buddies with Saudi, Saudi was an excellent state. Saudi is the best example for democracy in the Arab world. Now America is it's not in that love affair anymore with Saudi Arabia. And now Saudi Arabia happens to be the worst of all states. But we know Saudi was the worst anyway for us Muslims. You don't have to tell us now that it is the Sorry.
I'd just like to add a little word in agreement with you about that 1400 little gap there that you mentioned. And there was no question that a great deal of that was done by one lot of Christian historians of one persuasion who didn't particularly like the fact that those years also covered the time when Catholic Christianity was at large, and so they coined the term Dark Ages. Yes. And these were covering the times when universities, of which these people were representatives, were founded. The Dark Ages, in their view, covered the 1200s and the 1300s when their own universities were founded by somebody who had a bit more far-sightedness than they did. So, but it also, as you quite rightly pointed out, covered the time since 600. And that's right. Yes.
I have a question about the law, because I think at the end of the day, when you have to resort to the law, you've lost. That you can't really legislate anything into existence if people aren't people of goodwill who are religious people, for want of... it's not going to happen. So how do you resolve this? At the same time, C.S. Lewis said the road to salvation goes straight past Mount Sinai. You know, we know the law is important, and at the same time we know that you can't legislate anything into existence. How do you resolve this paradox?
I don't speak English.
I think if you look at the teachings of all prophets, I don't think they started with the laws, but they started with the hearts. And they tried to change the hearts first in becoming model citizens and model righteous, upright people. And that's why you would find in all religious affiliations and belief that there is so much concentration on what we call, as I said last time when I spoke about the concept of jihad, the ailments of the heart. Once you start there, I think you can change people. And then you put that legislation in place to safeguard the ailments of the heart. That is how I perceive it. Not in order just for these laws to act simply as deterrent and have no value or impact on the way you behave or the way you think. Because if you're not going to change yourself from within and become an upright citizen and a model citizen for others to follow suit or perhaps shape and model their life around yours, like the discussion we were having with Jenny a minute ago. We said we don't have politicians by model, by example. We have politicians or leaders, so to speak, by me talk. You know, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Once they are there, none of what they promised or said is in fact in place. You know, everything gets brushed. Why? Because, again, going back to that heart, when I'm campaigning for a power. I'm not campaigning in order to really have a model in place and see that people can progress along the lines of becoming model citizens later on. So that's in a nutshell what I can...
Gerald?
It's good to be able to switch on. The law is a very blunt instrument, and it never has been, and probably never will be, capable of deciding the affairs of the heart. It can't determine ever or enforce by force of law what I believe or choose not to believe, and that's surely the essence of a democracy. A democracy, in the Western sense, surely isn't just the rule of the majority. It's not just a separation of a leader of the state as opposed to a leader of the church. It's a recognition of human rights, of individual rights, affairs of the heart, if you like, affairs of the mind. And surely at the heart of any democracy, you must have a system whereby the law has its business to do. It can deal with actions, it can deal with overt questions, relatively simple questions, but it cannot deal with, and it cannot ever compel me to believe or not to believe, to follow a particular religious faith or not to believe a religious faith. And that's why the law must be secular. It must allow for and keep away from affairs of morality and ethics and religion. If you don't have that, that's why I think there's a problem with a merger of religion and state. If you have a merger, a relationship of religion and state where one is controlled by the other, then you have an attempt by the law to rule the mind and the heart. And that is totally inconsistent with human freedom, human dignity. So I think if we've got to choose what is more important in society, is it human rights or is it the security of the state? In some countries, they've chosen to adopt the priority as being the security of the state. The state is all important. And that's quite a legitimate choice, I suppose. We're entitled to make that choice. if that's what we want from the state? Or is it more important that individuals have the personal right to choose their destiny, to exercise the individual rights? And my understanding is that Western democracy, we've chosen the latter. We've chosen individual rights as being paramount, as distinct from other countries which have made another choice. But that's, I think, our starting point. We have to make that choice, our decision. What kind of country do we want to live in? A democracy or a dictatorship? Is that a question? No. A response.
I think
then.
we all agree, hopefully, on the fact that between dictatorship and democracy, obviously democracy is the better choice. But whether democracy, in the way that we understand it, the rule of the majority, for people, by people, is it applicable? Is it practical? Does it really exist at all or not? Is another issue of very academic discussion. But coming back to your point about the secular law, see, the problem that we are suffering and scared of the religious law as the head of the state law is the concept of our issue, the problem of tolerance and intolerance and coexistence. We are all scared because of the previous very bitter and sad experiences that we have in the history, that any time that the religion, any religion, has become the head of the state, what followed was persecution of the minor groups and inquisitions and you name it. In other words, bring it all under the category of intolerance. First, if hypothetically now we can develop a religion, or we can assume, hypothetically speaking, there is a religion that has that sense of tolerance and coexistence within itself, do you still have any problem with that? It's a very hypothetical question.
Tolerance of, that is the essence of it, isn't it? Tolerance of human rights, the acceptance that the individual has the right to believe in his heart whatever he wants.
Obvious, yes.
Yeah.
If there is such a statement that no one can force anyone else, in fact, in terms of religion, it is ultimately your choice and your right to choose whichever religion, whichever doctrine, whichever faith you want to practice, or if you don't want to choose any, which is again another faith, by the way. Yeah. If we have such a religion, but look at the positive points of it. I was talking to one of the ladies and I mentioned this and I'd like to repeat it. If you want to replace, I suggest to replace that human rights declaration with these sayings of Jesus. That is, as he says, also covers the laws of all prophets. Do to others what you like to be done to you. In such a general meaning. This is exactly what we have it in Quran, which is what we have it in Bible. And I believe, as Jesus says, this covers the laws of all prophets. Now you tell me, is this an advanced ethical law for the society or not? Do to others what you like them to do to you. And if we have this as the main principle for a civilized society that we want to rule based on religion, and mind you, this is a religious issue and religious law, imagine how peacefully and how tolerantly we can live together. Because the moment, if I'm in charge, the moment that I want to persecute any follower of any other religion, I put myself in their shoes. Would I like this to happen to me? No. So why should I do that to them? So it's not, I really don't believe that we should shift to secularism with all its negative consequences as we have experienced as devoted religious people and say goodbye to all the ethical issues because it has been mishandled by some people. You may tell me again that power, wherever it goes, it will be mishandled. Well, if this is the case, in secular society also it will be mishandled. But between bad and worse, between good and better, maybe we are in this dilemma of choosing between good or better or bad and worse. Which one would you choose?
I think it was Shakespeare said, first let's kill all the lawyers in one of his plays, but I think he just had a bad time with a legal case of his own. And the general point we're making, I think, and particularly the sheikhs were making about how different it may be from the leadership to the religion underneath and the people underneath, is borne out very much by what happened inside the Catholic Church after the Reformation, when it was, and I don't know enough of the Muslim history, I say to my shame, to know how far things went, but I don't think they went as far as they did in Christianity when, say, the Sunnis and the Shiites were going in different directions. But it was the monarchs who determined what was going to happen. And I'm sure their religious reasons were very, very high in their agenda, but I think it might have been even higher that they wanted just a quiet world under them. And so an English king decided he wanted to go in a different direction. A French king decided he wanted to stay where he was, and so the poor unfortunate Calvinists who were coming in from Switzerland were all suppressed, and supposedly France remained Catholic. So I think the general picture is that the leaders have a set of agendas that may not be as inspired by religious motivation as they could be.
Yes, the conversations move back into the area that I think we need to address, and that is the effect of power in any human institution. I was grateful to Dr. Hosey's run through on Constantine. It seems to me that the church from after Constantine in the West, and to a lesser, but to a different degree in the East, was corrupted by power. It was the attitudes of power, the attitude of being able to enforce a particular intolerant view, a narrow prescriptive view, that led the church for 1,500 years at least into the backwaters. And we're emerging, it seems to me that we're emerging from that now. There's a challenge, a very substantial challenge to the whole idea of the church sitting as a magisterium deciding what individuals will do. And a lot of revolt within the Christian churches is precisely because of that misuse of power by institutions, not only Catholic, but of course Protestant as well. We learnt the lesson well, those of us who come from a different tradition to the Catholic Church of the West. So it's that question. I want to swing that into consideration also of Islam, because as I see it, there doesn't seem to be a great deal of difference in terms of how influence is used. In the churches, we can see that it has been through institutions that have been set up and proclaimed this, that or the other, which can be effectively challenged. In Islam, because we haven't been given a clear understanding of where authority lies in interpretation, who is responsible? I don't hear any leader in Islam really talking at the top level about peace or tolerance or banning of shameful, dehumanizing acts of barbarity in punishment of criminals, death penalty, and those sort of things. Who are the sheikhs, the imams? Who are the people really moving us forward within the Islamic world in these things? Within the church, it's taken decades and centuries to do something, but in Islam, because we don't know who the authorities are, it seems that they're simply the elite scholars somewhere who train the sheikhs. I don't know. But can we look at the issues of misuse of power, or irresponsible use of power, or just failure to use the influential power that is there to create a community of compassion that both Christians and Islam believe is the nature of God?
What am I going to say to this? That was a very long statement. I forgot parts of it. The last part of it, maybe I just address, and Sheikh Jihad can help me with that. See, the problem that we have, you have set a law in your mind, and from that perspective, you're looking at something that you don't have any experience, or it's not compatible with what you have taken for granted as the law in the judicial system of, like that example that you mentioned, barbaric and, such sort of judicial system. But if you look at from another angle, from a very devoted Muslim, allow me to say Christian perspective as well, that they believe in the 10 Commandments. And in the 10 Commandments, clearly adultery is forbidden. And there was a death penalty for it in the Judeo-Christian society in the past. Not because of the old ages or new ages, because it was the canon law. Now, if you were at that time, or if anyone today wants to be a devoted Christian, would they have the right to implement that law, or that law belong to the history? As much as Moses and Jesus belong to that history, and Muhammad belong to the history. And since today we don't have any living prophet around us, we take our liberty with whatever law that we want to pass in the parliament and decide on it. if you look from this perspective, as I told you before, it's an external discussion. Do we want to have an internal discussion, devoted religious people, or external discussion? If you take it out of the realm of religion, then I'm very happy to discuss and see whether that law, for example, is barbaric or is a civilized way. If the law of capital punishment is implemented at the moment in the U.S. and there is a death penalty, until some years ago we had the electrical chair. Was it barbaric? Or at that time it wasn't barbaric. Now that it's changed, that is barbaric. If the present law today, tomorrow is changed again, today law was barbaric. So where is the guideline who is supposed to decide what is barbaric, what is not? Just whatever currently is legal is not barbaric. But if tomorrow is changed, today was barbaric. Yes, as much as we view about the law in the past. Really, we need to decide on that. Is there any, any standard to check about barbarism of a law? And if the judicial law is there to secure peace and security for the citizens. And I'll tell you an example from one lady from Australia. She had gone to Dubai, and she said that she had a very expensive camera, left it at the airport, and few hours later she realized that she had left her camera, and she said, there is no way on earth that I'm going to find it. She went back there, and it was still sitting there after more than 5 hours. When she reported that and she found out, they told me that because there, if anyone touches that, it may cost him losing his 4 fingers. Whereas here in Australia, if I find money off the street, that's my lucky day. So really it depends on the angle that you look at it.
I may add something to that. It frightens me sometimes to think along that particular line, because, for example, when I came to this country back in the early 70s, in Parliament it was legislated that to be gay is an X, a big X. Now it is legislated in the same Parliament that it is okay. In today's Parliament it is legislated that pedophilia is a crime. I don't know what's going to happen in 30 years. I don't know what's going to happen because it's a secular-based system. Who's going to decide that pedophilia will remain an abhorrent act after 30 years? If there was a need for it from the perspective of the person who's advocating for it. For example, I'm taking care of that individual. I'm being lovable to him. But in return, I'm getting also a share of that love and care. It may entertain certain thoughts within certain individuals who may see that affiliation with that particular act. And you will get a movement that will support that and will advocate for it, and before you know it, it may be legislated in Parliament. Where is the roofing? Where is the limit of... That's why the issue and the debate of morality would always need to come into such debates. Otherwise, it's going to be, a recipe for disaster later on. If every 30 years we choose that something that was barbaric before now is no longer considered a barbaric system or abhorrent system, and that it is part of the way we live, where do we draw the line?
Just on what you're quoting there, Sheikh, you quoted Jesus saying that do unto others as you would have them do to you. He's also said, whatever you do to the least of my brothers, you're doing to me. He equated himself with the whole of humanity, and the whole of humanity as being one with him. Now, when I grew up, homosexuality, abortion, adultery, all of these things were anathema to us, or to me. And my being uncomfortable around homosexuals, I suppose, comes from my deep felt beliefs. But society, and it's been changed by secular society, we are now treating homosexuals as human beings, precious in their own right. We are now treating people who are taken in adultery as being human beings, precious in their own right. And whatever we've held as being anathema before, we now see that they are beautiful in their own right, and we are called to love them as we would have ourselves being loved. That doesn't seem to be, I may be misreading you, it doesn't seem to be there in Islam to the extent that I must obey what the Quran says because it has directly come from God. Now, Christianity has come to the understanding that the Bible is a story of God's relationship in humanity and the whole of creation. We can't separate that. I forget where I was going. It's a relationship with the whole of humanity. We've now seen that life began millions of years before man came onto the scene. And yet if we took what the Bible says as being direct revelation of God, before Adam and Eve came onto the scene and death came into the world, the dinosaurs and billions of life was dying out. Now, does Islam have an understanding that the Quran is also in the same light as the Bible? That the story of Adam and Eve may only be a myth, and from what you are saying, the Quran has directly come from God. Therefore, if we take that as being fact, the story of Adam and Eve being virtual persons, the first persons, is actual fact when history proves that not to be the case.
Okay, yes. I start with the last point about Adam and Eve. First of all, I don't think it's a very common opinion among the Christians that it was a myth or symbolic. It really depends on the interpretations that you take. There are different interpretations about the story. One interpretation suggests that it's symbolic and it was a myth, whatever the case is, but it's not a precise, it cannot really represent the Christian opinion that is symbolic or myth. Another point that you had, I wanted to make a comment on it, I forgot, like, yeah, getting old. Can't remember. Yeah.
Can I get back to incest, pedophilia and adultery? Not my favourite subjects, but I think those sorts of offences are clearly within the province of the law. They are not really relevant to what we were talking about religious freedom. The reason is because acts of those kinds are acts which affect other people. And as has been said a few times today, what we're talking about are individual rights as to belief, what goes on in my mind, what goes in my private home, what affects me. But if my actions or my beliefs, on the carrying out of my beliefs into action, causes harm to others, well, that is a matter to do with the law. And I don't think anybody is disputing that. This gets back to what we're talking about is religious freedom, not matters which are within the criminal law. And the law is, nobody is saying that mistakes are not made. The very fact that we have an appeal system in the legal world, we go from one court to another, and they both come to different conclusions each time. No one denies this, that the law is a very imperfect, human-driven structure, which is far from perfect. But and democracy has been described as being far from perfect, but at least it's the best system we have of the options available. And I think that we're choosing between the lesser of two evils, and mistakes are made on both sides. But the very fact that mistakes are made means that you have to institute surely checks and balances. You have to not give all of the power to one person or one group of people, but give it to a number of people. And since you've got a balance of power between the politicians and the judges and the people, the press, in a freedom, where open debate is encouraged. And that way, in that democratic sort of way, you've got less chance of mistakes being made. Doesn't prevent them, but at least it reduces the risk.
Islam wouldn't be opposed to democracy in principle, would it? No.
we also agree with democracy as the better choice, not the best choice, but as you nicely mentioned, because that's the best available system that we have. So therefore, definitely we agree with democracy. If it's, considering all its shortcomings as well, but as the better choice that we have, the best choice that we have, yes, in Islam we believe in democracy in terms of, how can I say that, the head of the state, even at the time of the Prophet or the first half a century, which we regarded as the ideal situation of Islam, those in charge, in fact, unless they get the majority of the vote, their position as the head of the state was not legitimized, and it did not accepted, and was not accepted from the Islamic perspective. Anyway, my answer quickly is positive.
Just a little comment on the human side of it. I have a friend who is very wary of Australia becoming a republic in the future, and my first reaction to it was really we need a republic where we've left our infancy in Australia to become our own people. And the more I reflected on it, however, I think he has a point. It's not so much becoming a republic for Australia, but what sort of a republic we become. Because if we look at past history, look what happened to France when it got its republic, and the way it persecuted all the different factions that they didn't like from a small group who got into power. So again, I see Australia needing to have a very good look at what sort of republic we get. The second comment might be, I'd say a place like Ireland in the past had a very strong Catholic population, and therefore they respected the church as to what the church, in its experience of 2,000 years, was able to give to its past experiences. That a place like that the church could have a very strong influence. But for Australia, where we have so many denominations, and right across Europe and Asia now, we do have to look at our minorities very carefully, and we certainly need to have the state separate from the church, even if, as you're probably aware, the Church of England was in charge in Australia earlier in our history, and it was controlling Sydney. The only faith was allowed in Sydney was the Church of England at that period. But it's just a feeling on the future of Australia.
My question, I think part of it's been asked before, and I haven't heard everything, particularly this morning. My dominant thought from this course is that Islam, to me, appears to be bound up with a great number of rules and regulations. Now, let us think for a moment of the spirit of both Islam and Christianity. We do seem to share much of the same thought. We both believe in one God. We both, as far as Christianity is concerned, there are two laws, love of God and love of neighbour. Now, love of neighbour also appears to be dominant in your line of thought. But I think after that, in a lot of ways, we part company because we don't have the same emphasis on the rules and regulations. If I can be quite honest, am I allowed to be honest? To me, they appear to be stifling. Now, I wonder if Islamic scholars ever think of things like this. It seems to me that you've taken the culture of the Prophet, but you've carried it right down through the centuries, and I don't think it's always to your good. I mean, you're loving people, compassionate people, but a lot of people in Australia don't think that about you, and I think a lot of the reasons why they don't think that is because of, a lot of your customs, and I'm very curious to know whether any people within, like, the Islamic world, particularly Islamic scholars, who think that it might be a good idea to try to adapt a bit more to the culture of the time. I say that in a respectful way. I'm just curious.
I do appreciate that, but I believe it. Yes, sure.
The gentleman down the back wants you to give an example.
What of?
Of the culture.
Well, I think in ways that are so obvious, like the clothes, particularly, your method of prayer, even forbidden foods. To me, it seems to me in some ways that you appear to be afraid of the body and what human nature might do. So you appear to, keep it in with all these rules and regulations, where, to me, the spirit... You do believe the spirit is uppermost, you've said that, but by, your customs and so on, it's not so obvious for everyone else. I'm just giving you, an opinion that I feel, and I think a lot of other people do, too.
Thank you very much for a very honest point. May I just ask you one question? If it happens that by any chance you live in Filipino, in Indonesia, or somewhere else in the world, that the way that they dress is not the way that you dress. The way that they eat their food is not the way that you eat. Like here you eat with the spoon and there you eat with something else, with the sticks. And you really find it difficult. Are you going to accommodate yourself or accept or change yourself to that custom, or you like to stay happy with your Aussie dress code or the way that you eat and everything else? Imagine that, I know that you don't like to imagine, but imagine you are living in Saudi Arabia and 99% of the population of women are dressed headscarf, and there you really feel very awkward. Let's say there is no persecution, which I don't know about that in Saudi Arabia. Let's say there is no persecution, but would you accept them? We agreed that the law of, do to others what you like them do to you. Would you accept them to impose on you to dress the way that they dress? Or you say that, why should I be like you? I'm an individual, independent individual, and I like to be dressed, and I like to choose the meal that I like. No, this is just a hypothetical question. Yeah. Well, I think that actually the law in Saudi Arabia goes with her suggestion, with her very honest suggestion. She should not blame them, because that's, if she comes into power to make it, legislation, she is going with this mentality, she is going to impose the same law as is imposed in Saudi Arabia, even though the other way around. Is it not?
Excuse me, can I make
just a moment. I'm conscious that it's gone 12 o'clock. If the speakers are happy to continue for a few more minutes, are you? Feel free to go if you have to go, but let's continue for another few minutes. Okay.
I just would like to make the comment that I think we have a very fortunate democracy, but at the same time we have a very flabby and complacent democracy. We are propped up by the media to think things are going better than they are. We think we're questioning, we think we're very libertarian, and all sorts of awful things are happening in the name of democracy in our society. And I think it's very easy to turn around and look at other people and say, oh, they don't dress the way I think people should dress, or they don't follow the same rules and regulations that I follow. At the end of the day, I think morally we are all accountable to God, and that is a complex and very specific and individual issue, and I think there will be reckoning for those that don't heed that thing. But I just want to say thank you very much for extending our consciousness a little bit too, because I think we're very, very complacent in the West, and I think the events of the last 5 and 10 years perhaps are pointing us away from that complacency.
I sometimes say to the boys I teach that some of the religions that have arrived in Australia more recently, principally among them Islam, show us up as Christians very badly. And I'd like to give an example, dress. When you talk about women's dress, the standards, especially among a lot of young girls, you'd see better standards of dress up in William Street. And I don't know how some of the young boys cope with that these days, quite frankly. I really feel for the sheikhs, because today and other days we've heard these long commentaries I'm at a complete loss sometimes to understand what the question is. I don't know how the panel discern a question out of it all. And I think the basic problem here is not at that end. We've got two gentlemen there who have a very firm handle on their own faith. It seems to me a lot of people here have a very poor handle on their own faith, be they Catholic or some other denomination. I think that's the basic problem. The people here purporting to be Christians or Catholic Christians really have only a very vague idea of, or their own version of what the faith's about. That's where the discussion's bogging down. Sorry to be so frank.
Aquinas Academy 2003, Introduction to Islam. The speaker is Sheikh Mansour Leghaei. He will be focusing on mysticism in the Islamic tradition.
I wish I had a cup of tea before I come. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session, but hopefully not the least. The topic that was suggested for today is Islamic mysticism. Soon you'll be having a copy of the abstract. I had emailed it to Michael, but for some reasons he hasn't received it. He's going to copy it anyway. You can hear me, can you? That's always a problem with my audience. The topic for today is Islamic mysticism. Even though in the abstract, as you can see it, I named it Symposium on Islamic Mysticism. The reason I call it symposium because I was thinking of the ancient meaning of symposium, which means a drinking party. In other words, we are going to have a drinking party today, but not in a sense that you may be thinking about it. Because at the end of the session, I'm going to share with you a taste of a divine wine that Muslim mystics are so much talking about. And believe you me, it's so intoxicating that you may not think of going to the liquor shop anymore. Without any headache, by the way. All right. First and foremost, what is the definition of mysticism? Mysticism, obviously, is an English term. And in Islamic terminology, we have our own terms, which I'm always cautious about the use of the terms, because once you translate it in a different language, sometimes the misconception, in fact, occurs from the translation. The terms that we have in Islam expressing the spirituality of it, and really, first of all, I should say that Islam, to the best of my knowledge, as a person who's been studying on this field, at least for the last 15 years, I must say that it's so rich in its spirituality and in what has offered in terms of mysticism. We have two types of terms. Maybe the first, you have heard more about it, because it's related to the cultural aspect of mysticism in Islam. One is Sufism, and the person who is practicing it is called Sufi, S-U-F-I. And another term that I doubted if you have heard, and in fact that's the second that I'm going to talk about in this session, is Al-Irfan. Irfan literally means knowledge, but not any ordinary type of knowledge. And a person who is practicing this is called Arab. I hope the abstract comes soon so that you have an idea of some of the Arabic terms that I'm going to pronounce. Irfan or Al-Irfan literally is coming, when you look at the etymology of it, it's coming from either of these two meanings. One of them is a sweet fragrance. So Muslim mystics, to use again that term, the broader term, they believe that the reason that this particular science is called Irfan is because in the garden of knowledge, there was one particular flower which was the most sweetest flower with the best fragrance, and that one is chosen by them, and therefore, well, that's why they're very proud of it. On the other hand, they believe that the reason that this particular science, mysticism, is called Irfan is because of the difference they make, or they believe, in looking at the reality. They believe that mankind has two types, or can enjoy two types of knowledge. One is acquired knowledge, and this is also discussed in the Faculty of Philosophy as well. One is acquired knowledge, another one is knowledge by presence. I'll explain. Acquired knowledge is the ordinary type of knowledge that you and we usually enjoy. From the time that we go to school, all what we are learning is an example of acquired knowledge. Take a look at this piece of paper. You look at it, you scan it with your eyes, comes to your brain, you have an image of it, and therefore you say that this piece of paper, A4 size, exists. Type of the knowledge you have about this is called acquired knowledge. Muslim mystics are not concerned about this type of knowledge. In fact, they are against it. In a sense, they are against it. They say this type of knowledge is for very elementary students. Mankind can enjoy a much more advanced level of knowledge by unifying himself or herself with the object out of himself, with the external one. And by unification between him and the object, he can have a much better knowledge about it. This is what they call it knowledge by presence. The example or the simile that they usually give is this. Imagine that we hear that there is a bushfire somewhere in one of the suburbs. God forbid. We had enough, more than enough. Now, what you are watching on TV is your acquired knowledge. You haven't been there, or you hear about it. Then on TV you watch it. Then all of a sudden you are driving back home, and I don't wish this for anyone, just for the sake of learning, I'm using this example. So forgive me, it sounds horrible to you. You are driving back home, and you're getting close to the suburb where you are living, and you feel the heat, and you can see the smoke. Now you're scared. What if it's my house? As you drive and you get closer and closer, you all of a sudden see the flaming fire within your house. You go inside the house, and a baby is there. You want to rescue the baby. Now you're in the middle of the fire. Your body can feel the heat of the fire. They say this is knowledge by presence. Now you tell me that, is there any difference between your knowledge about the fire, bushfire, when you were sitting here that you just heard about it, compared to when you went in the middle of the fire? Big difference, is it not? They say, Muslim mystics, their suggestion, their proposal, their idea is that man has this capacity to gain type of knowledge that they call it intuitive knowledge. It's a type of knowledge that you can be unified with the reality. The whole concept is how we can access the reality, to find about the reality. And they say the whole differences. One of the very famous Muslim Iranian mystic, he said the whole night a Christian and a Muslim scholar, they were debating one another about Trinity or unity, until at twilight they realized that the topic that he said, that what they were talking about one subject, but in different names. He says that it's just an example of, you call it grape, I call it enab in Arabic. Grape and enab is the same. Now you know what grape is. If I say enab, you don't know what, you're lost. If I use another language that Arab-speaking people like in Farsi, angur, again you are lost. He says that it's not that really there are different realities out there. The reality out is the same. Because mankind is using different languages, we think that we are different from one another. Whereas if we could possibly access the reality as it is, God, as an example of reality, there is only one God out there. Whether the God of Muslims, the God of Christians, the God of Jews, the God of Hindus, whatever you want to call it, the reality out is the same. So what is these differences? The differences is because we are talking different languages, and therefore we don't understand each other. Rumi is a very famous Iranian Muslim Sufi and mystic. He gives this simile, this example, which I believe is adopted from a Hindu parable. He says once upon a time a man had brought an elephant to a village where nobody had seen ever an elephant before. They had no experience of elephant. He kept the elephant in a very dark room, dark, that they could not possibly see it. Then he's asking all the villagers one by one, you come inside the room, you touch the elephant, and you tell me how the elephant would look like by using your sense of touching. So the first person steps in, all of a sudden he's touching the legs of the elephant. He goes out and says, wow, elephant is like a pillar. The next person comes in, and it happens that he's touching the trunk of the elephant and says, elephant is like a big pipe. The third person comes and touches the back of the elephant. Elephant is like a big mattress, and so forth. Rumi at the end concludes, he says that if there was a candle in the hand of each one of them, there wouldn't be any difference in their knowledge. Their idea, Muslim mystics and mystics in general, and by the way, mystics believe that, at least I can talk about Muslim mystics that I'm more familiar with, they say when you come to mysticism, to that type of knowledge, there is no Islam, Christianity, or Buddhism, or whatever else. They sort of believe in transcendental unity of all religions. They say all are talking the same. They are all expressing one issue in different languages. By the way, Rumi says that if they had one candle in hand, there wouldn't be any dispute. And that candle is that intuitive knowledge. They say man has this power and is possible, and they claim that they enjoyed it. They claim that they have enjoyed that type of knowledge within themselves, a light, a candle had been lit up, that they could see the reality as it is, not as how we imagine it. So this is the whole story of mysticism. In Islam, we have two types, two facets of mysticism. One is Sufism, as I said, and another one is the intuitive knowledge or irfan. Sufism is more cultural aspect of it, and literally the term Sufism is driven from Suf, which is an Arabic term. Suf means a coarse wool or a woolen garment. That was an expression that in early Islam, similar to the Christian monks, because there was so much, in fact, emphasis in prophetic traditions about rejecting the materialism, they used to wear a very coarse and old and shabby woolen garment as an expression of rejecting the materialism, that we are not people of this world, we are not interested in this world. They later on were called as Sufi, and their school of thought was regarded as Sufism. So please don't mix it with that Sufi, which is an English term, and it's coming from those, great, what do you call it, ancient Greek philosophers, those who were opposing to philosophy. This is a different, this is S-U-F-I-S-M, Sufism, and it's an Arabic term, basically, coming from the wood. This is the cultural aspect of it. The educational aspect of Muslim mysticism is what we call it intuitive knowledge, that I was talking about, that they believe that by the means of self-purification, you can reach a level that you can see the reality as it is. The language that Muslim mystics, they believe is very fascinating. They believe, first of all, in that realm, there is no language involved at all. The reason for that, again, they say that this human language, even though in comparison to the language of animals, we are more advanced, and we are very much proud of ourselves that we can communicate verbally. But again, when you go to that higher level, this language is the main source of all the human problems because of its ambiguity. Because of its ambiguity, and if we can somehow relate to one another from heart to heart, I can exactly understand you, you can understand me. Again, Rumi that I referred to, and he is really definitely one of the most outstanding Muslim mystics, he has a very nice expression. He said, my situation as a mystic is like a mute who had a dream. And the whole world are like those who are deaf. Imagine a mute had a dream and wants to express his dream to a group of deaf people. How could they possibly communicate with one another? He wants to talk. He says, I'm incapable of talking, and they are incapable of hearing me. So what is the remedy? How am I supposed to know, Rumi, what you're talking about? What is this issue of intuitive knowledge? He says, until you experience it for yourself. It's something that you need to endeavor to experience. Is it possible for me? I say, of course, the path is open to everyone. As it happened to me, it can happen to you as well. So far as you are a human, the gate is open. And if you haven't activated your inner senses, in other words, they believe in two types of senses. External senses, the normal senses that we have, eyes and ears and so forth. They say you also enjoy an inner or some inner senses as well. The sense of hearing, but not with your ears. He says this is similar between you and a donkey. In that world, you are the same as in the world of or the kingdom of animals. You have another ears that you haven't been able to activate it, or you haven't in fact paid attention to it in your life to activate it. Activate it, and you can also hear the echo of an angel, in so much as the prophets heard it. Activate your inner sense of sighting, eye sighting, but not this eye. This is the same as some animals. Some could be even having a sharper eyesight than you. But activate the eyes of your heart, and then you can see an angel as a prophet could see it. And it was not necessarily limited to a prophet, because ultimately, if they were humans and they could achieve that, the gate is open. Their claim is that the gate is open, each to their own level, of course. They don't say that everyone would reach all the high level, but each to their own level. This is one aspect of the language that they talk about. But again, when they are expressing themselves, from my experience, I can say that as I'm aware of at least these two languages, Farsi and Arabic, that Muslim mystics are talking a lot about. And in fact, if anyone wants to learn about Islamic mysticism, definitely you need to master these two languages. Not only Arabic, you need to know Persian or Farsi as well. For some reasons, Iranians have been so much into mysticism, historically and always. And when they write, whether poetry or prose, in fact, it's making you feel dancing. You know how in English sometimes when we are talking about Shakespeare, you say how he masters English language. In fact, he is an English language. He's the creator of somehow English language. It amazes me when I'm reading some of the literature of Muslim mystics in Farsi or in Arabic, how much that person, that particular mystic, masters the language, really as if he is, if I may use the term, he is the God, the creator of that language. Some 15 years ago, I read a book titled Perfect Man by one of the Muslim mystics, Iranian, in about 450 pages. Can you believe that the moment that I start reading the book, for about 3-4 days, I could not leave my bedroom except for very necessary. Believe you me, the book literally captured me. So much the way that it was expressing it, so eloquent, and the topic was very much interesting. And they say that whoever has a taste of this mysticism, this is one of the blessings that he receives or she receives. And therefore, go to the English world, Shakespeare, they say because he had a taste of that divine wine that I was talking about. Emily Dickinson had a taste of it. Rumi had a taste of it, and in every culture, different people had the taste of it. All right, we have two types of Islamic mysticism. Or when you look at it as a science, there are two types of it. One is called theoretical mysticism, and one is called practical mysticism. Theoretical mysticism is very similar to philosophy, because both a philosopher and a mystic, they are trying to find the reality of the world. They are trying to find some philosophical questions answered, with the difference that, again, mystics and philosophers have a long debate always with one another. Mystics are ridiculing philosophers. Again, I may quote a parable from the Rumi. Very nicely he's expressing it. See how he's really capturing the mind of people with their examples that they cite. He says the example of philosophers who use the faculty of mind, reasoning, and sound reasoning, which is very good, again, in its own level. When you compare it with the kingdom of animals, this is something that we are very proud of. But I'm telling you, there is a higher level for man to reach. Don't limit yourself to the faculty of mind. What is that? He says the example of people who are just into sound reasoning and argument and logic is the example of, again, blind people using the stick. If I tell you that I walk without a stick and you are born in a village that everyone there is born blind and naturally they needed to hold a stick, how would you feel about it? Oh, is it possible to walk without a stick? I said, yes, of course it's possible. They say that we walk without any stick in hand. All philosophers are walking with a stick and blind, and they don't know. Sometimes they fall, sometimes they get up again. This is the, disadvantage of sound reasoning, so-called sound reasoning and logic. Whereas he says again, if your eyes are open and you can see the reality, you tell me, do you need any reason anymore? If I tell you, Quran makes a quotation here, it says that everyone knows about himself and herself better than anyone else. Your knowledge about yourself is knowledge by presence. You don't need any proof for yourself, because your knowledge about yourself is knowledge by presence, not acquired knowledge. It's not yet the knowledge about something out of yourself. No matter how much we want to justify what we have done to others, but for myself, I know whether I've done the right thing or right thing. Therefore, they say this type of intuitive knowledge is also applicable to external world as well. We can extend it. And imagine if you can see the reality of the world as it is. This is the whole endeavor of the philosophers. And they said it's never ending. From the time of the ancient Greek philosophers, they've been always discussing the issue of determinism and free will. And he says, guess what? For the rest of their life on earth, they're going to keep talking about it, and they never find any answer for it. But come to a mystic, he says, so easily I found the answer. Because I have seen the world as it is, and I don't see any determinism, and I don't see any free will, and I see both of them. This is one side of it, and it's a technique, it's a science, and they believe you can reach a stage that you can witness the reality. This is a very academic branch that we studied, in Islamic seminaries. It takes about 8 hours, I wish. It takes about 8 years to finish the theoretical mysticism. Then we come to the practical side of it. The practical side is, in fact, to practice what you have learned on the one hand. On the other hand, practical mysticism means that mystics, they basically say that to learn mysticism, you are not going through the books. This normal endeavor of reading a book and memorizing it and going to the exam room and pass the exam is for acquired knowledge. It's for the faculty of philosophy, not for the faculty of mysticism. So how am I supposed to learn? They say it's very easy. The way to learn is just to purify yourself. The example, the parable again they give is that human soul, human heart is like a board. You polish it like a piece, wall. You polish it and it shines, and then it reflects the reality. God has created man from his own image, his own soul, and because of our soul is in fact, it's rusted in this world because of materialism. They say you polish it, and the more you polish it, the more it reflects the divine beauty and the reality. And they say we have practiced this and we gained it. You don't believe it, you do it for a while. Usually their suggestion is that at least for 40 days and nights, promise yourself that you stay away from materialism, you purify yourself. Special, it's similar to maybe yoga that they have in Hinduism. They have a special meditation prescribed. And for the last 2 years, I've been every Sunday morning after we start with twilight, I've been actually running courses on practical mysticism for the last 2 years, and we haven't finished. And I told them at least you are looking for another 5 or 6 years. Every Sunday morning, starting with twilight until the sunrise for about 1.5 hours. It's basically that, the prescription that Muslim mystics they give, and I have had an amazing impact from my audience. I usually get about 50 people. That how much it has been jump-starting their life, in fact, and open new windows to them that they were not aware of it. And I'm not trying to advertise for it here. In practical irfan or practical mysticism, the irfan that I use is the actual term that we are familiar with. I'm trying to translate it. In practical mysticism, they believe there are stations from where you are to where you can reach. Normally, they say the station in an ideal way is 100 stations. They divide it to 10 stages, each stage into 10 stations. In other words, there is a path, there is a traveler, and you are a traveler. As you are traveling in time, you are also traveling you can travel in that spiritual journey as well. It's a journey, in other words. What is the very first station that everyone is, innovatively has to achieve that one or to get to that station to be able to start the journey? They say the very first station is the station of awakening. You have to wake up to yourself. Again, they use a prophetic saying that people are asleep until they die. They say once you die, you see the reality of the world. We have a suggestion. Isn't it cooler that you will see the reality before you die? Because then it would be too late. And then you may wish to come back and have a different lifestyle, but you never can do that. So isn't it good if you can die here, you could possibly go. It really reminds me of the simile of Plato. I don't know if you've heard of it. Very briefly, between brackets, if I mention that, it's always fascinating me, really. Plato had a simile for this. He says that imagine some prisoners in a cave, that they are born, I'm trying to cut a long story short, they are born in a cave and in a situation that all of them are having a handcuff and, can I say, leg cuff, iron, and also an iron on their neck. If possibly you imagine that this is the end of the cave and they are all facing the wall at the end of the cave with an iron on their neck, handcuffed, that there is no possibility for them to turn their face and look at the gate of the cave. Now, Plato says that for us, we know they are inside the cave, but for them, if they are born in that situation, after a while, there are some objects moving out of the cave, like trees, animals, possibly other humans. What they hear is the echo of the voice from out of the cave, reflecting the wall at the end of the cave and touching their ears. And they hear the echo of the voice. Similarly, when the objects pass by the cave, the shadow of the images reflects on the wall at the end of it, and they see the shadow of the real objects. But Plato says, look, for you and I, we say the shadow of the objects. But what about them? For them, it's a real object. Because they are born in that situation. They have no idea of the shadow and the real image of it. All right? He says that now imagine that possibly one of those prisoners is stepping out of the cave. To his big surprise, he would be wondered that, wow, all what we used to think is tree is just the image, is a shadow of the tree. Here is the real tree. Here is the real cow. Here is the real object that we used to think that one was real. Now, he comes back to the cave and is informing his fellow prisoners that, guys, you were all wrong. The reality is out there, and I have seen it. I witnessed that. Plato asks, do you think they believe him? Or they say that this man is, suffering some mental problem. He says this is the problem that mystics, they have with ordinary people. And in other words, in a bigger scale, this is the problem of prophets with ordinary people. In their experience of ascension, spiritual ascension, when they stepped out of this realm of this world, and they saw the reality of things in a different world, in a more advanced world, for us that we believe in hereafter, hell and heaven, and they came and they shared their experience, their witnesses. People like us who are born in this jail, in this cave of this world, we could not believe them. We said they are talking nonsense. Because we believe that seeing is believing. So much trust we have in the concept of seeing is believing that, so by the way, they say the first step is that you need to wake up. Sometimes you are asleep without noticing that you are asleep. They say again, a nice story that there was a car accident, and the ambulance came and they decided to separate the dead from the wounded ones. So they took one wounded guy and put it next to the dead bodies. And the guy was screaming, hey, I'm alive. They said, no, you are dead. Still you are warm and you don't realize it. Your body is still warm, you don't realize. They said, many of people you see that, including the speaker, by the way, I don't exclude myself, we could be asleep without noticing. We are busy in our own world of imaginations and we are dreaming. The first step is that some shock sometimes happens in your life, and they say if you get lucky, one of the, in fact, philosophy that they have for the calamities of life, when the difficulties strike, they say it's Peter's story, but sometimes look at the positive side of it, look at the moral behind it, that it can wake you up to yourself. It can open actually a new window to yourself. You went bankrupt. It's a very bitter experience in life, but at the same time, it opens a new window to you if you can discover the morals behind it, things that you can find now that you could never possibly, experience it and find it in your wealthy life. Okay, I think I mentioned about the tools. Let me explain again. So one of the main tools that Muslim mystics, they use, contrary to that of the philosophers, is the tool of self-purification and through the heart, not by the sound reasoning. Another difference between Muslim mystics and Muslim philosophers is that Muslim philosophers, they believe a perfect man is the one who knows the reality as much as possible. Philosophers, they don't claim, they are quite sensible people. They don't claim that we know the reality. They say the reality to the best of my knowledge. Humbly, they say to the best of my knowledge, this is what I suggest. Mystics, they are not humble. They don't say to the best of my knowledge. They say I found the reality. They say, I have just found the reality and there is no any other issue in it. And a perfect man is the one who has been able to unify himself with the reality, the real reality, in other words, God that they are talking about. And that can only happen if the self does not exist anymore. They say you have to assimilate yourself. It's a very difficult concept to understand it. You have to assimilate yourself with the reality, and therefore the self perishes, doesn't exist anymore. Then by becoming unified with the reality, you are part of the reality, and you are real, and you see the reality, you witness the reality. Make sure you are nobody, similar to what Emily Dickinson says, I'm nobody, who are you? Are you nobody too? Don't tell. Then he says that if you are nobody, then you are everybody. The reason that I'm different from you because I want to be, I am. If I'm not, and you also say that if I'm not, and then they said, imagine if in the world, if you want to have a world peace, I gave that suggestion as if you want to have world peace, The whole problem rotates around this self-love. The whole story of mysticism is that that self should not exist anymore. It's not me and my, and I, me, my, I. What do I say? There was an advertising, me, myself, and I. It's not me, myself, and I anymore, because they say there is no me. It's you and yourself and all what you want. Imagine they say in a family relation, if either of husband and wife, they say that it's not me, darling, it's you. Whatever you want goes. And the other one also says, whatever you want goes. How many problems will be solved? One of my students in that practical mysticism, in fact, he came and was complaining about a year ago about the relation between him and his spouse, and he said, look, I'm not using the term, and I cannot handle her anymore. Enough is enough, and I want to get my divorce. I said, look, in Islam we have divorce. You may get your divorce, but if you really want to get that purification and you want to learn some mysticism, this is an opportunity for you. As I told you, mysticism is not about reading and writing. It's about how you deal in your different situations, your day-to-day transactions. He said, what do you mean? I said, from today when you go home, I want you to do a miracle. Whatever your wife tells you, tell her, yes, darling, by all means, I'm your slave. I'm just your slave. Who am I to say yes or no? She's screaming at you, kiss her hand. If you could kiss her feet. And he says, no way, how can I say that? I said, well, that is your lesson in mysticism. This is your lesson for today. If you are not practicing it, forget about mysticism. You cannot be a mystic. He said, are you serious? But what is it? It doesn't make sense to me. I said, no, whether it makes sense to you or not, you have to practice it. One of the Muslim mystics, again, Rumi, he says that it's like a medicine. Mysticism is a medicine. Unless you take it, there is no healing. So what? You write books and books about, mysticism and talks about it. It's just like talking about medicine without taking it. Even you can be an expert in medicine, yet you die of a simple flu. He went, believe you me, and I'm not kidding you. A few weeks later, he came back and he said, Sheikh, guess what? I said, what? He said, it's amazing how it worked. I said, what do you mean? He said, the first days she was thinking that I'm crazy, and she was making fun of me. But the more she did, the more every time I go home, I bring her a bunch of flour. And his wife, by the way, she called me later and I said, what have you done to my husband? Now both of them are coming to mysticism. Anyway, so it's more of a practice. It's not much of just talking about it. Really, it's how much you can sacrifice and then you gain. Again, let me tell you a story of how the selfishness, if we really can finish or can perish that selfishness, what we can achieve. One of the Muslim mystics, they say he has a shop in the bazaar of Baghdad. And one night he heard that there was a fire in the whole bazaar and the whole market is on fire. Before he gets ready to go to attend his shop, a second news came that miraculously your shop is safe and nothing happened to your shop. He said that immediately after, I said, thanks to God. And you know what? He said, for the rest of my life, that when he says that he's over 70, I said, it's been for the last 30 years that I'm repenting for that, thanking God. Because I then realized how selfish of me to thank God because my shop, my house was not on fire. What about others? What sort of thanking God was that? And he says that was in fact the inspiration for me to get into mysticism. And since then I try to eradicate and delete this selfishness within myself. And I try to be more for others and share the feeling and the sorrow of others. Okay, and finally, in mysticism, Muslim Islamic mysticism, there are some fundamental concepts that I briefly introduced them to you. In fact, there are so many. Believe you me, in the beginning, early in the morning after my morning prayer, I was wondering what should I talk about going through all these. Because the concept of spirituality and mysticism is so vast in Islam that I don't know how to bring, even to highlight the main topics, we need sessions. As I told you that for the last 2 years I'm talking about it and I'm not even halfway through. 3 basic fundamentals in Islamic mysticism, which are quite universal, again, to the best of my knowledge. Number 1 is the concept of unity of existence. Pantheism, sometimes they translate it, unity of existence. This concept of unity of existence is originally suggested by, again, the father and the founder of Islamic mysticism, His name is Ibn Arabi. I have his date of death here in 13th century AD. If mysticism is called mysticism, I suggest it's because of this concept of unity of existence. Imagine they tell you that you and I are the same, and you and this chair is the same, and you and the wall out is the same, and you and God is the same. And in fact, there is only one reality and there is only one existence. At least Muslim mystics that I'm more aware of, they say that there is only one reality, or there is only one existence, and that is God, full stop. So what about me and you? They say you think you exist. You are not really existing. How come? How can you say that? They say because the real existence is the one who never perishes, never dies. Once upon a time you did not exist. Once upon a time you will not again exist. So what sort of existence? This is total existence. The real existence, therefore, is God, who is perpetual, who is everlasting, and therefore only Him and Himself exists. Sometimes they give an example of the light of the sun and a little candle. They say, can a candle say that I exist before the sun? No one even looks at this. Look at this silly. What sort of light is this? In the middle of a very sunny day, you have a candle in hand. It's non-existence. That's an example, again, sometimes they give, but it's really more into that. The second concept that they have, is one of the fundamentals of Islamic mysticism, is the concept of intuitive knowledge. As I had told you before, this is in fact the main tool that in mysticism they utilize it. They say that intuitive knowledge is all what you need, and you have that one. In fact, it's been instilled within you upon your birth as a human. It's been instilled. It's just that for so many years you never used it. Imagine if I don't know, for some reasons I just bend one of my fingers for some years, and later on I won't be able to use it. They said because you've never used it in your life, you've never aware of it, you think that you are disabled. Now it's about the time that you activate it. And once you activate it, amazing things will happen to you. Do it for 40 days consecutively at least, and then you will start having real dreams. That's the beginning of it. They say it usually begins with real dreams. You know the reason that we call dream and we interpret it? I don't know whether you had an experience of dream or not. Hopefully you did. I am surprised some people, they say, I never dream. I don't know how they can afford it. The reason that there is dream and then we interpret it, because for some reason, again, Muslim mystics, they say that your soul in your dream goes and have a taste of that. Similar to near-death experience, if you're familiar with that concept. You will have an experience of that. Sometimes your dream is definitely real. It's not your imagination. The reason is that you dream, and it's happened to me, and I'm not trying to praise myself. It happens that you experience something that 2 weeks later it happens. That means, in other words, you go beyond time. How could you possibly do that? They said, do you see it happens in dream? It can also happen in real. It can definitely happen. If you elevate your spirit, your soul, you make it strong and stronger, and believe you me, things narrated from them, amazing things that you may think that I'm talking fairy tales. If I narrate some of their experiences, that they believe that you can fly from here to another part of the world and you don't need to buy any ticket. Believe you me, I'm not kidding you. Amazing things, really definitely amazing things. They say that man has not used, that has not even touched that power of a spirit yet. Definitely there are amazing things that we can do by, activating that inner senses and by the means of inner intuition. There is a story that they narrate that one of the disciples of Prophet Muhammad, a young fellow, in the morning he came to him and he said that, O Messenger of God, I cannot stand it anymore. He said, what's wrong? He said, I have reached the certainty. I have reached the certainty. How did you reach the certainty? What's the proof of your certainty? He said, every time I sleep, I go to my bed, and I'm not asleep yet, as if I can hear the cry of people in hell, the hellish people. As if I can hear the clapping and the cheerful, conversation of people in paradise. As if, like in a foggy day, I can see hell, and in a foggy day, as if I can see paradise. And he went describing it. The Prophet said, God had enlightened your heart. Keep it on. There's more you can achieve. Another disciple came to him and said, is it true that we are told that the disciples of Jesus were walking on water without immersing in? Prophet Muhammad says that if they had purified themselves more, and you can also do that, purify yourself more, you can walk on air. What is on water? This shows really the power of man through mysticism. Well, this is the claim. It's up to you really how much you believe, and there's only one way to find out, by the way, and that is to practice it. And finally, the last but not the least, and that's the symposium that I suggested to you, that the drinking party. From now, we started drinking party to end the session with. The last, which not is the least, definitely the fundamental part of Islamic mysticism, and I believe that any mysticism is the concept of love, L-O-V-E, such as love being such a sweet word. Muslim mystics, they believe that love is the music and the fuel of life. They believe, and it's amazing how rich is Islamic mysticism in this concept when it comes to this term of love. It's really amazing me. It's nearly impossible. You open any book in Islamic mysticism, and in any page, randomly open it, and you don't find something mentioned about love. They quote a hadith tradition from Prophet who have said that is religion other than love? Religion is love. Is God other than love? In fact, they say when love is perfect, it's God. That's exactly their expression. They say perfect love is God. So if you don't have that love, somebody came to Plato and said that, you know that your son has fallen in love. He said, wow, hallelujah, then he's become perfect man. If you cannot love, you are not a human, you are not a man, they say. And again, they refer to so many verses in the Quran, so many prophetic traditions, that the whole creation, God has created the universe by the material of love. They say, Rumi, for example, he says, in every literature, in every human, you find a story of love, whether Romeo or Juliet, whether Titanic, whether you name it. In my language, in the different cultures, there are different, love stories. He says all these are figurative love stories. They are not real. And you know what? How come that this boy falls in love with that girl and vice versa? Because, again, there is a device within themselves as humans. God has created us to love Him, the Almighty, Himself, the most beloved one. You didn't find the true love, you assume it's like a mirage. You assume that this is my God, that I should love. And therefore you fall in love for a while, and that's why he says romantic love is not for long. And is blind, but not for long. One day it happens that they wake up to themselves and they end up filing for divorce. But then he says that if you want to fall in love with someone or something which never perishes, you never divorce, and it's perpetual, fall in love with a real love or a real beloved one, and that is God. And if you fall in love with God, you never die. And they say this is elixir. I don't know if you're familiar with the term, elixir of life. In ancient time, there was a legend that they say that man has been always in search of, there is a substance in the nature that miraculously, if you touch it or if you mix it with some of the materials in this world, like silver, you can convert it to gold. They say that if that exists or doesn't exist in the nature, we tell you there is an elixir of life that gives you perpetual, how can I say, eternity. Excuse my weak English. They say that you can enjoy eternity forever, and that elixir of life is love. And therefore, Hafiz is very outstanding Muslim mystics and poet. In fact, his book of poetry, they say his book is a dispensary of medicine, both to cure and prevent. If you can read it in his own language, maybe similar to Shakespeare, they compare him, each to their own. They say those who had a taste of this divine wine of love, they never die. He says, if you allow me to read it in Farsi and then I translate it, هرگز نمیرد آن که دلش زنده شد به عشق. ثبت fear never dies, because he had a taste of that divine, and as he called it himself, juice love or love of juice, something like that. Hafiz never dies. Emily Dickinson never dies. Whoever had a taste of that love, they are eternal, and they are going to live eternally, both in here and in hereafter. Thank you very much for listening, and if there is any question.
Sheikh, in Western mysticism, we have two terms, namely bilocation and levitation. And quite a few of our canonized saints have experienced such things, and of course a lot of others too. I wonder if you'd like to comment on that, please. Do you know anything about it in your style of mysticism?
What was the first one?
Bilocation.
Bilocation, yes.
Someone is...
Yes, yes. Very similar. It's amazing. Both of them, actually, we have heard a lot about the Muslim mystics as well. And I can mention many stories about it. Yeah. But since I haven't experienced it myself, I have no comment.
One of ours in particular, a fellow named Pio in Italy, was at the canonisation of Saint Therese of Lisieux. I think it was 1923 or 25 she was canonised, and he was there and was actually seen by people, whereas he was actually in his monastery in Foggia in Italy at the time.
For me, I don't deny this because I can tell you exactly the same from the Muslim mystics as well. And if you want me to be more precise, one of my teachers, in fact, in mysticism, who is still alive, and he's over 8 years old, and he tells me that it's a piece of cake. And he's not kidding. He is not kidding.
Can I just ask something else? Part of our tradition also is that doesn't matter. So, for example, there's one of the stories from the Desert Fathers from the 4th century where a couple of young monks were coming to visit an old monk, and they had a donkey which died along the way.
Mm.
And when they got there, the old monk said to them, "The donkey that you started with died, I'm sorry." And they said, "How did you know?" And he said, "The devils told me." The moral of the story is you can't trust visions and extraordinary events as necessarily implying sanctity.
Yes, yes. That by itself, actually, it's an experience. We believe it's the result of asceticism, if you're familiar with the term asceticism, and self. Well, the nice word of it is self-purification, but maybe more asceticism would fit more, because you may experience that, or you have heard that experience from people who have absolutely no religious sense as well. They say man's soul has this power that if you really train it, it can... Thank you. Yes, yes, asceticism, yes. Like in the yoga also, you see that through that exercise of asceticism, I don't know whether it's true or not. They say in the Second World War they were able to just, crash the airplanes by looking at them. I have no comment. Could be again the power of devils, I don't know.
I have a question about the concept you used, awakening, and because it's obviously different to the Buddhist term of awakening, which is the end goal, and they think very few people attain it. So I'd love your definition of how we are awakened to the beginning of that path.
Yes, awakening that we are talking about, thank you very much for that comment. It's basically a religious concept. Becoming conscious of what you lack, what you don't have, and that I have been in a way that I was not on the right path. I was not going the right way in my life. Yes. This is what we mean by awakening myself. Remember that mystics, Muslim mystics, they say that you are a traveler. Whether you want it or not, you are traveling. As we are growing in time, we are traveling. So the sooner you wake up to yourself, the sooner you can clarify whether I'm on the right way or I'm on the wrong way. So it's about whether to wake up to myself, whether I'm on the right path or not.
Sheikh, a few years ago I read a wonderful little book by an Indian Jesuit priest, Anthony de Mello, which was called Song of the Bird, which was sayings and parables from different religious traditions, which is where I first read some of the sayings and parables from the Sufi tradition. Can you recommend a book in English which contains, wisdom, sayings, parables from Islamic mysticism, particularly Sufism?
Many books I can suggest, but my problem is that I usually don't refer to for the Islam mysticism because I read it in Farsi or Arabic in its own language. To be quite honest with you, I'm not very familiar with the English ones. If you want the theoretical part of mysticism, the works of William Chittick, if you are familiar with him, is very good. William Chittick. and I spell the surname for you. CHITTIC. Chitik, yeah. He's an American mystic, in fact, and he has done quite a thorough research on Islamic mysticism. In fact, he had studied in length the Persian language as well to understand Islamic mysticism. One of his works is particularly about Ibn Arabi, the founder of Islamic mysticism. And apart from that, the sonnets of Hafiz, I spoke in the break with one of the ladies. Hafiz, also I recommend if you can find it in English translation. It's sonnets, if you're familiar with the sonnets of Shakespeare, then you can have an idea of comparison. Hafiz. Yes. Rumi, R-U-M-I. It's again another very famous and very outstanding Muslim Sufi that we have. So anything from these you get, and they are translated. Rumi, actually, it's not the sonnets, but the poetry book of Rumi is translated by Nicholson. It's a very good translation in English. These are the main sources.
Sheikh, I wanted to ask something more in terms of the practical side of things, particularly meditation. Just wanted to ask you, can you tell us more about what meditation is in the mysticism of Muslims, and a little bit more about what happens, like what form meditation takes?
You need to enroll in my course. There are different types of meditation. Some of them is what they call it zikr. Zikr means that the words, in fact, that they say. Like, how can I say? See, mystics, they believe that one of the ways that you be conscious of ultimate reality, in other words, God, is to remember Him. And how can I remember Him? Because that's, again, one of the problems that man suffers, that out of sight, out of mind. They said you need to develop your soul in such a way that you always find yourself in the presence of God. How can I be in the presence of God? By remembering Him. How can I remember Him? They say the beginning of it, to start with, is to mention His name. Glory to Lord, glory to God, to Lord. And there are different names. In fact, they suggest 100 names of divine beautiful attributes that they call it. And they give you prescription that for the first 40 days, for some reasons, they are very much into number 40. They say that any practice you want to undertake, you have to do it for at least 40 consecutive days. Otherwise, it's not going to become part of your nature. So they gave you a term, one of the divine attributes of God, and they say you repeat it. And even for that, there's a prescription. How many times a day and in how many sessions. And, exactly the way that they treat you is the way that you go to a doctor and he writes you a prescription and tells you that this tablet, you take it every 8 hours. Why not every 5 hours or 9 hours? They said, if you trust my knowledge, that's how you have to take it if you want to be cured. So, dhikr, or that words that you'll be saying, is one of them. And there are different things. Prayer for them is a very essential part of it. There are different ways really that they try to make you more conscious of God in your day-to-day transaction. They give you even prescriptions that you are at work. You may be surprised that the person is at work and doing his normal life. They don't tell you that you don't have to go to the cave to be a mystic. They say you can be in the middle of the William Oxford Street, run your business, and at the same time you can be a mystic. If there you also are conscious of God and you remember Him.
Mine's just a little bit off the topic of mysticism, but I've been wondering if there was some text that you would recommend to sort of bolster this course that we've been doing, or give us a big picture. We've only had 6 weeks here, and I'm sure it's opened up a lot of questions, and I just wonder if there is a text that you feel is authentic on the teachings and the history of Islam.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I believe in these sessions, if at all, we could give you a taste of the whole idea of Islamic ideology, and if I could whet your appetite, I would be very happy. If I may extend an invitation, my colleague Sheikh Jihad told me that it was discussed already, and I'd like to officially, if you
you have time, and I didn't discuss it with Michael, to make an arrangement and by all means invite you to Imam Husain Islamic Centre sometimes. I take you to the library, there is a bookshelf, and always there are numerous books to study. One point I like to emphasize, and I always mention that to my audience, Muslims as well, that any religion and any school of thought that you want to study, to make sure that you get the true material, make sure that you go through the right channel. Like in mysticism, a couple of nights ago I was just browsing on the net to see what's available on mysticism, and I was typing it on Google. Believe you me, I could not find one single proper website that is really knowing what is talking about the Islamic mysticism. So much material, but for a person who is aware of this, science, unfortunately, even the terms mentioned in English translation were so much wrong. So it's very important for you to get the right book so that you get the right information. We can arrange that, yes, of course, there are books. I can talk for myself. I have series of CDs on Islam in length, courses on philosophy of religion from Islamic perspective, introduction to Islamic studies, course 1 for elementary students, intermediate, advanced level, and books and other materials are all available. Yeah, sure, we can arrange that.
Sheikh, if I could just comment on the course of lectures, we've had, and I won't repeat them, but we seem to have taken from the history of Islam, we seem to have taken a quantum leap to get to the mysticism of Islam. And one wonders whether this mystical relationship, if you like, is really something that after a trial period or a period of education and acquired knowledge you achieve. And I just wonder, would you deal with quickly, I think you have, but perhaps you'd like to deal with them more quickly, the in-between steps of your introduction to the Allah, worshipping God, and what path there is to achieve this mystical thing, and what are the stations on that path, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is one of the best questions I have had, with all respect to other questions. The answer to that is, again, to the best of my knowledge, and what most of the Muslim mystics they believe. They believe Islamic mysticism, in fact, began with the revelation of the Quran to Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad himself was the first mystic, then his successor Ali was the second mystic, and when you look at their lifestyle, you will see that they were having a mystical lifestyle in terms of their relation with others, in terms of sharing love with others, and they cite so many examples for us. Muslim mystics, definitely every single point they mention in Islamic mysticism, they refer to a verse in the Quran or a prophetic saying, like the story of the love that I mentioned to you. And deliberately, I didn't give you the references because I thought it would be too academic, in fact, for this session. Otherwise, the concept of mysticism definitely began with the very early time of Islam. And the way that they say it, Muslim mystics themselves, that why do we have jurists who have a different mentality? If you are familiar with the story of the history of mysticism, we've had some Sufi or mystics in Islam that they have been even executed by Muslim jurists, like Hallaj is a very famous figure in that, because he was saying that I am the truth with capital T. In other words, I am God. And they say this is heresy. The man is blasphemous. How can he say that I am God? Hallaj was not saying that. He was not proclaiming that I'm God in the sense that you and I understand. He was talking about that concept of unity with the ultimate reality. That when he says that I'm truth, in other words, he said I don't exist anymore. It's not me anymore, it's God. And therefore you refer to me or God, you're referring to God. By the way, they say in Islam, or in any religion, at least Muslim are talking about Islam, they say the story of jurisprudence or canon law and mysticism is like you are looking at the surface of something or deep inside it. They say Islam is like an iceberg. Those who are looking at jurists are only looking at what is apparent. That is the top of the iceberg. The main part of it is hidden from the normal, people. Mystics, they believe that they have accessed that hidden part of it, and this is what they call it mysticism sometimes, or it's mystery maybe for ordinary people. And the founder, or the one who brought this religion, obviously he knew about the whole iceberg, the one which was apparent and the one which was covered. So to cut a long story short, Muslim mystics themselves, they don't believe, and in fact, the best Muslim mystics that we've had were living centuries back in time of early Islam, not even recently. It's not a new development. Islamic mysticism is not a new development. How can I say, the academic founder of Islamic mysticism has died about 700 years ago, Ibn Arabi, who is similar to St. Augustine in Western churches that you have.
You've actually raised a very, very important point in terms of our own Christian tradition of mysticism. Suspicion by the main community is never far away from the mystic. And I think part of the problem is the mystic's difficulty in saying what he or she has actually experienced, putting it into words that are comprehensible to someone who has not experienced it. In the Christian tradition, you have the far edge, for example, of, say, evangelical Protestantism that would absolutely shun mysticism and say that's got nothing to do with Christianity at all. Within our own Catholic tradition, mysticism was largely suppressed from about the time of the 16th century through to the 20th century. So much so, for example, that a friend of mine who's a Carmelite priest, and the Carmelite tradition is very much a mystical tradition, when he studied in the seminary in the 1960s, the works of St. John of the Cross, who's one of the great mystics of all traditions, were actually taped up so that the students could not read them. And I think part of the fear was that what you pointed to with the jurists, the legalists, dogmatists, can pin life down in clear-cut statements and rules and structures. The mystic is always subversive, because the mystic escapes from any rule, any structure, and is therefore a threat to the system. My own conviction is that if Christianity does not recover its mystical tradition, it's finished. And I'm spending my life trying to recover the Catholic roots of mysticism. Is there anything comparable in Islam to that
I think
tension?
we have very common issues together. The same problems we have here, yes. Muslim mystics always, throughout the centuries, and in fact have been in conflict with the Muslim jurists, if you want me to put it that way. And again, the Muslim mystics, the way they see it is that they don't blame them. And even when they have been executed, they say that he's excused because that's the level of his knowledge. But I can see the bigger picture. And therefore, they say that I've been praying even for him. And they haven't been actually hostile towards the Jews. Some of the reasons is that the language that usually Muslim mystics they use is not a normal language. To give you an example, if you read the sonnets of Hafiz, for example, or Rumi, or any of these famous Muslim mystics, that most of them amazingly are poets as well, they use wine a lot. And in Islam, you know that the wine and intoxicants are forbidden. From a jurisprudential point of view, what this guy is talking about, he is claiming that he is a spiritual leader and he is a mystic, and yet he is talking about serving. Hafiz, for example, he begins his poetry with, serve me a cup of wine that it's intoxicating, and all these things. They take it literal. Jurists, they take it literal, and therefore they say that the man is blasphemous. Whereas when you look at the mystical point of view, and at least the contemporary ones that we know of, we know that these people are not ever into drinking alcohol as we understand him. They are really the spiritual leaders, and the issues are now, these days, have been more clarified. But in the past that they had no access, maybe there was lack of communication, jurists would immediately give a verdict that this man has become blasphemous, and therefore he's sentenced to death. And again, that's a problem of the power that we've been talking about. And now the question is that why Muslim mystics are using that language? They believe that the actual wine is what they're talking about. They say that wine that in liquor shop they're talking about is figurative. That is not the real wine. Remember in the beginning I told you that they say that the actual wine is the one which gives you everlasting intoxication. It's the wine that you'll be served in paradise as well. They say that God himself, in fact, is going to serve you the wine. So what is this alcoholic intoxicants that we have heard about? They say because you didn't find the real wine, you are content with man-made wine. And anyway, We have the same problem. Definitely, we have, at least historically, we had the same problem with jurists and mystics, even though there were some jurists who at the same time were mystics as well, but that is hardly to happen.
And I suspect if we leave it to the jurists and the dogmatists and the organisational folk, we will never have unity.
Very much so. Oh, very much so, yes.
I don't know what the experience of others, but just being here with you this morning, I'm experiencing much more sense of affinity when you talk about the mysticism than when you talk about your teachings or your laws. And I think it would be a shame if we emphasize... I think we need to know each other's laws and doctrine, but I think the really positive and potentially life-giving and unifying territory where we can disagree but live in loving harmony is the realm that the mystics find and uncover and are at home in, and the jurists hate because they can't control it.
Yes. If I may add something into it, and I've mentioned that several times, in fact, to be quite honest with you, last year or so, I paid a trip to Iran, my country of origin, and there I was invited to address my colleagues in quite a big gathering. And I brought this issue to them that if it were not my study of mysticism, and I'm always grateful to God who introduced me to this branch, in fact, for the last 9-10 years that I've been living in Australia, I wouldn't have much to offer, even to my Muslim brethren, forget about non-Muslims. Because if Islam is only jurisprudence, it could be really very much limited, and unfortunately sometimes is the source of the conflict even as well. Forget about living in harmony with non-Muslims. Muslims within themselves. In the break, I mentioned several times that some of the conflicts you see within Muslims themselves, different Muslim sects, it's all rooted back to, in fact, jurisprudential issues. And we hope that one day, I'd like to give you a hand in that, Michael, that I'm also praying that one day come that our jurists also become mystics. And our mystics also have a sense of jurisprudence as well.
Peter just said, kill all the lawyers, but turn them into mystics. That might be a better...
What do you think that the role that humour has to play as a sort of a bridge between the jurisprudential and the mystical? Do you think humour is a bridge between the two, that we might be able to speak to each other across the abyss that way sometimes?
I've been thinking about this quite long, for many years, to be quite honest with you. Sometimes I tend to believe that we are like different devices. A jurist, because you cannot be a jurist unless you are an expert and believe in your opinion. Technically speaking, a jurist will not listen to you, will not accept you, and if he does so, he is not a jurist. So he would be actually going against his principle if he wants to give up, his doctrine and accept what a mystic is saying. On the other hand, the mystic also cannot give up his principle because he says that, hey, I can see the reality and you are living in a dark time or a dark room. This is the problem, unfortunately. I don't know how they could possibly make a gap or bridge the gap in between. Do you have any practical suggestion for that? Remember what Rumi was saying, that my situation is a situation of a mute who had a dream, who wants to narrate his dream to a bunch of, what do you call it, deaf people.
I'm sorry to change tack a little bit. And I have two questions, and even they aren't related. The Buddha's experience of enlightenment, which is Buddha's very shy about talking about this as an experience of God. Do you have any comments on that? Would you see it still as an experience of God, or is it actually something else? And my second unrelated question is, several times you've mentioned the 40 days. Are you aware that yesterday we began our 40 days of what we call Lent?
Lent, yes, excellent.
It's supposed to be our ascetical period, but I don't think we're...
you're right. We are close to Easter. Yes, now I remember that. Yeah. The answer for the first one, to be quite honest, and I'm very much reserved to make a comment on issues that I don't have enough knowledge. About Buddhism, I'm not very much familiar, but generally speaking, from a mystical point of view, Muslim mystical point of view, they say he is also talking about God. Even though they don't call it God, they are talking about God from their own experience. Yes, but that's again an issue that a Buddhist should make a comment. I remember once I asked one of my Buddhist friends, and he gave me a parable or a story from Buddha, that the man came to him and said that you are God. He said, you are right. He went and another person came and said that you are not God. He said, you are right. The third person came to him and said that, who are you kidding? Are you God or you are not God? He said, you are right too. So whether it makes any sense to you, that's the way that, that's a Buddhist approach. Yeah.
One of the, it seems to me that one of the problems we struggle with in the West, we think we have to articulate our interaction with reality in clear and distinct ideas and propositions, and we reduce our faith to that. There's a beautiful expression in the Psalm 46, verse 10, that says, "Be still and know."
Be still and know. Yeah.
Be still and know that I am God. And maybe our pursuit of knowledge, a lot of what you spent the first half of your presentation speaking about, I believe, that it's a different kind of knowledge, and we haven't yet dropped to that in the West. There are other ways of knowing than the rational, functional kind of knowledge that, as it were, sees reality as essentially comprehensible, and the mystic lives in the presence reality that he quite happily says is incomprehensible and unnameable in the end. And that's why they resort to stories rather than propositions, I suspect. Do you have any comment on that?
I agree with that. Well, again, I'm nothing more than just quoting what Muslim mystics are saying here. I'm not a mystic myself. I'm just narrating what they say. That, like Rumi, for instance, he says that if you look from that angle, which is a real angle, by the way they say, there is no fight even between Pharaoh and Moses. All the arguments, even questions, they say once you reach the reality, there is no more questions for you. If still you haven't questioned your mind, it's because you are still blind and you haven't opened your eyes. Open your eyes and there is no questions, there is no argument, there is no debate. Anything that they hear, that's exactly what he says. He said, any voice I hear, I'm hearing the voice of God. Whether from a cow, from a dog, or from a human, in that, I don't know. Yes, it's all the same. To me, it's really difficult to understand it. That's what I'm telling you, that it sounds a bit blasphemous for people who don't know where they are coming from. Anyone I see God. Even if I see the most criminal person, I see God. How can we see God in that image? Not in a way that we understand it, of course, but that's another, they say, this is another manifestation of God.
Interesting, sort of looking at the role of mysticism in any of these religions. And in the Catholic branch of Christianity, the quest, the desire to know God, the following up on what Michael was saying, and sort of role of the Gnostics as opposed to the more juristic sort of people. And indeed, the refusal in our past to let people study the original source material. We've had a lot of basic censorship, and I don't think we've been encouraged as individuals to have this individual closeness with God, to seek the other. There is becoming a more general interest in it for the education of the laity, that people are looking more for the answer, I would use that sort of silly expression, but there is still not, because of the attention to the juristic approaches, there is still not a big emphasis on this approach. What is there an emphasis in Islam? This is picking up on what Peter was saying too. How do you, in Islam, progress, or how can you, are you encouraged to seek this path of mysticism? Or is it just sort of an individual choice? If you are studying Islam, as I think Peter was saying, how do you go from these basic concepts to the mystic? And is the role of the mystic seen as being something that is the ultimate, or is it something that is just if you like?
Yes, I've been thinking about this issue in the past and recently, and I'll give you an example that when we look at the trend of mysticism in Islam from the beginning up until the present time for the last 14 centuries, there has been time that mysticism was on the peak of it. For instance, about the in the 7th or 6th, 7th century, after the appearance of Islam, which goes back about, we can say, 7 centuries ago, Islamic mysticism goes on the peak. It's the time that we have the main figures in mysticism, like Ibn Arabi, Hafiz. Most of them were around that time. Some historians, they suggest the reason for that, or at least one of the very important factors that we can consider, is that when there has been some very tensive situation, like at that time, Iran particularly, that I told you that Iranians by generation have been very much interested into mysticism, has been attacked by Mongolians. So there has been war and bloodshed in between. So individual people, they have decided to stay away from all these bloodsheds between humans, and they began, a journey within themselves. And mysticism was, in fact, evolved within them individually or collectively. And therefore, we see we have it has created genius people in mysticism. They say that historically, when there is so much conflict between humans, man become more conscious of there must be a way to, settle these problems and all this bloodshed, and that would emerge them to mysticism. And I believe it's somehow true because, again, I've experienced it in my own country 30 years ago. There was so much tendency, and recently, actually, it's getting improved. It's really improving. I'm very grateful, thankful to God that now, compared with about 30 years ago that I can remember in comparison, I can see there is more tendency, more books and literatures are getting published. Definitely now you can see much more publication on mysticism than 30 years ago. Whatever the reason, they say that it's because, again, the conflicts, all these universal conflicts and the wars in between, that man is sick of it and they want to find a peaceful solution. And mystics, they have that solution. They said that peaceful solution is that you have to make a peace with yourself and within yourself, and that does not come through jurisprudence, because jurisprudence, in fact, gives you very much dogmatism. Yeah.
Just one thing, Sheikh. In your outlining of Islamic mysticism, is it something that you attain through doing and asceticism to become the mystic, or is it something that is infused by God?
The way to do it is the way that the mystics, they prescribe it. But the actual rules itself, they say that it's in fact given by God. I'll give you an example. A Muslim mystic prays. The way to pray, if you're talking about a set prayer, and if you allow me, I would end this session with a typical, prayer that usually they have, very short one, I may say. It's mentioned in the Quran, so they are using that one. So the statement, the phrase is mentioned in the Quran. But about how to use it, what time to use it, how often to use it, that's again something that the mystic chooses himself, based on experience, and usually traditionally they take it from their teachers. For example, my teachers had taught me how to make some, some of the zikr that I said, some of the wording, some prayer, who had learned from his teachers, and how they came into that, they say through the experience they found it out.
Thank you. Just one further thing. It's not a question, but I'd like to thank you and Sheikh Jihad for coming, and I came not so much to learn about the Quran or what your teachings were, but to experience what you as a brother of our same father had to share and to reveal the face of God to us. And I think you've definitely done that. Today I felt there's no difference between Christianity or Islam or any other religion when it comes to the oneness of God. No, we're all brothers, and I think what you're saying is the only reason I can say I am is because I am one with everything else.
Thank you very much, brother. I totally agree with you, and I believe that we should also be very grateful to Michael and the Academy, in fact, for giving us this opportunity, both of us. And let us pray to God and be thankful to Him that He gave us the opportunity, in fact, to open the door and step out of our, self-limited world that we are living and learn from one another. I always say that communication is a secret key that we need. We have to give a chance to ourselves to get to know each other. Any further questions?
What you were saying earlier about self disappearing and becoming God, I just thought that little bit in St. Paul where he said, I live now, not I, but Christ lives in me. Paul believing that Christ was God. I live now, not I, but God lives in me. And Jesus says words to the effect a number of times in the Gospel, if you want to find your life, then first lose it. Paradoxical statement he often makes.
Yes. It's amazing how we have exactly the same expression. And that's what I told you, that mystics, they believe the message of mysticism is universal. It's definitely what a Christian mystic is talking about. If he is really mystic, is the same as what a Muslim mystic and anyone else is talking about. Exactly the same expression. We have it in length in Islamic mysticism by the Muslims, and you will be surprised that they refer to the Quran and to the tradition of the Prophet even for that. It's not that they have borrowed it. They don't believe and they don't claim that they have borrowed it from another tradition. They say it is embedded in the Islamic scripture.
I just wanted to ask perhaps a difficult question. Several times over the last few weeks it's sort of been suggested that such and such isn't true Islam. For example, Sheikh Jihad gave the example of the Saudi Muslims, and he said, well, they're not practicing true Islam. How do we know where true Islam is? Because we see so many conflicting elements that are saying we are Muslim, we follow Islam, and yet we don't really see them practicing what you've been teaching here and what Sheikh Jihad has also been teaching here. So how could we find an example of true Islam?
May I answer this question by reversing it so that you really understand the answer also very easily? How could you find out which branch of Christianity is the true one? Really, how could you possibly find? If you ask a Catholic, even in Catholicism, I believe there are different way of looking at Christianity. The Protestant, I understand that there are some branches in Christianity that they believe the other one is not. You don't consider Jehovah's Witnesses Christian. They don't consider Catholic or the scripture of the Catholic. The same we have in Islam. It is really the problem of, let me have again a mystical approach to that. Muslim mystics, they believe that because all of them is the story of that elephant in a dark room. Each has a share of a truth, but they haven't seen the whole picture. Unfortunately, as humans, because we don't see the whole picture, whoever opposing to my opinion or his interpretation of Islam is contrary to that of mine, I tend to say that this is not Islam, I am Islam. You go to another one and say, no, this is not Islam, I am Islam. So I'm dumbfounded, which one and where is Islam? But then again, I don't believe in relativism or the pluralism, what do you call it, that concept. There are some ways that we can clarify it. My suggestion is that always go to the main source. If you really want to know Christianity, Islam, or any other religion, rather than studying the secondary sources, go to the main sources. If this particular person claims or suggests something about Islam or another one, we have the scripture. At least for Muslims, it's not very difficult because the scripture of Muslims, the Quran, is unique and the same, word by word, is the same by all Muslims. Shia and Sunni in Saudi Arabia and Iran or anywhere else in the world, the Quran is the same. They don't have different Qurans. And therefore, it is quite possible if you really, well, of course, you need some sort of experience and to understand the language of the Quran as well. Not for every time you can open any scripture, to Quran or any other scripture. But if you have some skills, you will be able to check it with that. I remember 2 weeks ago there was an interview, and the ambassador of Saudi Arabia, he was saying that we don't have a democracy in Islam. And I said, I don't know how he's saying this really. First of all, the ambassador of Saudi Arabia, he is not a Muslim expert. So even though he is the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is not a Muslim expert, and I should understand it. Second of all, because he is representing a monarchy system, and as I had told you before, a monarchy is, in contradiction with a democratic system. Obviously, he is not going to confirm democracy. So when you really look at where he is coming from, it would be a bit more possible to see whether he is making the right statement or not. But at the end of the day, really, I don't have a very clear answer for this.
Maybe one of the challenges for us too at this time, Sheikh Mansour, is not so much to find agreement, but to learn to live with disagreement. To live in a world where there's immense diversity, even very diametrically opposed points of view, but to still live in peace. And this is why I would suggest that somewhere in the direction of what we're calling mysticism, where there is a sense of God and the unity of God, which may not be manifest yet amongst human beings and human cultures and human institutions, but at least it's there in reality, in the roots of our humanity, and we don't have to hate one another, kill one another just because we disagree, even if we disagree about important things.
Because we look different or think different, yes.
Within Christians still are violence, Christians against Christians, because they're not right.
Yes.
And it's humanity all over, of course, and the issue is not so much that we agree, but that we learn to live in peace even though we disagree, I suspect.
I believe in Australia we have a golden opportunity. Yes. I've been always saying that. Being in a multicultural society, it is really a golden opportunity, and I'm hoping that one day come that the whole world become Australia in its multicultural senses, really. Imagine where else in the world, if you have different cuisine and we go and eat sometimes Italian dish and sometimes a Lebanese dish, and we have no problem with that.